Sun Wukong, why can't you die cleanly? In a desolate wilderness in Xinyo Hezhou, Duowen Tianwang, one of the four heavenly kings, held a treasure umbrella high in the sky, with crackling lightning flashing inside. And under the umbrella, a figure was suppressed and could not move at all. The voice of Duowen Tianwang was cold and a little irritable, and he was using the endless lightning in the umbrella to erase the body and soul of the figure. He, Duowen, you have improved. I, Sun, have cultivated this Dharma body for 87 days, but I still can't beat you. Sure enough, being a dog of Buddhism has many benefits. Now that Buddhism is flourishing and the gods and immortals are retreating, you, the dog, should have a lot of good bones, right? Listening to the mockery of Sun Wukong below, Duowen Tianwang couldn't help but flash a trace of anger in his eyes. Sun Wukong, you're stubborn. The Buddha gave you the qualification to be a human being and personally invited you to become the supreme fighting Buddha of Buddhism. You refused and made small moves on the way to the West, trying every means to take off the golden hoop. Now, all your efforts are in vain, and not only has the position of fighting Buddha been lost, my true spirit was even dispersed, leaving only these fragmented souls wandering between the four continents like lonely ghosts. It has been 500 years, and this heavenly king has killed you 8,600 times. Tell me, how many fragmented souls do you have left? Ha ha ha. Can you still be considered a human with the tight hoop? Fighting Buddha, victory Buddha? The bullshit fighting victory Buddha. Isn't he still a dog of Buddhism? Sun Wukong showed a trace of mockery on his face, and he couldn't help but grinned and said, Vasutra King, since I was released from the Five Elements Mountain, I have been condensing and releasing souls just to guard against that old Tathagata. Guess how many souls your grandpa's son released on the way to the West to obtain the scriptures? If you have the ability, chase your grandpa's son for 500 years like a dogskin plaster, and see if you can kill your grandpa's son completely. Vasutra King was silent when he heard this. Sun Wukong's most powerful innate magical power is the method of incarnation. Coupled with the 72 changes he practiced, each monkey hair on his body is a soul. He has as many monkey hairs as he has souls. If Sun Wukong really started to keep a backhand from the moment he was released from the Five Elements Mountain, then the souls he left in the four continents must be immeasurable. So what? Sun Wukong, no matter how many souls you have, you're still a lost dog. You have already lost. Even if you let your souls cultivate for 1,000 years, can you still become the Monkey King? Boom! With a deafening thunder and the roar of the heavenly King Duowen, the wilderness fell into complete silence. In the southern continent, on the Five Elements Mountain, where Sun Wukong had been suppressed for 500 years, originally scattered in the mountains and forests, an inconspicuous little stone flashed with light and slowly turned into the appearance of a little monkey. Sun Wukong stood up and looked around, but found that he was very familiar with the place where his soul was. This is the Five Elements Mountain, the place where he had been suppressed for 500 years. I didn't expect that Sun Wukong, really left a soul in the Five Elements Mountain. This is the place where I escaped 500 years ago. Since this soul is left here, does it mean that this is the first soul I left behind? Thinking of this, Sun Wukong suddenly fell into silence. In order not to be completely killed by Buddhism, even he himself did not know how many souls he had left. Only when the previous soul died completely, the true spirit would be revived on the next soul. In other words, it is very likely that his current soul is the last one. If he is killed again, there may be no Sun Wukong in the world. No, in the eyes of all the gods and Buddhas, Sun Wukong has always been alive. He completed his journey to the West and gained merits. Now he's been named Fighting Buddha by Tathagata and sits on the lotus platform of the Great Lane Temple in Lingshan. Unfortunately, that person is no longer him. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong suddenly laughed up to the sky. Even if I only have this last life left, even if I die, I will never kneel down to Buddhism again, and I will not wear that golden hoop. Sun Wukong swore secretly in his heart. His face showed a ferocious look, his fists clenched, and his teeth gnashed. Amitabha. Suddenly at this moment, a Buddhist chant sounded behind Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong's hair stood up all over his body. His soul had just awakened and his power was still very weak. If he was discovered by Buddhism now, he would definitely be killed. His first reaction was to run first, but before he could take a step, A handsome monk blocked his way. "Little monkey, I want to ask you, in which direction is the Tang dynasty?" Tang dynasty? Sun Wukong was stunned. He felt that his brain circuit was not turned around. Wasn't the Tang dynasty destroyed in the first 100 years after the end of the journey to the west, and the Mahayana Buddhism was brought back? It's been 500 years now. How can there be a Tang dynasty? Yes, it's the Tang dynasty with Li Shimin as the emperor. Tang Sun showed a kind smile on his face, bowed to the little monkey in front of him again, and said, "I am Master Xuanzang of Jinshan Temple. Now I'm going to Chang'an City to participate in the Water and Land Conference. It's a pity that I got lost here and don't know where to go." When Sun Wukong heard the word Xuanzang, his hair stood up again, his fangs were exposed, and he was ready to fight to the death with this big monk. But when he heard the latter, his face suddenly showed a weird expression again. He, are you Xuanzang?" he asked with a weird face. "Yes. Is there anything wrong?" Tang Sun reached out and touched his bald head. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his image, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. "Then do you believe me when I say I am Sun Wukong?" Sun Wukong asked with a mocking smile. "Stop it." Tang Sun grinned speechlessly. Although he admitted that seeing a talking monkey was a bit bizarre and shocking, he couldn't just think that a talking monkey he saw was Monkey King less than 3 days after crossing to the journey to the west. He also met a talking black pig yesterday who wanted to eat him. It can't be that guy is Zhu Beiji. And isn't Monkey King still suppressed under the Five Elements Mountain? Thinking of this, Tang Sun looked up and down at Sun Wukong and shook his head. "You haven't even grown all your hair yet. And you dare to say that you are the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong? The great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong? I haven't heard anyone call me old Sun like this for a long time." Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a trace of trance. He muttered to himself, tilted his head, and looked at the monk in front of him. Fuck pheasant. But before he could say anything else, the monk in front of him, who had a warm smile on his face before, suddenly pointed behind him, his eyes shining, and ran away like a hungry wolf. Sun Wukong watched him pounce on his prey like a tiger, and directly knocked a pheasant to the ground, and happily grabbed the pheasant's wings and came back, his forehead full of question marks. Where did this guy come from? Chapter 2. Sun Wukong with remarkable swiftness. Tang Sun captured a wild chicken, skillfully ignited a fire by friction, and then, procuring a battered iron pot from an unknown source, proceeded to bleed and pluck the bird. Once everything was prepared, he rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation as he set about roasting the chicken. Sun Wukong stood nearby, observing Tang Sun's bustling activity with a discerning gaze, increasingly convinced that this individual was rather peculiar. After all, what monk would brazenly slaughter a chicken for a meal? Not only were his thoughts eccentric, but more importantly, the moment he observed this man capture the wild chicken, a faint golden glow emanated from his body, instantly reminding him of Erlangchen, Yang Jian. In their past encounters, Yang Jian had similarly radiated a golden light, and there was a striking resemblance in aura between him and this man. "Stop dawdling. You are a monkey. You should know where to find wild fruits. Hurry and fetch some so that we may enjoy the roasted chicken with them. Let us first satiate our hunger," Tang Sun instructed. Noting the little monkey standing there in a stupor, presuming this creature possessed limited intelligence. During his days wandering the mountains, he had encountered several beings akin to this little monkey, somewhat intelligent, yet rather dazed. Previously, he had encountered a remarkably clever squirrel that had gifted him a substantial amount of pine nuts and had followed him for a day, only to vanish mysteriously by the next morning, leaving him sorrowful for quite some time. "Monk, from where do you hail?" Sun Wukong inquired gravely, disregarding Tang Sun's command. Tang Sun was momentarily taken aback by the question. In truth, he had traversed into this world 3 days prior, awakening in a decrepit temple known as Jinshan Temple, having assumed the identity of this monk. Subsequently, he awakened a system pertaining to the journey to the west, which informed him of his transformation into Tang Sun and the task of retrieving scriptures from the west. It had also bestowed upon him a novice gift package containing a set of cultivation techniques known as the 9 transformations of mystical arts, which he found to be remarkably effective upon attempting to practice. Afterward, the task panel presented him with a reminder to attend the Water and Land Assembly in Chang'an City, promising task rewards upon completion. Having read Journey to the West, Tang Sun, albeit devoid of this body's memories, cheerfully accepted the task and departed from the dilapidated temple, initially believing it to be exceedingly simple. However, he soon faced the disheartening realization that he had become lost within this forest. For 3 consecutive days, he wandered through this ancient woodland, fraught with bizarre rock formations, and was utterly unable to find his way out. Moreover, during these 3 days, he encountered numerous strange occurrences. For instance, a headless wandering spirit attempted to frighten him, only to be dispersed by a single punch. A talking wild boar, intent on consuming him, met its demise at his hands, providing him with 2 days of delectable sustenance. Additionally, a provocatively dressed beauty tried to seduce him, but upon forcibly removing her head, he discovered it to be a fragrant flower. Of course, he now had to add to this list a somewhat deranged little monkey, whose mind seemed somewhat unhinged, incessantly inquiring about various matters. I have already mentioned that my name is Xuanzang, and I hail from Jinshan Temple. I intend to travel to Chang'an to attend the Water and Land Assembly, after which I shall journey to the Western Paradise to pay homage to the Buddha and seek sacred scriptures. Tangsun chuckled as he reiterated his mission. Observing the little monkey's face darkening once more, he asked, "Do you truly know where wild fruit trees can be found? If not, come help me roast this while I search." Yesterday, I stumbled upon a peach grove on the mountain, filled with large, delectable peaches that you, as a monkey, would undoubtedly relish. Sun Wukong silently regarded the cheerful Tang Sun before forcing a reluctant smile and replying, "I am indeed aware of that peach grove. I shall go and gather some. Little monkey, you must return promptly. I await your return to feast together," Tang Sun called out as he watched the monkey's retreating silhouette. He genuinely yearned for a companion with whom he could converse and who understood his words. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong paused but offered no response, quickly vanishing into the dense forest with a few agile leaps. Half an hour later, when he returned, carrying a branch laden with peaches, he immediately spotted Tang Sun, who was drooling over a roasted chicken yet had refrained from eating. Sun Wukong tilted his head, observing the monk. In memories of his arduous journey to the west resurfaced, a time when he had returned from begging for alms, only to be met by an elder monk who bore a striking resemblance to the one before him, yet had offered no words of gratitude, only complaints and blame. Chuckling softly, he shook his head, suppressing the absurd recollection that had unexpectedly surfaced, and sat cross-legged with a smile before Tang Sr. He plucked a peach from the branch and handed it to him. Simultaneously, Tang Sun had already divided the roasted chicken in half, offering the larger portion to the little monkey. "Here," they both exclaimed in unison, and then shared a hearty laugh. "Monk, are you truly bound for Chang'an?" Sun Wukong inquired lazily, reclining on a large stone with a blade of grass in his mouth, a grin on his face. "Of course. Not a word I spoke before was false," Tang Sun replied earnestly, nodding. "Very well. I, old Sun, indeed know the way to Chang'an. But the present city may differ from your expectations. Are you certain you wish to go?" Sun Wukong's lips curled into a sly smile. He was curious to see how Tang Sun would maintain his unwavering conviction of being the monk destined for enlightenment once they reached the fabled Chang'an. "Yes, it is my mission." Tang Sun grinned broadly. To be honest, he had not harbored high hopes for a mere monkey to know the route to Chang'an, but he was pleasantly surprised by the little creature's knowledge. Seeing Tang Sun nod with such determination, Sun Wukong sprang up with a sudden burst of energy, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us go." Tang Sun, too, felt a surge of impatience. He had been in this desolate wilderness for 3 days and was eager to witness the legendary Chang'an, to behold the splendor of the Tang dynasty within the realm of deities and immortals. Both individuals moved with remarkable swiftness, and Tang Sun followed the monkey at a breakneck pace. Just as the sky began to dim, he finally emerged from the mountain that had confined him for 3 long days. "Alas, I have finally escaped," Tang Sun exclaimed, gazing at the boundless fertile fields in the distance, nearly overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. "Oh, look, there seems to be smoke rising in the distance. A small village. Let us go take a look." From afar, Tang Sun spotted a wisp of smoke ascending from the foot of the mountain and immediately sprinted toward that promising sight with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, behind him, Sun Wukong observed the gathering malevolence above the source of the smoke, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was curious to discover what sort of monk this was. Chapter 3. The Great Might of the Celestial Dragon. The Supreme Spell as he rushed towards the village. Tang Sun immediately spotted a frail old man squatting beneath a large tree, enjoying his meal. "Amitabha, good sir, may I inquire what place this is? We have traveled a great distance and would be grateful for a sip of water," Tang Sun inquired warmly as he approached the old man. Initially startled by the sudden voice behind him, The old man was about to turn and scold the intruder. However, upon seeing a young, fair-skinned monk accompanied by a curious little monkey, he broke into a grin. Little monk, this is Tiger Temple Village. Are you here to seek alms? Perfect timing. Our village chief is known for his generosity. Come with me to his home. I'm sure he will be delighted to welcome a monk and will gladly offer you a meal. Tang Sun was pleasantly surprised at how easily he could secure a meal, and a smile spread across his face. That sounds splendid. However, although I am a monk, I have no dietary restrictions and can indeed partake in meat. He began to contemplate how to express his desire for meat to the old man. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the old man, seemingly more eager than he, seized Tang Sun's arm and hurried towards the village. What are you waiting for? Let us go. The old man's grip was surprisingly strong, and Tang Sun nearly stumbled as he was pulled along. Ah, sir, you forgot your bowl. Tang Sun quickly reminded him. The old man flashed a toothy grin at Tang. Senator, I can't wait. Besides, who would eat this coarse food when a feast awaits? He urged Tang Sun to follow. Assuming the old man implied that he too would partake in the meal at the village chief's home, Tang Sun paid no mind and simply followed the old man down the path. Meanwhile, the expression on Sun Wukong's face, who trailed behind them, grew increasingly peculiar. The trio, 2 men and a monkey, quickly ventured into the heart of Tiger Temple Village. Upon entering, Tang Sun instantly sensed something was amiss. He had expected the twilight hours to be filled with the warm glow of cooking fires, the laughter of children playing, and the sounds of dogs barking. However, as he stepped further into the village, he discovered an eerie silence enveloping the area. There were few people to be seen, and those he did encounter appeared hunched and gaunt, resembling emaciated specters. What perplexed him further was that several households, which had their doors ajar, hastily shut upon noticing the old man leading him past, as if they had spotted a harbinger of misfortune. What is going on? Tang Sun furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping over him. The village exuded an air of strangeness. However, before he could ponder further, the old man had already brought him to the entrance of a large courtyard at the village's center. Standing at the door was a robust man clad in a dignified attire, his presence exuding strength and warmth. Ah, you've arrived. And you've even brought a monkey. How very kind of you. The burly man exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Old Nya, quickly assist in welcoming our esteemed guest inside. It's time to feast. The man jovially took hold of Tang Sun's arm from the old man and began to lead him into the courtyard, leaving Tang Sun in a state of bewilderment. He wondered how this wealthy man knew of his arrival. However, before he could ponder this matter further, the burly man had already pulled him into the courtyard, where a large pot was steaming with boiling water. Beside it lay a freshly slaughtered pig. Sir, you are exceedingly gracious. Are you inviting me to partake in some pork? Tang Sun exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. No, young monk, you misunderstand. This pig was meant for my dinner, but since you have come, it shall remain for breakfast tomorrow. After all, nothing compares to the sweetness of human flesh. As he spoke, the wealthy man drew a butcher's knife from beneath a nearby chopping board, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth as he greedily fixed his gaze upon Tang Senator. Meanwhile, the old man who had brought them here was simultaneously assisting the wealthy man in closing the gate, casting a similarly sinister glance at Tang Sun and Sun Wukong. Do you intend to eat me? Tang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the muscular figure before him. He thought to himself, we haven't even begun our journey to the west, and already the monsters are knocking at my door, eager to feast upon Tang Sun's flesh. Aha, now you see. Isn't it a bit too late? The rotund wealthy man laughed heartily, and with his laughter, his body suddenly grew larger, transforming into a small giant, while his head morphed into that of a tiger. Ah, this is truly reminiscent of Journey to the West. Tang Sun's expression gradually calmed. His hands clasped together as a golden light enveloped him, his gaze serious as he fixed it upon the tiger demon, a serene countenance adorning his face. Die! The tiger demon swung the butcher's knife, aiming a powerful strike. Great might of the heavenly dragon! Tang Sun bellowed fiercely, launching a punch towards the tiger demon. Clang! Crack! The butcher's knife shattered upon contact with Tang Sun's fist, which remained unscathed, even as the golden light around him intensified. With a single strike, he sent the tiger demon flying. Behind him, Sun Wukong, who had been observing intently, felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. At the moment Tang Sun struck, he distinctly sensed boundless spiritual energy converging towards Tang Sun's body, creating a breeze propelled by this gathering force. It was this influx of spiritual energy that amplified Tang Sun's golden aura and strength, enabling him to send the tiger demon hurtling away. Great might of the heavenly dragon? Could this be an extraordinary power? Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with confusion. Impossible. Just a mere mortal. Meanwhile, the tiger demon, equally bewildered by Tang Sen's might, shook his head, struggling to rise. To him, Tang Sen appeared to be an ordinary human devoid of any celestial aura. How could he possibly have been struck with such force? But the next moment, as the tiger demon attempted to regain his footing to attack Tang Sun, he found that the young monk had inexplicably closed the distance between them. Supreme Law Spell! Tang Sen shouted again, delivering a kick directly to the tiger demon's head. Thud. The head of the tiger demon burst like a large watermelon under a powerful kick, leaving only its massive body convulsing as it collapsed to the ground. As a cloud of dark energy dispersed from the demon's form, a headless striped tiger materialized before Tang Senator No. My lord. Meanwhile, as the tiger demon met its demise, the old man who had lured them here began to emit swirling black vapors, his entire being seemingly evaporating and rapidly dissipating. What is this? Tang Sun gazed at the old man with a look of confusion. The tiger spirit. Sun Wukong chuckled as he approached the old man, flicking his hand to release a beam of golden light that struck the elder. Instantly, a glimmer of clarity flashed in the old man's struggling eyes, and a look of relief graced his face as he bowed to Tang Sun and Sun Wukong, before completely vanishing into the ether. Chapter 4. I became stronger, yet also bald. Upon hearing the words, Tang Sun immediately recalled the phrase to be a henchman for the tiger. In his previous life, this term was merely an adjective. But now, in this world of deities and demons, it had taken on a tangible form. Tang Sun sighed, turned around, and picked up the butcher's knife, striding towards the headless tiger. Huh. Sun Wukong was taken aback. What are you planning to do? Of course, I am going to eat. Tang Sun replied, puzzled. Haven't you had lunch or dinner yet? Aren't you hungry? Sun Wukong stared at him, bemused. This monk was indeed crazy. His actions defied all common sense. Wasn't he curious about how this tiger demon had brazenly become the village chief of Tiger Temple Village? Buzz. At that moment, a sudden golden light erupted from the tiger's head that Tang Sun had just kicked. An imposing old monk gradually materialized from the tiger's head. He immediately spotted Tang Sun, who was skinning the tiger with the butcher's knife. Who is this wild monk, daring to disturb the merits of my Huaxing temple? Huh? Tang Sun looked up, utterly bewildered. What do you mean by your merits? The old monk's expression darkened. Did you not see the insignia of my Huaxing temple on this tiger demon's head? This is a merit beast raised by my temple. You have no right to seize it without permission. What reason do you have for such actions? Merit beast? Tang Sun found the term rather perplexing. He heard Sun Wukong's mocking laughter from behind. Indeed, they raise it here to manage mortals and accumulate karma. It is akin to how humans raise pigs and sheep. Once the pigs and sheep are fattened, they can be slaughtered for meat. This tiger demon, having killed many here, accumulated a dense aura of karma. Hence, the monk comes to slay it, and thereby gain merit from the heavenly Tao. Understanding dawned upon Tang Sr. He turned his gaze towards the furious old monk floating in the sky and delivered a pointed remark. So, it's a matter of evil and heresy. As the saying goes, evil and heresy must be eradicated. I am a virtuous monk, a good man who has cultivated for 10 lifetimes. Witnessing such malevolence, I naturally must intervene. As he spoke, he had already approached the tiger demon's head, reaching in to retrieve a collar radiating golden light. This collar had been worn around the tiger demon's neck, and the old monk's apparition had emerged from this very object. Behind him, Sun Wukong could not help but display a hint of disdain upon seeing the collar. Without hesitation, Tang Sun cast the collar to the ground and stomped on it. Bang! The collar erupted in a brilliant golden light, causing Tang Sun's foot to tingle. Humph! An uncultured wild monk. This is the demon-binding collar bestowed by the Buddha's realm. Even celestial beings from above cannot destroy it. You! Bang! As soon as his words fell, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from Tang Sun, instantly overshadowing the golden glow of the collar. He lifted his foot once more and stomped down. Boom! It was as if the earth shook and mountains swayed, with a series of thunderous roars echoing around. The golden light emanating from the demon-suppressing collar exploded beneath Tang Sun's foot, scattering into a myriad of golden sparks. These golden rays entwined around Tang Sun, eventually being slowly absorbed into his body. Crack! Crack! After a quarter of an hour, Tang Sun finally opened his eyes slowly, stretching his limbs, causing a symphony of crisp cracks from his bones. Feeling the surge of power within him, Tang Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. The 9 turns mysterious art bestowed upon him by the system was truly magnificent. It could even absorb the energy of such an object, and after taking in this essence, his strength had doubled compared to before. I have grown stronger, Tang Sun murmured with fervor. Yet, he soon felt a tinge of melancholy as he touched his bald head. Alas, I have also become bald. Behind him, Sun Wukong, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, was overwhelmed with indescribable shock. To him, this monk appeared to be a monster. No matter how he scrutinized, he could not discern any cultivation from the monk, yet the peculiar golden light emanating from him was terrifyingly potent. Regardless of the opponent's strength, once subdued by that golden radiance, their fate was sealed to be obliterated. The most crucial aspect was that this golden light seemed capable of devouring all, enhancing his power. In the few hundred years he had roamed the 4 great continents, Sun Wukong had gained insights far beyond his former self. Yet he had never heard of such formidable powers existing in the world. Even the top-tier body refinement technique, the 8-9 mysterious art practiced by Erling Shun, paled in comparison. If a comparison were to be made, Sun Wukong felt that Tang Xin at this moment bore some resemblance to the long-extinct Witch clan. If only my soul fragment could cultivate such divine abilities. Sun Wukong couldn't help but lick his lips, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Monkey, do you know where Huaxing Temple is? At this moment, Tang Xin had returned, wielding a butcher's knife to deal with the corpse of the tiger demon. While turning his head to inquire, I know, it's precisely along the route to Chang'an, but do you truly wish to go? That is the territory of the Buddhist sect. Sun Wukong replied with a chuckle. Seems even the Buddhist sect has its traitors. As a disciple of the Buddhist sect, the future Buddha of merit, how could I stand idly by while these parasites tarnish the reputation of my sect? Tang Sun declared with resolute determination. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression turned peculiar once more. Monk, you might not have grasped my meaning. I was saying that Huaxing Temple is one of the 686 temples of the Buddhist sect in the southern continent, guarded by the Arhat's Dharma forms. The actions of the monks within are sanctioned, even suggested, by the Arhat's Dharma. Tang Xin's face then revealed a look of sudden realization. I thought that old monk could not be so arrogant. It turns out he is backing. Ah, indeed. As organizations expand and life improves, the thoughts of certain individuals become corrupted. As the second disciple of the Buddha and the future helmsman of the Buddhist order, I bear both the responsibility and the obligation to unearth the rotten apples within this organization. As for that so-called Arhat, I am eager to discern his true identity and see if it can rival that of the second disciple of the Buddha. Upon hearing Tang Sun proclaim himself as the future leader of the Buddhist order, Sun Wukong nearly burst into laughter. Not only is this fellow not even a golden cicada, but even if he were, he could never ascend to such a position. Currently, the Buddha of the Buddhist order is the Tathagata, while the future Buddha is Maitreya, and the past Buddha is the ancient Buddha of Lamp. No matter how one arranges it, the golden cicada has no place in this hierarchy. However, he refrained from further comment, genuinely intrigued to discover the limits of this young monk. After all, since being ambushed by the Tathagata in the West, he has undergone countless reincarnations and training sessions without ever regaining his peak strength. Indeed, he has not even reached half of his former power. The sycophants of the Buddhist order possess an uncanny ability to sniff him out for reasons unknown. Yet, this encounter with Tang Sun has piqued his interest. He realizes that Tang Sun might represent a variable, and aligning himself with him could yield unexpected rewards. Moreover, a mere Huaxing Temple and a single Arhat manifestation are trifles for Sun Wukong. By the time they arrive at Huaxing Temple, he should have regained considerable strength. Even if Tang Sun ultimately proves unable to contend with the adversary, Sun Wukong possesses the capability to manage the situation and avert the attention of the Buddhas of Lingshan. Chapter 5. Tang Sun, a person who will change the world as the village chief of Tiger Temple Village. Tang Sun found the residence of the tiger demon to be quite expansive, while a large pot simmered with tiger bone soup. He took the opportunity to explore the premises and discovered several granaries filled to the brim with grains. In one granary, he noticed that the millet was on the verge of spoiling. This sight reminded him of the emaciated villagers he had encountered earlier, some of whom were even seen consuming roots and tree bark. Truly, the heartlessness was apparent. Without hesitation, Tang Sun pried open the granary and began to summon the villagers. Do not hold back. Take as much as you can, he declared, gesturing for the villagers to help themselves. Upon hearing his words, the villagers exchanged glances. their eyes glimmering with desire as they beheld the grains, yet none dared to step forward. As Tang Sen stood there, puzzled by their hesitation, a middle-aged man approached respectfully and asked, "Might I inquire, esteemed master, what became of the tiger demon?" "Naturally, I dispatched it with a single blow," Tang Sen replied, pointing towards the steaming pot nearby. Instantly, the faces of the villagers brightened with relief and gratitude toward Tang's senator. Almost simultaneously, they all knelt before him. "Thank you, esteemed master, for ridding us of the demon. We have nothing to offer in return, but we wish to create a golden statue in your honor, to worship and offer incense day and night." "Ah!" Tang's son was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. "No need, no need. It was merely a small effort. Hurry now and collect the grains," he said with a smile. However, upon hearing Tang Sen's reluctance to accept the golden statue, the villagers' expressions shifted to one of fear and anxiety. "What troubles them?" Tang's son inquired, turning to Sun Wukong beside him. "Hee. This area is close to the mountains, where demons and malevolent spirits abound. Without land or the protection of the city god, if you do not leave a golden statue to safeguard the villagers, any formidable demon that descends from the mountains could slaughter the entire village. After you depart, these villagers will either continue to live in fear, waiting for the day when a demon descends to feast upon them, or they will have to seek blessings from the temple, returning to their previous hardships. Do you think they can remain calm?" Tang Sen fell silent, deeply moved by Sun Wukong's words. For the first time, he grasped the harsh realities of life for ordinary people in this world of immortals and demons. Looking at the villagers before him, their eyes filled with hope as they gazed at him, Tang's son pursed his lips. "Understood. You may take the grains and this fat pig to share amongst yourselves. As for the matters concerning your village, I shall devise a suitable solution, rest assured." Tang Sen made a solemn promise. "Thank you, esteemed master. Your great kindness is beyond our means to repay. We can only pray for your well-being every day." In an instant, all the villagers present knelt before Tang's son, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. This time, Tang's son did not intervene. He merely observed in silence. Soon, he noticed something peculiar. A faint, ethereal white light began to ascend from the heads of the people, slowly converging towards him. What could this be? Tang's son, somewhat bewildered, grasped a wisp of the white light for closer inspection. It was incense, a manifestation of the gratitude from these common folk for the sustenance he had bestowed upon them. The voice of Sun Wukong echoed beside him, stirring Tang's son from his reverie. Incense. He drew the wisp closer, attuning himself to its essence. Indeed, he sensed within it the heartfelt appreciation of an elderly woman. May the immortal master's teachings flourish. May blessings and longevity abound. May the immortal master ascend to greater heights, attaining the ultimate truth. Attaining the ultimate truth? How could these commoners comprehend such a profound concept? A hint of confusion crossed Tang Sen's face as he released the wisp and reached for another, only to find the same two phrases contained within. What was going on? Had someone instructed them beforehand? An expression of disbelief spread across Tang Sen's countenance. Hee. I told you these people, much like that tiger demon, are domesticated. Their primary role is to cultivate crops during busy seasons and generate incense during their leisure. As for the prayers they utter while kneeling, they have certainly been taught. After all, only by instilling in them the knowledge of prayer can the potency of the incense they produce become pure. Today it is you who has come. But had the disciples of Huaxing Temple arrived, they would have performed the same acts as you, reaping not only the celestial merits produced by that tiger demon, but also these refined offerings of human incense. It is a case of two birds with one stone, maximizing the utilization of resources. Resources? When Tang Sen heard Sun Wukong utter this term with a sneer, an inexplicable sense of revulsion washed over him. This world of immortals and Buddhas was far more callous than the capitalists of his former life. In his mind, the world of Journey to the West was an orderly realm of deities and spirits, where land gods and city deities provided ample protection, leading him to believe that the lives of the common folk should be rather comfortable. Indeed, for those with great fortune, the possibility of transcending to immortality and eternal life seemed plausible. However, upon abruptly encountering the plight of the ordinary citizens in this realm, he suddenly realized that his previous notions might have been overly idealistic. Perhaps it was precisely because this was a world of immortals that the commoners had even less hope of rising above their station, unable even to express their grievances. The adage of my fate is dictated by me, not by heaven, whether one is a demon or a deity. I alone hold the power was likely a mere shout of a select few who were destined for greatness. The majority of the populace, it seemed, continued to live like the villagers of Tiger Temple, as insignificant as ants, existing like mere livestock, treated as resources, confined within this reality. Monkey. I believe humanity should not endure such a life. After the townsfolk had finished their reverent worship of Tang Sen and divided the plump pig, departing with gratitude, Tang Sen squatted before the large pot, gnawing on the meat of the tiger demon, and with a serious expression remarked, "Hey, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to change the world?" Sun Wukong grinned as he inquired. "Why not? I am the future heir of the Buddhist path, and I possess great strength," Tang Sun declared, swinging his arm and taking another fierce bite of the tiger demon's flesh. "You should focus on how to transform the village of Huamiao before you think about changing the world. If you cannot even alter the fate of this village, how can you aspire to change the world?" Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Tang Sun fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he flashed a grin and, taking Sun Wukong's hand, said, "Monkey, it seems you possess considerable knowledge. Why not offer me a suggestion?" Chapter 6. The Transmission of the Way by Sun Wukong. The refinement of the external avatar. There are indeed numerous ideas, but it hinges upon your courage and capability to execute them. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes glinted mischievously as he chuckled. "Just speak your mind." Tang Sun, realizing that this little monkey truly possessed a clever scheme, brightened up instantly, his face brimming with anticipation. "Do you see the incense offerings surrounding you? You might attempt to cultivate an external avatar from these offerings to safeguard the village of Tiger Temple. By absorbing the people's incense, you could nurture this avatar. And should any malevolent beings threaten the village, you could harness the power of the incense to command the avatar and vanquish these fiends. What do you think?" Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Tang Sun frowned. "If I do that, wouldn't I become the local deity of the village? How is this any different from the malevolent spirits residing in the Huaxing Temple?" However, Sun Wukong shook his head disapprovingly. To protect the common folk is to be their guardian deity. Those entities are merely parasitic, taking without giving back. You need not act like them. By nurturing the avatar with the people's incense, while simultaneously safeguarding their peace and prosperity, you can achieve a noble purpose. Tang Sun found a peculiar sense of logic in Sun Wukong's words, yet soon felt conflicted. "But the 9 transformations of mysterious skills that I cultivate only serve to strengthen my body and eliminate foes. They cannot absorb incense." Previously, he had attempted to utilize the 9 transformations to draw in the incense, but to his dismay, his internal energy showed no response and even seemed to reject the offerings. The 9 transformations of mysterious skills? Sun Wukong noted this name silently, yet wore a smile on his face as he replied, "I happen to know a divine method that cultivates an external avatar through incense. I could attempt to teach you, though I fear you may find it challenging to grasp quickly." "Monkey, you can even do that?" Tang Sun exclaimed in surprise as he received an ancient tome radiating a golden light from Sun Wukong. It bore the inscription, "The Great Method of Transformation into the Free Avatar." He refrained from questioning the origins of this tome, for in the realm of deities and Buddhas, who lacked some form of supernatural prowess. After spending the last few days in each other's company, Tang Sun was convinced that this monkey was no ordinary creature. The ability to conjure even a few items was hardly surprising in such a mystical world. "Very well, you continue with your studies. I shall take my leave to rest." Sun Wukong, noticing that Tang Sun had quickly immersed himself in learning, chuckled, stretched lazily, found a corner against the wall, and comfortably settled down for a nap. To be honest, he held little expectation for Tang Sun mastering this technique. This method was essentially a concoction of his own, integrating his understanding of external avatars with the Buddhist teachings he had gradually learned over the years. The prerequisite to mastering this technique was the ability to cultivate one's external avatar, a skill that he naturally possessed, and he would boldly claim to be the second best in the 3 realms at it, with no one daring to assert they were the best. Otherwise, he would not have survived 5 centuries under the relentless pursuit of the Buddhist order. Such a skill was not something that could be acquired at will. Time slipped by quietly, and in the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Early the next morning, Sun Wukong awoke with a yawn and performed a graceful leap from the ground. "Good morning." In the distance, Tang Sun was kindling a fire to prepare breakfast. Upon seeing Sun Wukong rise, he greeted him with a broad smile. The enormous tiger demon they had encountered the previous day had left behind half of its bounty, which would serve as their morning meal. "So, have you managed to grasp the mystical arts I imparted?" Sun Wukong inquired, a cheerful glint in his eyes. I've managed to catch a glimpse of the technique, though I wouldn't dare claim mastery, a voice replied from behind, startling Sun Wukong. He quickly turned to find another Tang Sun entering with a bundle of firewood. Goodness, is this your manifestation created with incense offerings? I had no inkling, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, I am number one, and this is number two. The Tang Sun tending to the fire chimed in with a smile. Just then, another Tang Sun emerged from the inner chamber, carrying a jar. Sun Wukong's mouth hung open in astonishment. Alas, this technique of external manifestation you bestowed upon me is exceedingly challenging. I practiced all night, and I can only manage to control 3 incarnations at once. Beyond that, my mind feels overwhelmed. Suddenly, another Tang Sun descended from a large tree in the courtyard, snapping his fingers. In an instant, the Tang Suns tending the fire, gathering firewood, and holding the wine jar vanished without a trace. Tang Sun extended his hand to catch the floating wine jar, opened the cork, and, with a gleam of joy in his eyes, declared, "It's wine. Splendid. This morning, we have both wine and meat. What a feast." Just as Tang Sun was about to inquire whether the monkey could drink, he turned to find Sun Wukong's expression had morphed into one of sheer ferocity, staring at him as if he had seen a ghost. "Monkey, what is the matter? Are you unwell again?" Tang Sun asked anxiously, placing the wine jar down. He remembered the monkey's previous erratic behavior on the mountain and feared a relapse. Suddenly, Sun Wukong burst into uproarious laughter, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. "Oh, heavens! After a millennium of struggle against you, I finally glimpse a glimmer of hope. Just you wait, ha ha ha." Tang Sun scratched his head, bewildered by the monkey's alternating tears and laughter. "Monk, come. While the townsfolk remain asleep, I shall take you to a place of significance." Sun Wukong abruptly ceased his laughter, fervently grasping Tang Sun's arm and leading him outside. Confused, Tang Sun followed as they arrived at the entrance of Tiger Temple Village. There stood a small temple enveloped in swirling incense, housing a majestic clay statue of the Arhat seated upon a fierce, striped tiger. This is the clay effigy of the tiger subduing Arhat among the 18 Arhats of Buddhism. It is the true protector of the Huaxing Temple, and the incense offerings in this village must have been gathered by him. Should you wish to transform the circumstances of Tiger Temple Village, then you must elevate its statue, allowing your incarnation to reside within, thus becoming the true guardian spirit of the village. In this manner, wherever you may roam, should malevolent beings dare to invade Tiger Temple Village, you would be able to sense their presence and, with the power of incense, command your avatar to vanquish them. However, you must ponder this carefully. The Buddha's disciple, the guardian of tigers, wields considerable influence within the Buddhist realm. By removing his statue, you essentially forge a connection with him, and this matter may not conclude favorably in the future. I, the illustrious reincarnation of the golden cicada, a virtuous soul who has cultivated for 10 lifetimes, the second disciple of the Buddha, and the future bodhisattva of sandalwood merit, fear him not. Tang Sun, with an air of disdain, stepped forward without hesitation and forcefully lifted the clay effigy of the guardian of tigers from the small temple, bringing it down with a resounding crash onto the ground. Chapter 7. Isn't the Great Liberation Incarnation always like this? Yet, before the manifestation could settle, the quick-witted Sun Wukong had already seized the clay effigy in his hands. No need to rush. Although this effigy is not an external incarnation, but merely a medium for the tiger subduing Arhat to receive offerings, it still carries a trace of karmic connection. If you were to shatter it, the entity would certainly sense it to some extent. Let us find a secure place to conceal it. After all, temples dedicated to the tiger subduing Arhat are as plentiful as the stars, and the loss or gain of a few offerings would go unnoticed by him. Moreover, his abilities are limited. I shall assist you in handling this matter, ensuring he remains oblivious for a lifetime. Haha. With a mischievous grin, Sun Wukong accompanied Tang Sun to a nearby dung pit behind the village, where he deftly tossed the effigy, which promptly sank into the muck. As dawn broke, Wang Danyo surmised that the immortal master who had stayed at the village chief's house last night must have awakened. He, along with several able-bodied villagers, respectfully knelt at the entrance. "Immortal master, have you arisen? Is there anything you require us to attend to?" He called several times, yet received no response from within. Since it was Wang Danyo who had conversed with Tang Sun the previous day, he mustered the courage to gently push open the slightly ajar door and peek inside. The interior was spotless, with the large iron pot used for stewing the village chief having been thoroughly cleaned and placed beside the hearth. In one corner, a neatly stacked pile of firewood had also appeared. Immortal Master, Wang Danyo, filled with hope, stepped into the courtyard and boldly called out once more. Unfortunately, silence met him still. The light of hope in his eyes dimmed gradually, and he lowered his gaze. He genuinely liked the Immortal Master from yesterday. He was no fool and could sense that this master was far kinder and friendlier than the abbot of Huaxing Temple or their former village chief. He had dreamt last night of the Immortal Master becoming their village chief, envisioning a future where they could finally eat their fill, even enjoying white flower buns during festivals. Alas, it was all but a dream. The Immortal Master had departed quietly, and it was likely that Huaxing Temple would soon send a new village chief, returning their lives to the way they had been. When able, they would toil relentlessly in the fields for the chief, only to become his sustenance when he grew frail or fell ill, numb and devoid of hope. "Are you calling for me?" Suddenly, a beam of morning light broke through the shade of the trees, slowly transforming into a faintly golden, ethereal figure. "That's right. I have just perfected the incarnation technique and am still getting accustomed to it. Please forgive me." The figure before him scratched its head, appearing a tad awkward. Clearly, it was the Immortal Master from yesterday, yet now exuding an air of sanctity that compelled one to bow in reverence. Thud. Wang Danyo could no longer suppress his emotions and knelt down. "Immortal Master, we thought you had left." Wang Danyo's eyes involuntarily reddened, and he bowed deeply to Tang Sen, expressing, "I wonder if the Immortal Master has any tasks that require our assistance. We are willing to risk our lives to fulfill your requests." Observing this humble villager, Tang's son pressed his lips together. He could discern that the villager wished for him to stay but lacked the courage to articulate it directly, instead opting to demonstrate their value in this manner. After a moment of contemplation, Tang's son broke into a smile and said, "Indeed, there are some matters for which I seek your help. Later, you may take some people to the small temple at the village's edge. I have installed my avatar there. Inform the villagers that on the 1st and 15th day of each month, they should light a stick of incense and conduct a small sacrificial ceremony. For the offerings, they may use the grain stored in the village chief's yard. After the ceremony, the offerings can be shared among everyone. As a token of gratitude, should any demons or monsters trouble the village in the future, you may call my name at that location or in this small courtyard, and I shall manifest to assist you." Wang Danyu stared in astonishment, his mouth agape as he looked at Tang's son before him. He understood the significance of this. It meant that the Immortal Master would indeed remain and become their village's guardian deity. The sudden wave of happiness left him momentarily bewildered, and he even thought it might be a dream. "Is there something troubling you?" Tang's son inquired with concern. "No. Rest assured, Immortal Master, I, Wang Danyu, thou to fulfill your instructions." Wang Danyu declared earnestly. "Excellent. You exhibit great spirit. Henceforth, you shall serve as the village chief of Huma Temple Village. If any insurmountable issues arise in the village, you may come here to seek my assistance." Tang Sen smiled at Wang Danyu, and his figure gradually transformed into sparkling golden light beneath the shade of the trees, disappearing from sight. "Come on, why are you suddenly dazed?" Sun Wukong urged. Observing Tang's son, who had come to a halt over 20 miles away in a forested area. "Oh right. I was just explaining to the villagers about the sacrificial offerings at the village chief's home," Tang Sen replied, regaining his composure. Sun Wukong grinned and scrutinized Tang Sen, cautiously asking, "Could it be that you truly performed a spirit retreat? I don't recall such an ability being included in the transcendent transformation technique I provided you. Is there not? Isn't the transformation of the great freedom like this? The true form can interchange with the avatar at any moment. The true form can transfer its injuries to the avatar, and the avatar can receive a flicker of true spirit light from the true form, rendering the avatar as the true form and vice versa. The avatar I left in Huma Temple Village is currently refining the incense offerings, thus I did not employ it, but instead allowed my true spirit to retreat and manifest briefly," Tang Sen explained with utmost seriousness. Sun Wukong fell into a contemplative silence. The external manifestation of another's self is an enigma, yet one's own external manifestation undoubtedly lacks such capabilities. Had he possessed such prowess, he would not have been subdued under the 5 Fingers Mountain by the Buddha for 5 centuries, unable to move. "Ahem, monk, how have you accomplished this? Might you share the secrets with me?" Sun Wukong, feeling slightly awkward, inquired, touching his nose. "Ah?" Tang Sen paused, perplexed. "The technique was imparted to you. Have you perhaps not practiced it?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face flushed with embarrassment. He recalled his time studying the 72 transformations in the somersault cloud under the Bodhi Patriarch, mastering them in a mere year, during which the Patriarch had lauded him as a once-in-a-million-year prodigy. Yet today, in the presence of Tang San, he realized that he resembled a mere jester, inferior even to a single hair of the monk. Chapter 8. The monk instantly recognizes you are not human. 3 days swiftly passed. Tang Sung and son Wukong galloped forth and finally arrived at the Huaxing Temple. Ba, I am but a humble monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty, journeying westward to seek the Buddha's teachings. I have come to request a meal at your esteemed temple. May I be granted this favor? At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. The resplendent Huaxing Temple, nestled amidst the mountains and forests, loomed majestically before them. Standing at the temple entrance, Tang Sing maintained a tranquil demeanor, hands clasped in reverence, speaking with neither arrogance nor deference. The gatekeeper, a portly monk, had been idly yawning when he heard Tang Sing's words. Unable to contain himself, he emitted a derisive laugh. The Tang dynasty has been gone for 500 years. Yet you still claim to be a monk from there. Moreover, you are clearly traveling east. Why do you speak such falsehoods about journeying west? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Sung retaliated with a punch. Ba, I can see at a glance that you are no ordinary being. You are a demon. Reveal your true form at once. As he spoke, Tang Sung had already leapt onto the portly monk's shoulders, swinging his fist towards the monk's head. On what grounds do you strike me? Bang! I bear you no grudge. Bang! With each desperate protest from the struggling monk, Tang Sung delivered another blow, quickly turning the monk's face into a mass of bruises. Bang! When the monk finally fell silent, Tang Sung unleashed another punch. This one was particularly forceful, causing a patch of skin to tear away from the monk's face. Surprised, Tang Sung lowered his gaze to inspect the damage. Today is the day my master holds his monthly sermon, and he has instructed me to refrain from anger and violence. I had intended to spare your life, yet you insisted on provoking me. Are you seeking your own demise? With a thunderous roar, the monk's robe suddenly exploded, revealing a massive black wild boar, towering with crimson eyes as its true form emerged. Taken aback, Tang Sung was knocked back several paces, only managing to halt his retreat after several steps. Indeed, he has transformed into a demon, Tang Sung exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. Not far off, perched atop a large tree, Sun Wukong was savoring a peach when he heard the commotion and expressed mild surprise. What? Did you not claim to recognize him as a non-human at first glance? I had no way of knowing, Tang Sung replied, feigning innocence. I was merely jesting. Who could have foreseen that this fellow was truly a demon? Look out! Sun Wukong chuckled, suddenly alerting him. Buzzing with energy, Tang Sung had already been attuned to the creature's movements. As it charged towards him, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, and he retaliated with a fist of his own. Boom! The wild boar was struck squarely in the forehead by Tang Sung's punch, this time with a force unlike any before. Tang Sung summoned the full extent of his 9 transformations, testing the limits of his strength. Crack! With a single, devastating strike, he shattered the 2 most formidable tusks of the wild boar charging towards him. Not only that, but the boar's massive body was sent hurtling back, crashing into the temple doors and reducing them to splinters. Crack! Crack! The black-skinned boar's armor-like hide fractured, revealing its glossy, corpulent form beneath. What a plump creature! Tang Sung's eyes brightened at the sight, and he could not help but swallow hard. The boar, which had just staggered to its feet amidst the ruins, stiffened upon hearing Tang Sung's appraisal. Casting a sidelong glance at the golden light surrounding Tang Sung, its severed tusks, and the shattered remnants of its precious armor, it wasted no time in turning to flee into the temple. Having cultivated for 3 centuries, the boar relied on 2 prized possessions: its tusks, which resembled formidable spears, honed daily to a sharpness exceeding that of many magical artifacts, and its black armor, crafted from spiritual mud unearthed a century prior in a black pine forest, rendering it nearly impervious to blades. It was through these 2 assets that it had garnered the favor of the Huaxing Temple, ultimately becoming a disciple. Yet now, those very symbols of pride had been obliterated in an instant by the person before it. Never had it encountered such an unyielding fist. The boar realized that should the monk strike again, its demise would be certain. Is it fleeing already? I have yet to even warm up. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Sung's face as he stepped towards the temple. Wait, monk, are you truly prepared to charge in there? Sun Wukong leapt down from a tree to inquire. Otherwise, what would you have me do? Tang Sun replied, puzzled. I mean, are you not afraid of encountering someone within the temple whom you cannot defeat? Sun Wukong asked. You do not understand. The 9 transformations profound art I cultivate is an invincible technique. One must harbor no fear of any adversary in their heart. Only then can one cultivate courage and advance fearlessly. Should doubt or hesitation creep in, the power of the 9 transformations will diminish significantly. I am merely acting in accordance with my true nature. At this moment, if I cannot eradicate the evil forces within Huasheng Temple, my thoughts shall remain unfulfilled. Thus, it is not that I wish to act recklessly. Rather, my technique compels me towards such boldness. Tang Sun sighed helplessly. Such a technique exists in this world? Sun Wukong scratched his head in disbelief. Though he had lived for a millennium or two, he felt acutely aware of his own lack of knowledge in Tang Sun's presence. This enigmatic monk seemed to possess unique insights into various techniques, mastering them with remarkable speed and innate talent. He had never encountered anyone like him before. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he grasped a significant truth. In the present moment, is Tang Sun not a reflection of my own self upon returning to Flower and Fruit Mountain after acquiring my skills? At that time, like Tang Sun, I sought but one thing, the clarity of thought. My tumultuous adventures in the Heavenly Palace, my aspirations for official titles, and my self-proclamation as the great sage equal to heaven, all stemmed from this very desire. However, since being imprisoned beneath the 5 Elements Mountain, an overwhelming burden of anxiety and concern has settled in my heart. In such dire straits, what is the purpose of overthinking? I might as well indulge in another raucous escapade with the monk. At this moment, a sudden clarity enveloped Sun Wukong, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. If you possess such ambition, then I shall accompany you on this journey. Observing the monkey before him, who appeared to have cast aside his heavy worries and now brimmed with vigor, Tang Sun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Alas, my greatest admiration lies with Brother Monkey. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider taking you as my disciple. Nevertheless, it matters not. Once I liberate Brother Monkey from the 5 Elements Mountain, I shall have him impart some skills to you. After all, as fellow simians, I believe he will take a liking to you. With a smile, Tang Sun patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. As Tang Sun strode confidently towards the Grand Huasing Temple, Sun Wukong tilted his head slightly. He grinned broadly but said nothing, simply following closely behind Tang Sun as they entered the magnificent temple together. Inside the temple's largest hall, more than 60 monks were gathered, attentively listening to an elderly monk elucidating the teachings of Buddhism. Do you know what the Dharma is? The monk's weathered voice resonated throughout the hall. Please, Master, enlighten us. The 60-odd monks bowed in unison. Desire not, possess not, forsake anger and rage. If you endure suffering in this life and sincerely worship our Buddha, in the next life, you shall enter the pure land of bliss, unending and everlasting, enjoying boundless delights. This is our Buddha's compassion. Fear not, be not afraid, vanquish demons and evil. In this world, wield the staff with fierce gaze to protect the 3 treasures. On the other shore, attain the true form of the Vajra protector, pure and unobstructed, clearing away immeasurable karmic obstacles. Thus, you shall witness the majesty of our Buddha. Do you comprehend? As the elderly monk's words resonated, a profound golden light began to emanate throughout the hall, enveloping all the monks below, their expressions becoming increasingly devout, and their hearts ever more tranquil. They found themselves in deeper agreement with the profound truths of the Dharma as articulated by the elder. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated from behind the assembly as a disheveled black boar burst through the entrance, tumbling to the ground. Noticing the elder monk's slightly furrowed brow, the boar quickly rolled over, transforming into human form, and urgently exclaimed, Master, trouble has arisen. A wild monk from who knows where has barged in. Chapter 9. Ruthless Destruction. The elderly monk at the forefront furrowed his brows even deeper upon hearing those words. For reasons unbeknownst to him, at that moment, he recalled the monk he had seen a few days ago at Tiger Temple Village, who had been revealed through the demon restraining ring. Could it possibly be that fellow? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure enveloped in golden light appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. Ah, it's you. What a coincidence. Tang Sun stepped into the hall, a grin spreading across his face. You dare to come to my Huasheng Temple, truly showing a lack of reverence for the Buddha. The elderly monk gazed at Tang Sun with astonishment, as if trying to discern the audacity of this wild monk who had emerged from nowhere. Just days prior, This man had shattered the demon-restraining ring bestowed by the Buddha in his presence, a grave matter that he had already reported to the Buddhist realm. Soon, they would send someone to investigate this individual. To his surprise, not only did the man not seek refuge to evade the Buddhist inquiry, but he brazenly arrived at Huashing Temple. This was undeniably too audacious. Amipa, as the saying goes, evildoers must be eradicated, since I know you have succumbed to darkness. As a future successor of the Buddhist teachings, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Tang Sen pressed his palms together, his expression solemn as he uttered a Buddhist chant. And what are you? A successor of the Buddha? The elderly monk's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Suddenly, he halted his mirth, fixing a piercing gaze upon Tang Sen, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes as he bellowed. What an arrogant, wild monk! You have already committed a grave offense by causing chaos in my Huashing Temple, and now you dare to impersonate a disciple of the Buddha. You truly are unaware of your own insignificance. For 500 years, no one has been as brazen as you. Disciples, it is time for you to showcase the wrath of the Buddha. With those words, the 60 monks who had been diligently contemplating the Dharma immediately turned their cold gazes upon Tang Sen. Moreover, as they did so, a surge of demonic energy erupted, transforming their heads into those of wolves, vermin, tigers, and leopards, various monstrous visages. I told you, this place is filled with evil spirits. It seems I have not come in vain. Tang Sen showed no sign of fear, the golden light surrounding him growing even more radiant and intense. Roar. A robust man with a tiger's head was the first to charge at Tang Sen. Boom. He was met with Tang Sen's formidable fist, infused with unmatched power. The tiger-headed brute's head was instantly obliterated, akin to the fate of the tiger in Tiger Temple Village. Yet, the surrounding monk demons showed no fear. They were enveloped in strands of Buddhist light, their eyes icy as they regarded Tang Sen as if he were already a corpse. Soon, another monk with a goat's head rushed forward, only to be seized by Tang Sen by the horns and slammed down to the ground with a thunderous crash. In an instant, the earth trembled, as if the entire grand hall was quaking. The goat-headed monk was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The third, fourth, fifth. A multitude of demon-headed monks surged forth, some clutching at his feet, others wrapping around his waist, rendering Tang Sen immobile. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Tang Sen, his form swelling against the wind, transforming him into a towering figure over 3 meters tall. With a mighty sweep of his hand, he crushed the 2 monks before him into a mush. Then, with a powerful twist of his waist, he flung the remaining monks away. Before they could even touch the ground, radiant golden punches shot forth from Tang Sen, enveloping the airborne demon-headed monks in a tempest of blood mist. How exhilarating. Bring it on. Tang Sen grinned with delight, this time not waiting for the remaining demon monks to charge. Instead, he charged toward them. Outside the grand hall, Sun Wukong peered through the door. Witnessing Tang Sen's unstoppable prowess, dispatching demons with ease as if slicing through vegetables, a smirk crept onto his face. He could sense that Tang Sen had grown significantly stronger since their encounter 3 days prior at the Tiger Temple. What manner of being is this monk? Is there truly such a monstrous talent in the world? Sun Wukong bared his teeth, a wave of confusion washing over him. Suddenly, his ears perked up at the sound of wind. He extended his hand to capture a breath of air, inhaling deeply, and shock flickered across his features. This was the spiritual wind composed of ethereal energy. Such winds typically signified a sudden disappearance of spiritual energy in the vicinity, indicating a temporary spiritual pressure at a specific location. Realizing this, Sun Wukong swiftly turned his gaze back to Tang Sen within the hall. He blinked, golden light flashing in his eyes, and beheld a massive vortex of spiritual energy swirling around Tang Sen, with the energy rushing eagerly into his body. Indeed, this fellow is devouring spiritual energy. Is he cultivating even while battling? Or can he enhance his cultivation through combat? Shock painted Sun Wukong's face. It is known that throughout history, only the extinct Panga bloodline and the shamanic tribes possessed such combat prowess. Even someone as naturally gifted as he could not achieve this feat. He had taken 3 years to ascend from a mere monkey to a Tai celestial immortal. Could it be that Tang Sen is of the shamanic lineage? Yet, no ordinary shaman would possess such exaggerated abilities. The resemblance he bore to the ancient texts describing the emergence of the shaman ancestor was uncanny. Sun Wukong murmured to himself, his heart brimming with astonishment. To be honest, he had lost count of how many times Tang Sun had astonished him over the past 2 days. This fellow seemed to bring forth new surprises almost daily. At long last, the final demon monk was obliterated by a single punch from Tang's senator. The golden radiance emanating from him intensified, becoming ever more resplendent and dazzling as he strode purposefully towards the old monk atop the high platform. With your demise, my pilgrimage shall be deemed complete, Tang Sun declared, bestowing upon the old monk a radiant smile. The corners of the old monk's mouth twitched involuntarily. Though he appeared composed, his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Cough, cough. As we are both disciples of the Buddha, born of the same essence, why must we? The old monk was about to utter a few words of supplication, but before he could finish, Tang Sun's golden-hued hand descended with tremendous force. Thud! To Tang Sun's astonishment, the old monk's cultivation was remarkably feeble, and he was instantly struck down by a single blow. Is that all? Tang Sun gazed at his own palm in bewilderment. He had anticipated a fierce and exhilarating battle, yet it seemed he had barely begun to warm up. Chapter 10. Could this person be the reincarnation of the world-honored one? Just then, outside the Grand Hall, Sun Wukong wore a grave expression as he raised his gaze towards the highest hall located behind Huaxing Temple. There, a majestic golden statue of a Luohan, seated with a fierce tiger at its feet, was enshrined. At the very moment when the old monk in the courtyard was struck dead by Tang Sun's hand, the Luohan statue suddenly came to life. Crack, crack. Golden powder began to fall from the statue, which had previously appeared lifeless and was entirely sculpted from gold. In the next instant, its eyes abruptly opened. Tang Sun, who had just dispatched everyone, seemed to sense something, and turned his head to look at the Luohan statue through the layers of halls. The awakened golden Luohan scanned the entire Huaxing Temple, quickly locking onto Tang Sr. It gently patted the tiger beneath it, which was also crafted from gold, causing a radiant light to flicker upon its form. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, only to reappear right before Tang's senator simultaneously. An exceedingly fierce aura began to rise from it, pressing down on Tang's senator, feeling the weight of this pressure. Tang Sun's golden aura began to shimmer more brilliantly. Did you kill my disciple? The Luohan statue inquired, gazing down at Tang Sun from its elevated position. It was I. What do you intend to do? Tang Sun slowly moved his limbs, his expression not one of fear, but rather brimming with anticipation. He recognized the figure of the Fuhu Luohan, one of the 18 Arhats guarding the Buddhist realm. He recalled from his readings of Journey to the West that this group of 18 Arhats could not withstand even a single strike from the peak period Monkey King. Now, facing merely the statue of Fuhu Luohan, and according to the Monkey King's assertions, this figure possessed roughly 1/10 of the original's power. Rounded off, it equated to about a single hair from the Monkey King. Tang Sun was eager to see just how much pressure this being, with power on par with a hair of the Monkey King, could exert upon him, and whether it could reveal the limits of his own strength. The Fuhu Luohan, observing Tang Sun enveloped in golden light and brimming with eagerness, narrowed its eyes slightly. The golden aura surrounding Tang Sun appeared increasingly familiar to the Luohan, evoking a sense of profound recognition. Little monk, I see that you have a connection with my Buddha. Would you be willing to become my disciple? If you agree to be my disciple, I shall overlook the matter of your slaying my disciple. The anticipated attack did not materialize. Instead, Tang Sun, after a prolonged wait, was met with the Fuhu Luohan's unexpected offer. Haha. Tang Sun couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Do you not know who I am? To be your disciple. Can you bear the consequences? The Fuhu Luohan, observing Tang Sun's demeanor, concluded he was not merely posturing. He extended his hand to perform a calculation to discern Tang Sun's background, but all he encountered was a realm of chaos. The rich golden aura surrounding Tang Sun was unmistakably the indestructible golden body technique of the Buddhist teachings. This path is one that only the world-honored one has achieved to great success. 22 years ago, the world-honored one foresaw the imminent calamity facing the Buddhist realm and entered the cycle of reincarnation in search of a means to overcome this great tribulation. The timing aligns perfectly with his current age. Could it be that this individual is a reincarnation of the world-honored one? The tiger subduing Arhot's heart was filled with uncertainty, and his countenance betrayed his indecision. Indeed, one who is guilty often exhibits signs of trepidation. Today, I shall rid our Buddha of this parasite. Tang Sun waited patiently, Yet the anticipated attack from the tiger-subduing Arhut never came. Growing impatient, he slightly bent his legs and suddenly leaped forward, launching himself at the Arhut. With a thunderous crash, the Arhut's golden form shattered into countless fragments beneath Tang Sen's fist. The explosion of Buddhist light caused Tang Sen to squint slightly. Once the radiance dissipated, the tiger-subduing Arhut had vanished. Along with the elderly monk and the corpses of the beast-headed monks scattered about the hall. Where have they gone? Tang Sen gazed around in confusion. They have departed. Sun Wukong chuckled as he emerged from the shadows, eyeing Tang Sen from head to toe. He had expected this young man to be overwhelmed by the golden figure of the Arhat. He had already prepared to intervene at a critical moment and discreetly lead him to safety. However, he did not anticipate that the Arhut would abandon this formidable manifestation. Seemingly wary of Tang's senator, could it be that this monk possesses some extraordinary backing? Sun Wukong pondered silently. Departed? Upon hearing this, Tang Sen's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. This indeed confirms that the individual has fallen. He has taken away the corpses of the beast-headed monks, clearly indicating his guilt. However, it matters not. I shall remember this debt. When I reach the Western Paradise, I will publicly expose his crimes, leaving him with no escape. With unwavering confidence, Tang Sen spoke. Meanwhile, within the great hero hall of the Western Paradise's great Thunder Sound Temple, a multitude of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were gathered, attentively listening to the teachings of the two eminent Buddhas seated at the forefront. At the entrance, the tiger-subduing Arhat felt a faint shimmer of golden light as he received the golden form that had returned from the Transformation Birth Temple, along with all the memories it brought back from that place. Upon noticing the rich golden light emanating from Tang Sen, the tiger-subduing Arhat's eyes snapped open, and the previously serene Buddha light surrounding him momentarily flickered. Tiger-subduing. What has transpired? At that moment, a voice quietly inquired within his mind. It was the dragon-subduing Arhat, who had been meditating with his eyes closed. The tiger-subduing Arhat glanced at the two radiant Buddhas above, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. The current state of the Buddhist realm is quite intricate, due to the impending calamity. The world-honored one has entered reincarnation in search of a solution to this impending disaster. The Buddhist realm finds itself leaderless for the time being. As the Tathagata relinquished his authority to the ancient Buddha, the light of the past, prior to entering the cycle of reincarnation. Within this sacred domain, the three principal Buddhas stand, the light of the past representing the bygone era, the Tathagata embodying the present moment, and Maitreya presaging the future. With the Tathagata departing from the lotus throne to embrace reincarnation, it was expected that Maitreya would ascend to prominence. However, it is instead the light of the past who has taken his place. This unexpected shift has stirred considerable upheaval within the Buddhist community. Presently, the two eminent figures delivering sermons are the light of the past and Maitreya. Their discourse, while ostensibly a teaching, is in fact a subtle contest of dharma, a struggle for supremacy. Should he claim to have discovered the reincarnated essence of the world-honored one, it is likely that both Buddhas would be displeased. Moreover, the creation of the Huaxing Temple was an act he undertook without the sanction of the Buddhist realm. If this were to be brought to light, he would undoubtedly become a target of collective ire. As his thoughts swirled, the tiger-subduing Arhat shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It was a disciple of mine from the southern Jianbu who, unbeknownst to me, committed some misdeeds. The essence of the law has been duly addressed, and there is no harm to the greater scheme. Maintain your focus. We must not allow the two Buddhas to perceive our distraction." The dragon-subduing Arhat, sensing the gravity of the situation, offered a solemn reminder. The tiger-subduing Arhat nodded slightly, suppressing thoughts of Tang Sen, and attentively observed the profound teachings unfolding between the two Buddhas. Chapter 11. Is it the city of Chang'an or the city of sinners? A month has swiftly passed. The 6 towns and 128 villages surrounding the Huaxing Temple have witnessed the complete eradication of all demons originating from the temple, thanks to Tang Sen's efforts. In these villages and towns, the guardian deity has transformed into a monk of strikingly handsome appearance. Gradually, a legend has begun to circulate among the neighboring settlements, recounting the tale of the mighty Buddha, who descended to the mortal realm to repay karmic debts from a previous life, vanquishing evil and defending peace. The mighty Buddha? Upon hearing the villagers refer to him in such a manner, Tang Sen could not help but smile broadly. Perhaps it was because he had dispatched those malevolent creatures with but a single punch. Regardless, the title had a certain grandeur to it. Monkey, what do you think about this? Once I journey to the West and fulfill my quest for scriptures, instead of being called the Buddha of sandalwood virtue, I might take on the title of the mighty King Buddha. After all, your name is the victorious fighting Buddha. Our titles would resonate as master and disciple. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong could not suppress a grin. Monk, do you still doubt my words from a few days ago? The Tang dynasty has indeed been annihilated for 500 years. Tang Sung has long since become a Buddha. What scriptures could you possibly seek? At that moment, Tang Sen's thought stirred, and a system panel materialized before him. Name, Tangsun World of Transmigration. Journey to the West Transmigration Target. Tang Xuanzong Main Quest. Please complete Tang Xuanzong's journey to the West to seek scriptures. Upon completion, you may return to Earth with your cultivation. Note, there exists a significant disparity in the flow of time between Earth and the journey to the West. Quest reminder, the host is currently en route to Chang'an. Please hasten to Chang'an to participate in the Water and Land Assembly. Completion will grant you a century of cultivation. Gazing at the system panel, Tang's son glanced again at the monkey before him. He felt that, compared to this occasionally erratic monkey, his system was far more trustworthy. Moreover, only upon fulfilling the main quest could he return home. His parents were still alive, and being their only child, he could only imagine the sorrow they would endure if he could not return. Now that the system had afforded him this opportunity, he was determined to attempt his return. Monkey, I believe your prolonged stay in the mountains has led to some mental disarray, Tang's son said earnestly. Sun Wukong, well then, it is but a day's journey to Chang'an. Whether it is the onset of the journey to the West or 500 years after its conclusion, we shall see. With that, Sun Wukong rose to his full height, eager to witness how Tang's son would respond when presented with the current state of Chang'an. As the day passed, the two hastened along their way and soon arrived at the grand gates of an imposing city. Chang'an has arrived, Sun Wukong exclaimed, turning to Tang's son with a smile. Monkey, are you jesting? This is evidently the city of sinners. Tangsun replied, exasperated, pointing at the plaque above the city gate. Once upon a time, the noble monk Xuanzang returned from his pilgrimage, intent on spreading the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism throughout the Tang dynasty. He envisioned a society where the people would venerate the Buddha daily and devoted half of his fortune to the cause. However, the citizens of the Tang were taken aback by the true nature of this so-called Mahayana doctrine, leading to a fierce backlash against Buddhism. Thus began a bitter conflict between the Buddhist sect and the Tang dynasty. Over the course of 2 decades, the Tang fell, and after the Buddhists conquered the entire realm, they sought to subdue the Tang people by renaming their most rebellious city, Chang'an, to Sinner City, branding all its inhabitants as sinners. In the heart of the city, the Buddha planted an iron tree and erected a stone statue, proclaiming that only when the iron tree blossomed and the stone statue spoke could the sins of the Tang people be absolved. Tangsun listened intently as Sun Wukong recounted the tragic fate of the Tang dynasty 5 centuries prior, a fierce fire of indignation igniting within him. Perhaps it was due to the existence of a Tang dynasty on Earth that he felt a profound connection to the one before him. An unwelcome aversion towards the Buddhist sect began to fester in his heart. He stepped forward, and as he crossed the threshold of Sinner City, the information on his system panel refreshed instantaneously. Name, Tangsun World of Transmigration. Journey to the West Transmigration Target. Tang Xuanzong Main Quest. Please assist Tang Xuanzong in his journey to the West to seek scriptures. Completion will allow you to return to Earth with enhanced abilities. Note, there exists a significant temporal disparity between Earth and the journey to the West world. Quest reminder, the host has arrived in Chang'an. Please hurry to the Water and Land Assembly. Participation will grant you a century of spiritual cultivation. Am I truly in Chang'an? Is this Sinner City indeed Chang'an? Tangsun stared incredulously at his system panel, feeling as though the heavens had collapsed around him. Is this malfunctioning system in disarray? If this is indeed the journey to the West 500 years later, then what use is this blasted system in my quest for scriptures? In that moment, Tang's son felt utterly bewildered. Yet, after a brief moment of confusion, a realization struck him. If the system still recognized this place as Chang'an and the task panel was still updating, could it be that retracing the steps of the legendary pilgrimage from 5 centuries ago might allow him to fulfill the system's quest and return to Earth? The thought ignited a spark of hope in Tangsun's eyes. He felt compelled to give it a try. What do you think? Shall we venture to the West in search of scriptures? Sun Wukong observed the shifting expressions on Tangsun's face and inquired with a grin. Amitba, monkey, You are overly attached. Though this place is outwardly Sinner's city, in my heart, it remains Chang'an. Look at the suffering endured by its people. As a monk of the Tang, how could I bear to watch them in anguish? Thus, I have resolved to journey to the west to seek scriptures and return to save the Tang. Is there anything amiss with this aspiration? Tang's son turned to Sun Wukong, wearing an expression of calm determination. Sun Wukong scratched his head, momentarily uncertain whether this monk was mad or merely naive. Amipa, may I boldly inquire if there is to be a water and land assembly in the city? I am a monk from Jingshan Temple, and I have come specifically to participate. Tang Xin clarified his thoughts and immediately sprang into action. He randomly selected a fortunate bystander from the roadside and approached with a benevolent expression, inquiring kindly. The passerby, upon seeing the monk, instinctively displayed a flicker of fear across his face. However, upon hearing the words water and land assembly, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He indicated that the destination lay at the end of this street. After speaking, the bystander turned and fled, disappearing from sight. Tang Sun and Sun Wukong were both taken aback. They had not anticipated that such an event as the water and land assembly truly existed within the city of sinners. Amipa, monkey, let us go and take a look. Tang Xin sensed the disdainful emotion in the bystander's eyes and intuitively understood that this so-called water and land assembly was likely not the one he had envisioned. Yet, it mattered little. For him, the mere existence of the water and land assembly in this city of sinners, Chang'an, was the most favorable outcome. Chapter 12. Tang Xin's Epiphany. The two individuals moved swiftly, soon arriving at the venue of the water and land assembly. As they approached, a plump, fair-skinned monk made his way towards Tang. Senator, the monk appraised Tang Xin from head to toe, noting his immaculate monk's robe, his piercing eyes that seemed to emit a faint golden glow, and the demon monkey following him, with a smile that brightened considerably. He realized he was in the presence of an enlightened master. He gestured respectfully towards Tang Xin and inquired, "May I ask from which forest this esteemed monk hails?" In response, Tang's son adopted a serious demeanor, clasped his hands together, and uttered a Buddhist chant. Amipa, I am a monk from the Jinshan Temple outside the city. My name is Xuanzang. Hearing of the water and land assembly currently held in the city, I have come to participate in pursuit of merit. Might I request a favor? Xuanzang. The monk's expression became somewhat peculiar, as he was well aware of the legendary monk by that name from 5 centuries ago. Anyone bold enough to adopt such a name would undoubtedly attract the karmic ties of the revered saint. It is known that the aforementioned monk has since become a Buddha in the Buddhist pantheon. To align oneself with the karma of a Buddha is either the act of a fool or someone emboldened by great confidence. However, the man before him hardly appeared foolish, prompting the plump monk to ponder deeply before ultimately leading Tang's son and his companion to the opulent second floor of the venue. Am I now considered a participant in the water and land assembly? Tang's son inquired once he settled into the lavishly adorned room. Indeed, your presence elevates our gathering to new heights, the monk exclaimed. Just as he was about to offer further compliments, a radiant golden light suddenly burst forth from Tang Sr. The ever-quiet Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, filled with astonishment as he stared at Tang's Senator Monkey. I have experienced a moment of enlightenment and require a period of cultivation. Please safeguard me, Tang Xin managed to convey before he promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, enveloped entirely by a sphere of golden light. Sun Wukong, the plump monk. The two exchanged bewildered glances, genuinely astonished by Tang Xin's rather flamboyant display. How can one simply declare enlightenment and plunge into it so abruptly? Yet, Tang's son felt no sense of surprise. Although his eyes were closed, he perceived a system panel before him. Name, Tang Xin Transcended World. Journey to the West Transcended Object. Tang Xuanzang Main Quest. Please assist Tang Xuanzang in his pilgrimage to the West to seek the Buddhist scriptures. Completion will allow you to return to Earth with enhanced cultivation. Note, there exists a significant temporal disparity between Earth and the journey to the West world. Task reminder. The host has successfully attended the water and land assembly hosted by Emperor Li Shimin, completing a stage of the quest and gaining a century of Tao cultivation. Next stage quest. Please demonstrate profound Buddhist teachings to liberate all malevolent spirits, souls, and individuals burdened with sin present at the water and land assembly. Note, temporarily acquiring the eye of sin and the light of salvation. The eye of sin allows one to perceive the transgressions of every being, while the light of salvation can aid in the transcendence of malevolent spirits, lost souls, and those burdened with sin. the greater the sins observed, the more celestial merits can be accrued upon their salvation. Upon completing this phase of the task, the eye of sin and the light of salvation will transform into a permanent system reward. It appears my previous strategy was indeed correct, though the system is malevolent. Its flaws only lead to formulaic tasks, providing me with opportunities to exploit. Who says that 500 years after the journey to the west, one cannot seek the scriptures again? I shall embark on another pilgrimage to the west. Tang Sun, feeling the surging magical power within him bestowed by the system's century of cultivation, slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the rotund monk before him. Enveloped in a shroud of karma, this is a manifestation of accumulated sins. This hefty monk is certainly unclean. Observing this scene, Tang Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. Master Gao, you have finally awoken. I have just received news that a new batch of merits has arrived at the venue. I sought an audience with our presiding master, who, upon learning of your recent enlightenment and breakthrough, praised you as a true enlightened monk and specifically instructed that the merits required for your cultivation shall be offered free of charge. Please, follow me. The rotund monk's face radiated humility, evidently awestruck by Tang Sun's sudden enlightenment, now surrounded by a halo of Buddhist light, and he grew increasingly obsequious. Tang Sun remained silent for a moment, having heard the distant cries of women, the shouts of men, and the crack of whips striking flesh. It seemed the merits spoken of by this hefty monk were not the same as those I had in mind. A flicker of understanding crossed Tang Sun's mind. Yet he chose to remain silent, following the rotund monk as he opened the door and stepped outside. The venue for the Water and Land Assembly was constructed with extraordinary opulence and grandeur, spanning 6 floors, each illuminated by a radiant light, exuding brilliance both day and night. However, in the central square of the first floor, there gathered a group of ragged and emaciated women. Simultaneously, an increasing number of women were being herded like ducks by a group of fierce and brutal monks. Any hesitation in their movements resulted in lashes from whips, and several women bore numerous welts upon their bodies. Witnessing this scene, Tang Sun's brows furrowed slightly. He lifted his gaze upward. At this moment, it appeared that every railing on the 6 floors was occupied by individuals, all clad in monks' robes, their faces benevolent and gentle. Yet, in Tang Sun's eyes, they were all equally ensnared by sin, resembling malevolent spirits. Particularly, an elderly monk on the highest level seemed to be enveloped in an almost impenetrable shroud of dark sin, rendering his features indistinct. The merits within this Water and Land Assembly are indeed abundant, Tang Sun murmured to himself. Ha, that is only natural. They are the sinners of the city, born into sin. Gao Da, as a revered monk, has transcended their plight, thereby acquiring boundless merit. The rotund monk cast an expression towards Tang Sun that was ineffable and elusive. It was evident that the monk's understanding of transcendence differed vastly from Tang Sun's interpretation. Noticing the perplexity etched on Tang Sun's face, the hefty monk mistakenly assumed he was dissatisfied with the appearance of the women before him. He hastily reassured, "Do not be deceived by their current disheveled state. It is merely a reflection of their uninitiated souls, untouched by the sacred teachings of the Buddha. Soon, our esteemed master will wield unparalleled power, bestowing blessings upon these women, allowing them to recognize their sinful identities and sincerely repent. After this transformation, they shall radiate with newfound grace, ready to serve Gao Da." Chapter 13. Tang Sun, am I to be wed? Oh, the plight of these unfortunate women. Alas, there is nothing I detest more than such scenes. At the railing of the 5th floor, a portly monk, likely weighing around 300 pounds, gazed down upon the women below with a look of sympathy. He casually tossed a handful of golden beans downwards. The golden beans struck the women, causing several to cry out in pain, with some even bleeding from the impact. Yet, the rotund monk remained oblivious to their distress. He noticed that the women not only ignored his generous offering, but also attempted to evade it, raising his brows in surprise. Why do they not pay homage to the gifts of the Buddha? A group of sinners, lacking sincerity in their veneration, do they harbor resentment instead? As his voice resonated, the wicked monks below seemed to receive a signal, abruptly raising their whips and beginning to lash out at the crowd with ferocity. Bow now, bow now. Those who enter the Water and Land Dharma Assembly and refuse to honor the Buddha shall perish. All of you bow. Most of the women, struck by the lashes, found their legs weakened and were compelled to kneel. However, among them was a girl of 17 or 18 who defiantly withstood the whip, refusing to kneel. Not only that, She suddenly bent down to pick up a piece of gold from the ground and hurled it at the hefty monk. Dog of a monk, I curse you to an unworthy death. She spat with venom. But alas, how much force could a mere girl of 17 possess? The gold could hardly reach the portly monk standing high on the 5th floor. There are always a few rebels. Alas, were it not for the compassion of the Buddha, your fate would have already been sealed. The monk's expression remained one of benevolence as he gently raised his hand and pressed downwards. In an instant, an overwhelming light of Buddha emanated throughout the building, descending upon the rebellious girl. Thud! With no chance of resistance, she collapsed to her knees. The force so great that it shattered 2 tiles beneath her. Amitabha, poor monk sees that you are destined to be with the Buddha. Today, I shall personally absolve you of your sins and guide you into our fold. The rotund monk intoned softly, lifting his hand, and in that moment, the girl kneeling on the ground was enveloped in the light of Buddha and began to ascend. Not so. Even in death, I shall never yield. Her eyes reddened, and in a sudden burst of desperation, she reached for the dagger hidden in her sleeve, intent on ending her own life. Yet, under the overwhelming light of Buddha, she found herself incapable of even that. The dagger halted just an inch from her neck, and she slowly withdrew it. Amitabha. Just as despair washed over her and her heart turned to ash, another resonant chant of Buddha echoed in her ears. Simultaneously, she felt a hand resting gently upon her shoulder. In that instant, the binding light of Buddha that had confined her vanished entirely. After saving the young girl, Tang Sun could not help but lift his gaze upwards. Each floor radiated with a brilliant light, yet amidst this luminous aura, towering figures of monks, shrouded in sin, stood like beasts poised to feast upon flesh. How ironic. Cloaked in their own transgressions, they were oblivious to their own plight, boldly claiming to absolve others of their sins. Truly a display of shamelessness. Tang Sun grinned coldly, bringing his palms together. A resonant hum filled the air as an equally resplendent light of merit emanated from him, instantly countering the descending radiance above while enveloping the entire 1st floor hall. In an instant, the once menacing monks, brandishing their whips, were engulfed by this brilliance, igniting as if they had encountered a raging inferno. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to mere piles of skeletons. Conversely, the women, bathed in this holy light, began to rejuvenate, their spirits lifted and their visages glowing. Master Gauda, we have gathered here for the Water and Land Dharma Assembly, sincerely inviting you to partake in the merits. Why repay kindness with malice by harming my disciples? What reason is there for this? The rotund monk on the 5th floor furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Amitabha, the monk harbors no ill intentions. It is merely the illuminating light of merit that dispels sin. The stout monk lamented, blame yourselves for your numerous wrongdoings. The weight of your sins is simply too great. Tang Sun tilted his head back, the light of merit intensifying, spreading towards the 2nd floor. Since you are so obstinately ignorant, do not blame me for taking action. He continued to expand the reach of his Buddhist teachings. Unable to contain himself any longer, the stout monk abruptly raised his hand, and in an instant, the entire 6-story building grew even more radiant, as countless beams of light pressed down upon Tang Sun on the 1st floor. He immediately felt the pressure. His own light was forcefully diminished by half. Simultaneously, all the women on the 1st floor, illuminated by the overwhelming radiance, underwent a transformation in their expressions, from gratitude to confusion, and ultimately to greed. It was as though Tang Sun had instantaneously morphed into an exquisite delicacy, prompting a frenzied rush towards him. Sun Wukong, who had remained motionless on the 2nd floor, observed this scene and reached out to grasp a wisp of the light, inhaling its essence. He could not help but smirk derisively. The filthiness of these bald donkeys from the Buddhist sect is truly repulsive in the center of the 1st floor. Tang Sun paid no heed to the women clawing at him, but instead focused on the dwindling light of merit around him, furrowing his brow. The light of merit seems rather inadequate, or perhaps my magical power and cultivation are insufficient. He slowly closed his eyes, turning inward to examine the vast sea of magical energy swirling within his dantian. The sea of magical energy was a realm birthed from the rewards of a century's worth of cultivation bestowed upon him by the system. This realm manifested the essence of his century-long endeavor. The foundation of the radiant light of the Dharma he wielded lay within this vast expanse of magical energy. The forces at play here were starkly distinct from those derived from his practice of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. In previous battles, he relied solely on the raw power of his corporeal form. Both his strength and the protective golden light enveloping him were manifestations of the vigor emanating from his physical body. Moreover, his physical prowess was augmented by the 9 transformations, which allowed him to continuously absorb the ambient spiritual energy from the environment, rendering it an inexhaustible source. Yet now, the magical energy residing in his dantian imparted an entirely different sensation. It was scant and excessively dispersed. The radiant light of the Dharma, conjured from such feeble energy, was naturally subdued. If only the magical energy within me could coalesce more solidly. A thought crossed Tang Sen's mind, reminiscent of the foundational and golden elixir techniques he had encountered in novels. With a flicker of inspiration, he endeavored to concentrate the vast sea of magical energy towards a central point. Boom. In the next instant, the ocean of magical energy within his dantian surged tumultuously. In a mere blink, the once boundless sea transformed into a resplendent, jewel-like figure, embodying an aura of solemnity. What? Have I bypassed the foundational stage and the golden elixir, directly achieving the embryonic stage? Tang Sun found himself momentarily astounded. Chapter 14. The confrontation of Buddha's light and the destruction of the law Amitabha. Monks, observe your surroundings. These individuals are sinners from the moment of their birth. The teachings of Buddhism speak of greed, hatred, and ignorance as the 3 poisons. These people embody all 3, and thus are destined to endure the 8-fold sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, the anguish of meeting the undesirable, the sorrow of parting from the beloved, the frustration of unfulfilled desires, and the overwhelming aggregates. This is their rightful due. Yet you have transgressed the precept of anger, taking lives indiscriminately. Now, standing among them, you too must bear the fruits of the 8-fold sufferings that rightfully belong to them. Such is the decree of fate. I urge you, monk, do not struggle. Lay down your weapon and repent for a new beginning. The rotund monk on the 5th floor observed with furrowed brows that the Buddha's light surrounding Tang Sen had not been immediately crushed. He quickly initiated a verbal assault. This was no mere empty rhetoric. In Buddhism, the cultivation of the heart is paramount. Once doubt seeps into one's beliefs, it manifests in the strength of their dharma. Furthermore, the 1st floor was already shrouded in lustful light. Should Tang Sen exhibit even the slightest crack in his mental state, he would swiftly fall under the monk's control. Alas, Tang Sen's resolve was as unyielding as iron. Moreover, having just cultivated his nascent soul, he was eager to test its potency. He had no intention of heeding this fool's barking, a cacophony of nonsense. Watch as I shatter your law. Tang Sen abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a torrent of mana refined 100-fold from within. The Buddha's light, which had been suppressed by the surrounding lustful energy, surged explosively, cascading from the 1st floor to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. On the 2nd floor, beside Sun Wukong, the monk who had welcomed Tang Sun and Sun Wukong was immediately engulfed in flames upon contact with this Buddha's light. He attempted to flee, but had only taken 2 steps before being reduced to a pile of bones. What a domineering display of power! Sun Wukong grinned to himself. He too was enveloped in the Buddha's light, but felt no harm. Rather, he experienced a mild sense of comfort, a languid sensation. Having traversed the 3 realms for over a millennium, from the heavens to the earth, from Nanjan Bujo to Shinyo Hujo, he considered himself well versed in the extraordinary. Yet, he had never encountered such peculiar Buddha's light. Furthermore, did it seem to him that this young man had made a breakthrough in his cultivation? Was it merely an illusion? He gazed down at Tang Sun, tilting his head in contemplation. Meanwhile, throughout the venue below the 4th floor, the anguished cries of the monks burdened with sins resonated in unison. In an instant, they were all consumed by the flames birthed from the Buddha's light. In the grand hall on the 1st floor, the Buddha's light swept over the women who had been manipulated by the lustful energy, striking Tang Sun with blows and kicks. In that moment, they awakened to their senses. Bewildered, they looked around, horrified to realize they had been clawing at Tang Sun, and they instinctively recoiled, clearly aware that their previous actions were not in alignment with their true intentions. Enough. At that moment, from the 6th floor above, the old monk, shrouded in sin, suddenly let out a powerful shout. As his voice resonated, the entire 6-story venue illuminated with countless golden Buddhist lights intertwining, ultimately converging upon the portly monk on the 5th floor. Originally corpulent, the monk's mass began to swell unexpectedly, his stature rising in tandem. In the blink of an eye, the once rotund monk transformed into a 3-meter-tall figure, enveloped in radiant golden light. The giant stomped down with great force, creating ripples of golden light that amplified his power several-fold, effectively countering Tang Sen's transcendent Buddhist light. My friend, I know not from whence you hail, nor why you choose to cause trouble in this humble city of sinners. However, 500 years ago, when the calamity of the journey to the west came to a close, the celestial beings reached an accord. This southern continent is a sacred ground for the teachings of Buddhism. Your actions threaten to disrupt this order. Out of respect for our shared identity as disciples of the Buddha, I wish to avoid conflict. If you withdraw now, I shall act as if nothing has occurred. What say you? Yet, Tang's son erupted into a hearty laugh. It is precisely because I am a disciple of the Buddha that I cannot abide your sinful presence. Speaking of rules and agreements from your lofty perch means nothing to me. Regardless, today I shall cleanse you, the disgrace of the Buddhist order, and restore peace to Chang'an City. Unfazed, Tang's son continued his onslaught, immediately joining his palms to recite the rebirth incantation. This spell, inherent to the transcendent Buddhist light, would exponentially enhance its potency when invoked together. Indeed, as Tang's son chanted, the transcendent light flared with intensity, advancing toward the 5th floor, enveloping it. You disregard my counsel. You court death. The giant monk's expression twisted into a snarl upon witnessing this, and with a furious roar, he leapt from the 5th floor, aiming a punch at Tang Senator Ha. You seek your own demise. Sun Wukong on the 2nd floor sneered at this spectacle. Having witnessed Tang Sen's formidable skill, he knew that the monk's attempt to engage in close combat was sheer folly. As the giant approached, Tang's son, who moments before had been reciting his incantation with compassion, suddenly unleashed a powerful grip around the monk's neck and delivered a thunderous punch. With a resounding crash, the giant was sent crashing back to the 5th floor. His protective light shattered, reverting him to his original 300-plus pound form, gasping for breath as his vitality waned. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who had been observing the spectacle from the 2nd floor, suddenly shifted his gaze. A glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes as he discerned that the old monk, who had been standing on the 6th floor, was now merely an illusion. The monk's true form was swiftly retreating. Ah, so you choose to flee now? Rather belated, wouldn't you say? In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before the old monk. Return whence you came. Sun Wukong jestingly winked at the monk, then delivered a swift kick. Ah! The old monk let out a harrowing scream, his speed surpassing that of his earlier escape. As he was sent hurtling back to the feet of Tang Senator in that fleeting moment, the radiant light of the Buddha enveloped the space, and an even more anguished cry echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 15. Tang's Son. Where am I to find Guanyin Bodhisattva? Name: Tang's Son. World of Transmigration. Journey to the West. Transmigration target: Tang Xuanzang. Main quest: please assist Tang Xuanzang in his pilgrimage to the Western Paradise to seek scriptures. Upon completion, you may return to Earth with your cultivated powers. Note: there exists a significant disparity in the flow of time between Earth and the journey to the West world. Quest progress. The host demonstrated profound Buddhist teachings at the Water and Land Assembly, liberating numerous individuals burdened with sins, garnering admiration from many disciples of Buddhism, and receiving accolades from Emperor Li Shimin. Phase quest complete. Acquired the Eye of Sin and the Radiance of Salvation. Next phase quest: please locate Guanyin Bodhisattva in the city of Chang'an to officially commence the main quest of seeking scriptures from the West. Upon completion, you will receive the Resplendent Kasaya and the Nine-Ringed Scepter. Note: the Resplendent Kasaya inherently possesses protective Buddhist light, rendering the wearer impervious to demonic harm, weather, and immune to most mental-based spiritual damage. The Nine-Ringed Scepter can dispel evil, extinguish souls, and avert calamities. Wielding it in battles against demons will significantly enhance damage dealt. Within the assembly, Tang Sen swiftly purified all individuals burdened with sins. Upon the completion of the last individual's liberation, the system panel before him refreshed immediately, revealing the next phase of the quest. Tang's son glanced at the progress of the task, then surveyed the corpses of the monks strewn across the ground, and could not help but break into a grin. He was now quite certain that his system was utterly incompetent. After nearly annihilating all the monks at the Water and Land Assembly, it proclaimed that he had gained the admiration of numerous Buddhist disciples and even the praise of Li Shimin. What nonsense! 5 centuries have passed. Li Shimin's ashes have likely been scattered by now. However, Tang Sen soon furrowed his brow again, as the next phase of the task instructed him to seek Guanyin Bodhisattva. Where on earth was he supposed to find her? Was he truly expected to journey to Mount Putuwa in the South Sea? But did Guanyin Bodhisattva know him? After all, he was not the reincarnation of the golden cicada. Furthermore, the system insisted that he search for Guanyin Bodhisattva within the city of Chang'an. Truly, this was an utterly incompetent system. Tang Sun could not help but grimace. Monk, now that you have participated in the Water and Land Assembly, where do you intend to go next? Are you still planning to seek scriptures from the West? Sun Wukong approached with a grin, teasing him. Initially at a loss for what to do, Tang Sun, upon seeing the monkey mock him, immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating earnestly, naturally, I must find Guanyin Bodhisattva in Chang'an and receive the resplendent Kasaya in the nine-ringed scepter from her, thus officially commencing my journey to seek scriptures from the West. Monk, are you certain you are not jesting? This is the city of sinners. Where is Chang'an? Moreover, Guanyin Bodhisattva is cultivating at Mount Putuwa in the South Sea. How could she possibly be here? I see you have truly lost your wits, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Are you all seeking Guanyin Bodhisattva? At that moment, a voice echoed behind the two. Tang Sun turned to see the defiant girl he had rescued from the corpulent monk earlier. While he had been engaged in a battle of wits with the monks present, most of the ragged women who had just been driven in had vanished without a trace. Only this girl remained. Tang Sun had previously assumed she was injured. I know how to find Guanyin Bodhisattva. Do you need assistance? The girl inquired, noticing their silence. In Chang'an? Tang Sun asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Yes. The girl affirmed with a resolute nod. There is a Guanyin temple near my home. It is truly miraculous. When I was hungry as a child, I would go to the temple to pray to Guanyin, and I always received something to eat. If you are looking for Guanyin Bodhisattva, you should simply go to her temple. That's a good point. Tang Sun's eyes brightened, his mind suddenly clear. He thought to himself that regardless of whether it would be effective or if Guanyin would respond to him, it was worth a try. After all, his system was somewhat inept, and perhaps it would indeed be of help. Besides, there were no other viable options at the moment. In this city of sinners, where the gods do not respond and the Buddhas do not exist, what miraculous power can Guanyin possibly have? Moreover, how could Guanyin possibly be bothered with the hunger of a child? She must have better things to do. Sun Wukong could not help but chuckle derisively to himself. However, seeing Tang Sun's eager enthusiasm, he refrained from voicing his objections, leisurely trailing behind the two. He was curious to see just how far this monk would go in his folly. Master, I heard you mention that this place is called Chang'an. When was that? On the way, Ling Kaier could not hold back her curiosity and boldly asked Tang's senator, although she had harbored a deep hatred for monks. She felt no animosity towards Tang Sun, for she understood that he was entirely different from those who chanted Amitabha while engaging in deceitful acts behind closed doors. 500 years ago, back then, this place was called the Great Tang, and Chang'an was the capital of the Great Tang, a powerful nation that instilled fear in the surrounding barbarian tribes and malevolent creatures. Tang Sun explained to her. Really? The girl's eyes shimmered with hope, clearly captivated by Tang Sun's description of the Great Tang. Actually, I only learned about it from books. I do not know what it was truly like 500 years ago, Tang Sun admitted, shaking his head. Behind him, Sun Wukong listened to their conversation, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossing his eyes. He had seen the Great Tang for himself during his years of training in the human society of the Southern Jianbu. He had stayed there for over a decade, fully aware of what it was like back then. Yet, alas, as he thought of this, he lowered his head, a trace of melancholy flickering in his gaze. Only after comprehending the true essence of this world did he realize the profound darkness and overwhelming despair that permeated it. In this realm, all beings are akin to mere ants, each individual merely sustenance for a select few who dwell atop the hierarchy. No one is exempt from this fate, not even he, the self-proclaimed great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Upon this reflection, Sun Wukong couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. At that moment, a girl's voice suddenly rang out ahead. Sun Wukong, upon hearing it, lifted his gaze to look forward. Before him stood a dilapidated little temple, within which was an idol of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Despite the temple's ruin, a faint aura of incense lingered within. Sun Wukong blinked, his pupils shimmering with golden light, and immediately discerned the hidden truth behind the idol. It turned out to be a cat demon that had attained spiritual essence, attaching itself to the statue of Guanyin, thus becoming a wild deity. Chapter 16. The Kuan Yin Bodhisattva with a lowly voice. Greetings, Bodhisattva. I, Tang Xuanzong, humbly bow before you. Upon witnessing the rampant sins and malevolent beings within the city of Chang'an, I have resolved to journey to the west in search of scriptures, hoping to liberate the countless souls of my southern Jianbu province. I earnestly beseech the Bodhisattva to fulfill my wish. With hands clasped in reverence, Tang Xin stood before the statue of Kuan Yin, articulating his aspirations to embark on a pilgrimage for enlightenment. Alas, the statue remained utterly motionless, devoid of any response. Since you do not speak, I shall presume you have granted my request, Tang Xin declared with earnestness, noticing the statue's silence. Behind him, Sun Wukong, amused, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing these words. The statue had long since lost its divine essence, or else it would not have been usurped by a cat demon. It was indeed absurd to expect a reply. Tang Sun was well aware that Kuan Yin could not respond to him. His primary intention was to elicit a reaction from his seemingly inept system. Regrettably, after waiting for a considerable time, the task progress on the panel remained unchanged. Is this not feasible? Could it be that my system has suddenly become competent? He pondered, though he dismissed the notion. The system was unchanged. The issue likely lay with the statue itself. Frowning slightly, he approached the statue of Kuan Yin step by step. Although he lacked Sun Wukong's keen insight, he had practiced the transformation of great freedom taught by Wukong, allowing him to perceive the spiritual energy emanating from the statue. He sought to uncover the mystery surrounding it. The aura of this individual is quite formidable. If I do not respond, will he not destroy my statue? Yet, why does he seek to travel to the west? What concern is it of mine? Though I am referred to as a bodhisattva, I truly do not know the way to the west. As Tang Sun drew nearer to the statue, the cat demon hidden within grew increasingly anxious. Having gained sentience merely 2 decades prior, she had lived a carefree existence in the temple, occasionally granting the wishes of children. Never had she encountered someone as intimidating as Tang Senator as he approached. Desperation compelled her to communicate telepathically. Do not come any closer. I shall grant your wish. Tang Sun halted in his tracks. Who is speaking? Is it Kuan Yin? He inquired. It is I. You wish to journey to the west for scriptures, do you not? You should hurry along, she urged. However, I do not know the way to the west. Perhaps you should inquire with others. Hearing the sweet, youthful voice resonating within his mind, Tang Xin's expression transformed in delight. The Kuan Yin Bodhisattva with a lowly voice. Is this for real? Ding dong. At that moment, the system within his mind finally responded. The task on the system panel instantaneously refreshed. Name, Tang Xin World of Transmigration. Journey to the West Transmigration Target, Tang Xuanzang. Main quest. Please complete the journey of Tang Xuanzang to the Western Paradise to seek the Buddhist scriptures, and upon completion, he may return to Earth with enhanced cultivation. Note, there exists a significant discrepancy in the flow of time between Earth and the world of Journey to the West. Quest progress. The host has found Guanyin Bodhisattva and gained her favor, officially commencing the quest for the scriptures. Phase 1 of the task is complete, yielding a splendid cassock and a 9-ringed staff. Next phase of the quest. Please proceed to Wuxing Mountain to rescue Sun Wukong from beneath it and successfully take him as a disciple to attain a millennium of spiritual merit. Accomplished. Haha. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Tang Xin's face radiated joy as he bowed deeply before the statue. To him, the authenticity of Guanyin Bodhisattva no longer mattered. He had received his rewards and was about to depart from this center. No, it should be Chang'an City, to officially embark on his journey to the west. No need for thanks. I am just glad to assist you, exclaimed the youthful voice of Guanyin Bodhisattva, her face adorned with delight. Clearly, Tang Sun's decision to no longer pressure her brought her joy as well. As Tang Sun listened to the melodious voice, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. He found himself intrigued by the youthful Guanyin. Nevertheless, what truly captivated him were the 2 treasures he had just acquired. With a mere thought, the 9-ringed staff manifested in his hand, while a golden light appeared from nowhere and gently enveloped him, transforming into the splendid cassock. How dazzling! How blinding! A voice of astonishment rang out behind him. Ba, well done, well done. Tang Sun turned to gaze at Sun Wukong, who stood with his mouth agape and eyes wide, appearing utterly bewildered. Haha, isn't it magnificent? Tang Sun proudly showcased the resplendent cassock, embedded with numerous jewels that sparkled brilliantly. Wearing it at night would render him a living beacon of light. However, donning such a flamboyant garment felt somewhat ostentatious. It would be wiser to adopt a more modest appearance. With another thought, the radiant brilliance of the cassock gradually dimmed. reverting to the coarse hemp garments Tang San had worn before. Yet, despite the absence of the flamboyant effects, the inherent qualities of the cassock remained unchanged. Monkey, having gained the Bodhisattva's favor, I shall now formally journey to the Western Paradise to seek the scriptures. Our first destination is Wuxing Mountain. Will you accompany me on this adventure? Tang San said, patting the monkey's shoulder with a smile. You are heading to Wuxing Mountain? Do you know where it is? Sun Wukong blinked, an odd expression crossing his face. I actually do not know the way, Tang San admitted, only to see the monkey's face light up with a grin. You know? Sun Wukong thought to himself, of course, I know. We came from there. However, he did not respond to Tang San immediately. Instead, with a twinkle in his eye, he smiled and said, of course I am aware. But I would be willing to lead you there under one condition. When we arrive at Five Elements Mountain, you must agree to one thing. How does that sound? No problem. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall spare no effort, Tang San declared, patting his chest with determination. Master, are you about to depart? At that moment, Ling Kaier, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, suddenly spoke up. Amipa, indeed. The time has come for me to take my leave. Kaier, I am grateful to you for guiding me to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Do you have any requests for my assistance? Tang San inquired earnestly. Please, Master, accept Kaier as your disciple and impart to her the celestial arts. Kaier aspires to grow stronger, to transform this city of sinners into the Chang'an you spoke of before, and to restore the glory of the Tang dynasty. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Kaier knelt before Tang San, bowing 3 times with such force that it left a red mark on her forehead. Chapter 17. In this world, mortals cannot cultivate. Tang San gazed at the resolute Ling Kaier before him, feeling a stir within his heart. He had expected Ling Kaier to ask for his assistance in eliminating the monks of the sinful city. After all, although he had vanquished those vile monks during the Water and Land Assembly, the capital of Chang'an was not devoid of such malevolent beings. Employing his sinister eye, he surveyed the distance and distinctly perceived that the city harbored many more individuals steeped in sin, with certain areas exhibiting even greater malevolence than those encountered at the assembly. Notably, most of these places were temples. He had initially resolved that if Ling Kaier sought his help, he would extend his stay to cleanse the truly sinful individuals within the sinful city before departing. However, to his surprise, Ling Kaier did not intend to request his intervention. Instead, she aspired to learn the ways of immortality herself and undertake this task, even harboring ambitions to rebuild the Tang dynasty. Setting aside the feasibility of such an endeavor, her aspirations were indeed in harmony with Tang San's own inclinations. Recognizing her determination, he felt compelled to acquiesce to her wishes. Yet, the question lingered, what methods of cultivation should he impart to her? Tang San decided to sit cross-legged in the dilapidated temple, his brow furrowing in contemplation. His foundational technique, the 9 transformations of mysterious power, had been directly imparted to him by the system, infused with the seed of divine power that had merged with his being. This singular seed had summoned a torrent of spiritual energy from all directions, greatly enhancing his physical capabilities. Consequently, his subsequent cultivation had progressed effortlessly. However, regarding the 9 transformations of mysterious power, he only possessed the ability to cultivate it himself and lacked the knowledge to instruct others, particularly someone as uninitiated as Ling Kaier. While he could teach his monkey companions technique, the great transformation of the boundless avatar, it was a divine method requiring an exceptionally high threshold, unsuitable for an ordinary girl like Ling Kaier, who lacked any foundational skills. As for the sinister eye and the Buddha's light of deliverance, these were not cultivation methods, but rather techniques of divine art. At that moment, as Tang San was lost in thought, Sun Wukong could no longer suppress a derisive chuckle. Stop pondering. Ordinary mortals cannot cultivate. His words caused both Tang San and the eagerly anticipating Ling Kaier to pause in surprise. Tang San furrowed his brow further. Why not? Among the monks I defeated at the Water and Land Assembly were those possessing magical powers. Sun Wukong's smirk deepened at this remark. Those were no ordinary individuals. They were masters and arhats who emerged from the pure land of ultimate bliss. The Buddhist faith embraces a multitude of followers, and some of the most devout among them, upon death, do not enter the cycle of reincarnation but instead transition into the Pure Land, where they receive the baptism of Buddhist teachings and are reborn as powerful masters and arhats. Their power is not inherently their own, but rather borrowed from the Pure Land of bliss. Their true essence resides within this realm, under the dominion of the celestial Buddhas. These deities, with but a mere thought, could bring about their complete demise. However, as long as the pure land of bliss remains intact, they are immortal and indestructible. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen's expression darkened. Does this imply that I have not entirely vanquished them? Sun Wukong nodded, as if it were a matter of course. Indeed, they have merely returned to the pure land of bliss. Should the Buddhist sect choose to expend their incense offerings, they could swiftly resurrect. Otherwise, do you think it is so easy to extinguish the city of sinners? Everything here reflects the will of the Buddhist sect. As long as you cannot dismantle the great Thundersound Temple or shatter the Pure Land, you may only provide them with a temporary respite. Once you depart, this city will revert to its former state of sin. Tang Sun fell silent upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Ling Kaier, who had been listening to their conversation, was also overtaken by a flicker of despair. Is there truly no way for mortals in this world to cultivate? Tang Sun inquired. Sun Wukong chuckled. Of course, there are ways. Among ordinary people, some fortunate souls are born with innate spiritual bodies. If such individuals are born in the Eastern Victory Divine State and are fortunate enough to join a sect of the Tao, they may cultivate. Most of the heavenly soldiers in the celestial court have ascended through such innate spiritual cultivation. Moreover, it is said that in the Eastern Victory Divine State, there exists a method that utilizes heavenly materials and earthly treasures to transform ordinary mortals into acquired spiritual bodies, allowing them to cultivate as well. However, I have heard that this method comes at a great cost, and it is a secret of the Tao. I do not possess such knowledge. Certainly, the four great continents are vast and boundless, and many seek ways for mortals to break free from their shackles. 200 years ago, I witnessed a town in the western Borneo state, where the inhabitants exchanged their heads for those of demons, forcibly transforming themselves into unique acquired spiritual bodies, thus enabling them to cultivate. Yet, this transformation carries a drawback. They gradually lose their rationality as humans. Nevertheless, they have devised a method to supplement their human brains, thereby slowing the decline of their sanity. Hee, little monk, do you not find this quite intriguing? Ling Kaier felt a chill run through her at the monkey's words. And Tang Sun could not help but shake his head. This is nothing but the path of evil. What is intriguing about it? In short, it is exceedingly difficult for mortals to cultivate. Little girl, I advise you not to be overly ambitious. While the little monk is still here, follow him and leave this city of sinners. Go out and find a village or town to live a good life. Do not think of anything else, Sun Wukong advised. No. Ling Kaier resolutely shook her head. My parents and younger brother are in the city of sinners. I cannot escape, nor will I. If I truly cannot learn the immortal arts, then I shall cultivate martial skills and strengthen my body. No matter what, I will fight alongside those monks to the very end. Haha. Sun Wukong shook his head upon hearing this, falling silent. To contend with the Buddhist sect? Even he could not accomplish that, let alone a mere mortal girl. However, he did not continue to speak further. Instead, he leisurely leaned against the door frame, reclining and gazing up at the sky. The four heavenly kings. How long will it take you to find me, old son? He murmured to himself, squinting his eyes. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated temple, Tang Sun had closed his eyes, turning his focus inward to the Dantian. There, the nascent soul he had fortuitously condensed previously sat cross-legged, exuding an aura of solemn majesty. Waves of formidable magical energy emanated from this diminutive nascent soul, connecting to every fiber of Tang Sen's being. Since this world lacks a path for mortals to cultivate, he resolved to attempt to devise a method of cultivation on his own. After all, he had effortlessly condensed the spiritual energy within his Dantian into a nascent soul. Perhaps he could reverse engineer the techniques for forming a golden elixir and establishing a foundation based on the novels he had read in his past life, and even explore methods for altering his constitution and refining spiritual energy. Let us give it a try. With determination, Tang Sun immediately commenced his experimentation. As he began to meditate with closed eyes, waves of magical energy promptly manifested around him, gradually expanding outward and enveloping the entire dilapidated temple. The magical aura encased Ling Kaier, who sat opposite him, Sun Wukong at the doorway, and even a black cat secretly observing Tang Sun from behind the statue of Guanyin. Chapter 18. Enlightenment and the Origin of the Cat Demon. The first to react was Sun Wukong. His face was filled with astonishment as he turned to gaze at Tang Senator. Has he attained enlightenment once more? And now he wishes to draw me into this epiphany? I am quite curious to see what revelations he will uncover this time. A hint of intrigue danced across Sun Wukong's features as he immediately settled into a cross-legged position, not resisting Tang Sen's surge of spiritual energy, but rather allowing his mind to immerse itself within it. Ling Kai'er and the black cat hidden behind the statue were equally unresponsive, their entire consciousness ensnared and drawn into Tang Sen's realm of enlightenment. Where's this place? When Ling Kai'er regained her senses, she found herself standing upon an expansive, magnificent sea. The ocean stretched infinitely, seemingly boundless, and the air was refreshingly pure. A single breath invigorated her spirit, lifting her as if she were floating. This must be that fellow sea of Qi. I did not expect him to tread not merely the path of corporeal sanctification, but also to cultivate the methods of a Qi practitioner. Sun Wukong's voice, tinged with surprise, echoed from behind her. A Qi practitioner? Is it a method of cultivation? Ling Kai'er inquired, astonished. Although Sun Wukong held little regard for Ling Kai's ambitious dream of reconstructing the Tang dynasty, he admired her audacity to resist. He smiled and explained. This is a term from the Taoist tradition. Qi practitioners are quite common in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. I mentioned before that it is the only place where an ordinary person with an innate spiritual body can cultivate and even attain immortality. There, if a mortal successfully cultivates, they are referred to as a Qi practitioner. Oh, Ling Kai'er's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. So, the master is indeed a Qi practitioner. If I am an innate spiritual body, does that not mean I could follow the master in cultivation? Hee, little girl, I know what you are thinking, but I advise you to relinquish such hopes. I have seen that you are not an innate spiritual body. Sun Wukong's words shattered Ling Kai'er's fantasies in an instant. Oh, Ling Kai'er lowered her head, somewhat disheartened. Relax your mind. Suddenly, a voice resonated within Ling Kai'er's consciousness, and in the next moment, Tang Sun appeared before her. This place was Tang Sen's domain of enlightenment, a realm that was both real and illusory. Here, Tang Sun was nearly omniscient. As long as one could not escape the confines of his magical influence, they were at his mercy. Ling Kai'er was initially startled by Tang Sen's sudden appearance, but once she regained her composure, she hurriedly complied. Tang Sun extended his hand and gently tapped her forehead. A stream of pure spiritual energy surged into Ling Kai'er's body, swiftly coursing through her limbs and bones. However, the moment Tang Sun raised his hand, that spiritual energy dissipated in an instant, spilling forth from her pores. The method of Qi cultivation, it seems, still cannot be manifested. What, after all, is the difference between an innate spiritual body and an ordinary person? Tang Sun murmured to himself, immersed in a state of enlightenment. His ability to deduce the Taoist arts accelerating exponentially compared to his usual pace. Yet, he found himself unable to formulate a method of refining Qi suitable for ordinary practitioners, which left him somewhat disheartened. It was noteworthy that he had recently managed to reverse engineer the Golden Core technique and the foundational practices of Tao cultivation. But he had not anticipated being stymied by the most rudimentary and essential method of Qi refinement. Ling Kai'er, as an ordinary person, possessed a physique akin to a funnel, incapable of retaining spiritual Qi. Even when someone like Tang Sun forcefully infused Qi into her body, it would dissipate the moment his control lapsed. Without the prolonged immersion and baptism of spiritual Qi, one could not unlock the sea of Qi and embark on the path of cultivation. Furthermore, ordinary individuals not only failed to perceive the existence of spiritual Qi, but were also entirely incapable of retaining it within their bodies. Was this the very reason why ordinary people could not cultivate? Suddenly, a cat's meow, tinged with curiosity, broke the silence. Ling Kai'er looked down to discover a black cat had appeared by her side. Oh, where did you come from? She exclaimed with delight, crouching down to embrace the feline. However, the black cat's fur bristled with alarm, and with a swift leap, it darted away. Ah, so you are the one with the lowly voice, the Guanyin Bodhisattva? At that moment, a large hand emerged from behind the black cat, capturing it effortlessly. Let me go? Help. The black cat struggled vigorously to escape the confines of Tang Sun's grasp. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions, Tang Sun assured, gently touching the cat's forehead, infusing it with a wisp of pure incense energy. At present, utilizing the transformation into the Great Freedom Incarnation technique, Tang Sun had become the guardian deity of several villages. And in terms of incense energy, he was far wealthier than this black cat. Mew. The black cat let out a contented sigh, its struggles noticeably diminishing. For the black cat, incense energy was akin to cat food, and Tang Sun's offering was like nourishment, allowing the cat to sense his goodwill. She was no ordinary black cat. Observing the feline in his grasp, Tang Sen's eyes sparkled with insight. His spiritual perception, heightened to an extraordinary degree during his moment of enlightenment, quickly revealed the cat's unique attributes. With a thought, he once again tapped the cat's forehead. This time not only infusing it with incense energy, but also establishing a connection with its consciousness to explore its memories. Soon, within Tang Sen's mind, the image of a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, emerged. Snow fell heavily from the sky as the girl, clad in tattered clothing, curled up in a corner of the street. Unbeknownst to her, she perished from the cold. Yet for some unknown reason, her spirit did not dissipate. Instead, it drifted into the dilapidated temple, which, devoid of deities, contained scattered offerings. For a spirit, such offerings were a substantial boon. The soul of the little girl became attached to the statue of Guanyin in the dilapidated temple, sustained by the incense that preserved her essence. One fateful day, an old cat perished within the temple, and the girl's spirit then enveloped the feline, transforming into a unique cat demon. From that moment on, the Guanyin statue began to manifest, unexpectedly providing sustenance to children of her own size. Ah, so that is how it is. Tang Sun withdrew his hand and released the black cat. Meow. The black cat darted away, but, due to the offerings of incense from Tang Sun, did not venture far, merely observing from the sidelines. It is said in the mortal realm that black cats possess 9 lives. However, the truth is that there are no such 9-lived cats. Rather, they are vessels for wandering souls, like when the black cat died just as a lonely spirit happened to be nearby, thus inhabiting its body, creating the illusion of revival. Yet, in essence, the original spirit has been replaced. The black cat is no longer a cat. Sun Wukong approached, reflecting thoughtfully. If that is the case, does it not imply that Yi has been revived through the body of the black cat, perhaps even embarking on a path of cultivation? Tang Sun remarked earnestly. The little girl's name is Yi. Upon hearing her name called by Tang Sun, Yi was momentarily taken aback, feeling that he appeared somehow more endearing. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Well, if you put it that way, it does make sense. However, her transformation from human to demon has resulted in a considerably slow enhancement of her intelligence. Sun Wukong scratched his head and mused. If a human soul can cultivate within a cat's body, then why can't a human body and soul do the same? Could it be that the issue lies within the physical form? Tang Sun suddenly turned to Ling Kai, speaking to himself. Chapter 19. The Shackles of Mortality. Tang Sun once again placed a finger upon Ling Kai's brow. He delved into her being, time and again, relying on the power of enlightenment. At last, he discovered the truth. Abruptly, Tang Sun opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his visage. It appeared that a slender thread had severed the connection between her body and soul. Thus, for me, as long as I can find a suitable method to repair this thread for Ling Kai, I shall have no difficulty. Tang Sun closed his eyes once more, sinking back into contemplation. At the entrance of the dilapidated temple, Sun Wukong opened his eyes wide. He gazed at Tang Sun, who was earnestly absorbed in his own enlightenment. His mouth agape in disbelief. What could he possibly be attempting? Is it conceivable that he intends to compile a method of cultivation accessible even to ordinary mortals? Can such a feat be accomplished by a mere human? Sun Wukong felt his worldview being irrevocably transformed once again by Tang's senator previously. The anomalies Tang Sun exhibited were merely a reflection of the extraordinary prowess of the Nine-Turns' mysterious art and his uncanny ability to learn swiftly, mastering numerous wondrous techniques. However, the capabilities he was now displaying had utterly surpassed Sun Wukong's comprehension. He was audaciously striving to accomplish something that only the sages of the Tao could achieve, to forge a path of cultivation for mortals. This was terrifying. If word of this were to spread, both the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court would surely conspire to eliminate him, seeking to obliterate his very essence. After all, this method was a closely guarded secret of the Tao, one of the foundational pillars that enabled the Tao to maintain its dominion over the 4 continents. Now, Tang Sun had stealthily extracted a brick from this very foundation. Success. After an entire hour had elapsed, Tang Sun finally reopened his eyes, brimming with vitality. His gaze swept around, swiftly honing in on the scattered bricks and stones beside the dilapidated temple. He selected a stone roughly the size of his palm and began to inscribe the characters of the cultivation method upon it, using his magical power and divine awareness. Before long, The stone was adorned with densely packed inscriptions, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Kair, this is the method I have created based on your physique. It encompasses 4 realms: the Qi refining realm, the foundation establishment realm, the core formation realm, and the nascent soul realm. However, for an ordinary person to attain the Qi refining realm, there exists a preliminary process of meditative attunement to the spiritual energy, which I shall refer to as the body-nourishing realm. As for the subsequent realms, I have yet to reach them myself, so I cannot devise them. I can only supplement them once I have made further progress in my cultivation. Nevertheless, even with just these 5 realms, it should suffice for you to cultivate for quite some time. Place this stone upon your brow and examine the method of the body-nourishing realm. This realm is chiefly intended to mend the slender thread that links your soul and body. I have named this connection the Divine Bridge. Your task now is to complete the Divine Bridge, and thus, you shall be capable of cultivating into a postnatal spiritual body. Do give it a try? Tang Sun asked eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. At this moment, Ling Kair was evidently more excited than Tang Sr. She gently accepted the stone from Tang Sen's hand and carefully pressed it against her forehead. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge regarding various cultivation techniques surged into her mind, and she swiftly comprehended the course of action she needed to take. With her 5 hearts directed toward the heavens, she concentrated her spirit, endeavoring to sense the ethereal energy that traversed the universe, guiding it to converge within her lower abdomen. Repeatedly, Ling Kair recited the essence of the nurturing technique, diligently entering a meditative state to attune herself to this energy. Was it not said that mortals could not perceive the spiritual energy? How did you allow her to detect its presence? Sun Wukong, standing nearby, inquired with a look of astonishment. She cannot perceive it, Tang Sun replied with a smile. However, the posture she assumes is, in fact, a miniature formation capable of gathering spiritual energy. Thus, even if she cannot sense it, the energy will still converge upon her lower abdomen. This energy will circulate through her body, slowly mending the fractured divine bridge within her. As long as she perseveres in her cultivation, one day she will be able to restore the divine bridge and sense the wandering spiritual energy of the cosmos. At that point, she will have compensated for her deficiencies, becoming a true postnatal spiritual body, capable of opening her energy sea and embarking on the path of cultivation. What is this formation? Sun Wukong, like an eager student, continued to probe. It is a gathering formation utilizing the body as a medium, Tang Sun explained. Just like her current posture with her 5 hearts directed toward the heavens. Could it be that there are no formations in this world? Tang Sun asked incredulously. The inspiration for this small gathering formation stemmed from a novel he had read in a previous life. He had initially approached it with a sense of experimentation, never expecting it to succeed. He could only express gratitude to those imaginative authors from his past, as they had provided him with boundless inspiration to realize the techniques and powers described in those stories in this life. Sun Wukong remarked, "Indeed, formations exist in this world. Yet having lived for over 1,000 years, I have never heard of one that utilizes the body as a formation. This is utterly absurd. How does this fellow's mind even work?" At that moment, Sun Wukong was genuinely impressed, for with his keen eyes, he could distinctly see the spiritual energy of the universe gently converging toward Ling Kair, continuously nourishing her body. This indicated that as long as Ling Kair maintained her dedication to cultivation, she could truly cultivate into a postnatal spiritual body. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow echoed behind Tang Senator He, and Sun Wukong turned to see the black cat that had previously appeared during his contemplation, timidly hiding behind the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva, watching him. "I nearly forgot about you. Do you wish to learn my techniques as well?" Tang Sun approached and picked up the black cat with a smile. The cat nodded eagerly, sensing that this was a significant opportunity she did not wish to miss. Tang Sun nodded thoughtfully and reached out to gently touch the black cat's forehead, initiating a thorough examination of its form. Although the black cat had absorbed incense and could be considered a nascent deity, it lacked the divine techniques and affiliations with either the celestial court or the Buddhist sect, rendering it merely a wild god. Such untamed deities are not recognized by the celestial court or the Buddhist realm. If discovered, their fate would be nothing short of obliteration. Therefore, to establish itself in this world, it could not rely solely on the absorption of incense for divine cultivation. Opting to practice the technique devised by Tang Sun was undoubtedly a wise decision. Tang Sun, generous in spirit, quickly sought out a stone and made slight modifications to the technique previously given to Ling Kaier, adapting it to better suit the black cat's cultivation needs, and presented it to her. Meow. The black cat accepted the stone, swallowed it whole, and immediately began to affectionately lick Tang Sen's palm. Chapter 20. Sun Wukong Monk. Sun Wukong wished to learn this technique. He exclaimed, clearing his throat. Little monk, is it true that even a cat demon can cultivate this method? Sun Wukong inquired casually. This is a universal technique. Regardless of whether one is human or demon, as long as the body and soul are intact, it can be cultivated. Tang Sun replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a stir of interest and smiled as he asked, "Have you given any thought to what this technique shall be named?" Tang Sun had not considered this question until prompted by Sun Wukong, leading him to ponder deeply. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he cheerfully suggested, "How about calling it the Primordial Sutra?" Sun Wukong repeated the 3 words, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. Does it hold any special meaning? None. It simply exudes grandeur. Tang Sun grinned. Well, I too wish to experiment with your Primordial Sutra. Would that be permissible? Sun Wukong asked, slightly bashful. When he first sprang forth from the stone, he was a naturally gifted stone monkey, requiring no cultivation of any technique. During those carefree days, he simply indulged in the pleasures of life, frolicking with his monkey brethren while his strength grew effortlessly. Later, he ventured overseas in search of immortals, eventually encountering his first master, Patriarch Bodhi. For a decade at Mount Fonsuan, he spent the initial 7 years performing menial tasks. Only in the last 3 did Patriarch Bodhi impart to him the secrets of longevity. It was during these 3 transformative years that he made significant strides, leaping across numerous thresholds to become a Tai celestial immortal. Yet, throughout this period, his primary focus was on mastering the 72 transformations in the somersault cloud. He had never engaged in any particular technique, not perceiving it as an issue. Before his confinement beneath the 5 Elements Mountain, it seemed there was no one he could not defeat, whether in heaven or on earth. Subsequently, as he journeyed westward with Tang Sun to acquire the scriptures, he remained under the strict scrutiny of the Buddhist sect, tasked with protecting the old monk from being devoured by demons, leaving him little time or energy to explore such matters. It was only after achieving a state of completion, when he was suddenly suppressed by the Buddha at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, extinguishing his true spirit and initiating a 500-year-long escape, that he recognized the significance of techniques. In those years, he had long sought a worthy method to elevate his strength, contemplating various approaches. Regrettably, as he was perpetually on the run like a stray dog, and in a world where various techniques and traditions were exceedingly rare, he had no means to acquire them. Now, witnessing Tang Sen's creation of the Primordial Sutra, a technique accessible to mortals, he felt compelled to give it a try. After all, while his current form, forged from magical energy, possessed some characteristics of his original body and could quickly attain formidable strength and certain supernatural abilities, it was not without significant flaws. Most critically, its potential was severely limited. As the 4 heavenly kings have articulated, without reclaiming one's innate essence, solely relying on innate talent for cultivation will forever prevent one from returning to their peak state. Intuition guided him to recognize the necessity of the Wushi Jing to solidify his foundation from the very beginning. There is no good or bad in this. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Come, sit beside me. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Sun beckoned to the little monkey. Setting aside the assistance the monkey had provided him recently, the teachings of the transformation of the Great Freedom were exceedingly useful. He had no intention of being stingy, especially since he had authored the Wushi Jing, which he deemed not particularly precious. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy. Having navigated the realms for over 1,000 years, apart from the 2 techniques imparted by his master Bodhi and some methods for self-cultivation, he had never acquired any other skills. He was acutely aware of the immense value of orderly transmitted techniques, especially martial arts, within this world. Thus, witnessing Tang Sen's willingness to teach filled him with gratitude. Relax your mind and do not resist. Tang Sen, as before, gently tapped Sun Wukong's forehead with a finger, guiding him into a state of enlightenment once more. Observing how effortlessly Tang Sun entered this state of realization, akin to quenching one's thirst, Sun Wukong felt a profound numbness. While others might only experience such enlightenment once in a lifetime, this individual could summon it at will, ending it just as effortlessly. What a prodigious talent he is! In comparison, Sun Wukong felt woefully inadequate. However, his reverie was interrupted when Tang Sun suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Sun Wukong with a hint of confusion. Monkey, do you have any enemies? Sun Wukong, initially filled with anticipation, felt a jolt at these words. Master. What do you mean? There is a small ring embedded in your spirit. I sense it resembles the demon-suppressing ring I shattered earlier, though it has yet to be activated. What? Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He finally understood why he had been so easily located by the four heavenly kings every time he cultivated for a certain duration. It turned out there was a lingering remnant from the Buddhist sect within his spirit. Despite having examined it countless times, he had never discovered it. He had thought that abandoning his physical form would free him from the golden hoop's constraints, yet he remained ensnared. Contemplating this, a fierce expression crossed Sun Wukong's face. Here it is. Do you want me to help you destroy it? Tang Sun casually reached out and effortlessly extracted a small ring resembling a ring from Sun Wukong's forehead. This little ring buzzed incessantly in Tang Sun's fingers, attempting to escape back into Sun Wukong's spirit, but it was firmly suppressed by the golden light emanating from Tang Sun's 9 turns mysterious art. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible to destroy it? He inquired incredulously. In the past, he had endured immense suffering due to this very entity. Could Tang Sun truly assist him in eliminating it? With remarkable simplicity, Tang Sun suddenly exerted force with his 2 fingers, which appeared to illuminate as if a miniature sun had ignited between them. The small ring within seemed to sense the pressure and began to resist violently. Yet, under the inexhaustible golden light emanating from Tang Sun, it ultimately shattered with a resounding pop, scattering into countless specks of golden light. Tang Sun then opened his mouth wide and drew in all of these radiant fragments into his belly. Tang Sun smacked his lips and broke into a grin. He had not anticipated that this little object would be quite formidable. However, the taste was delightful. Meanwhile, in the distant western Bull Heaven, amidst the continuous stretch of temples on the back mountains of the Spirit Mountain, within an unassuming little shrine, at the very moment Tang Sun crushed the small ring, a solemnly majestic monkey, radiating a profound aura of Buddhist light, suddenly opened his eyes. Above his head, a golden circlet materialized abruptly. Crack! At that instant, the golden circlet bore an exceedingly fine crack. Chapter 21. The monkey teaches a skill of celestial palm. Master, are you truly leaving? In the dilapidated temple, Tang Sun and Sun Wukong readied themselves for the journey ahead, embarking on their westward expedition. Ling Kai wore a bittersweet expression. Aware that Tang Sun did not belong here and would eventually depart, she simply did not anticipate it would happen so soon. Meow, the black cat, sensing Tang Sun's imminent departure, leaped from behind a statue, tugging gently at Tang Sun's pants in a display of reluctance. Chuckling softly, Tang Sun bent down to embrace the black cat, affectionately stroking its head. Although he had not formally accepted Ling Kai as his disciple, he indulged her desire to call him as such. At that moment, he looked at the pair of them, smiling. Yi has spent 2 days breaking through to the Qi Sea, officially entering the refining Qi stage. Kai, although you took a bit longer, 5 days is commendable. As I mentioned before, once both of you have established your Qi Seas and stepped into the refining Qi realm, affirming the validity of my Wushi Jing, I shall commence my journey westward. The time has indeed come for our parting. I hope that when we meet again, you will both have made significant progress in your cultivation and be on the path to immortality. Tang Sun handed the black cat to Ling Kai, his expression turning serious as he instructed. Kai, there are still many Buddhist monks and arhats in the city of sinners. You are merely at the beginning of your cultivation and are not yet their match, so exercise caution. Yes, master, I will remember. Ling Kai accepted the black cat, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded repeatedly. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated asking Tang Sun to take her with him. She yearned to witness the landscapes beyond the city of sinners and discover the wonders of the world. Moreover, accompanying Tang Sun would undoubtedly enhance her own path of cultivation. However, she swiftly extinguished that thought. Despite the allure of the outside world, the city of sinners needed her. She resolved to stay and confront the monks to the very end. Master, if others wish to practice the Wushi Jing in the future, may I pass it on to them? Ling Kai suddenly inquired. Tang Sun chuckled at her question. He retrieved a meticulously carved stone of inheritance from his sleeve, saying with a smile, You and I are of one mind. However, The version you are cultivating is tailored to your physique, while this stone contains the universal edition. Should someone pass your test and prove worthy, feel free to impart it to them. With this matter addressed, Tang Sun, having resolved all affairs, did not linger. He turned alongside Sun Wukong and departed. I will transform the city of sinners into Chang'an and restore the Tang dynasty. Ling Kaier's resolute promise echoed behind them. Haha. I await that day. Tang Sun waved goodbye to the duo at the temple entrance, gradually disappearing around the corner of the street. Their pace was swift, and in the blink of an eye, they had traversed 2 or 3 miles. However, it did not take long for Tang Sun to notice an exceedingly peculiar phenomenon. The streets today seemed unusually tranquil. Although typically devoid of many pedestrians, it appeared as if every soul had vanished entirely, leaving not a single person in sight. Monkey, do you sense something amiss? Tang Sun inquired, furrowing his brow. Haha, you've only just realized? Sun Wukong replied, stretching his limbs with a grin that revealed a hint of malice. Did you think we could easily escape from the city of sinners? The bald monks have long set up an elaborate trap, eagerly awaiting our approach. As soon as he spoke, the streets and buildings around them rapidly faded from view, transforming their surroundings into an endless expanse of desolate desert. At the horizon of this barren land, a temple soared into the clouds, radiating an infinite aura of Buddhist light. Amipa, esteemed guests, do you intend to leave after unjustly slaying my Buddhist monks and arhats, and desecrating our sacred water and land ceremonies? A resonant voice echoed from within the grand temple. In the next instant, a monk, enveloped in golden light, appeared before Tang Sun and Sun Wukong with seemingly slow yet swift steps. Esteemed guests, since you have intertwined your fates with my Buddhist sect, you shall remain within this 10,000 Buddhist formation, repenting daily to cleanse your sins. The monk spoke with serene composure. 10,000 Buddhist formation? Tang Sun's eyes brightened as he surveyed the array. Soon, he shook his head in sudden realization. Countless vengeful spirits swirl about. This is not a 10,000 Buddhist formation, but rather a soul banner of the demonic path, is it not? Haha, spot on. Little monk, your naming skills are impressive. I too believe this should be aptly termed a soul banner. Sun Wukong chuckled. Impudent. A nameless wild monk and a rogue monkey dare to critique the treasures of my Buddhist sect? Another thunderous voice boomed. In the sky, towering figures of arhats, each 3 to 4 meters tall, began to materialize. As they appeared, more and more monks emerged from all directions, surrounding Tang Sun and Sun Wukong. These figures, cloaked in golden Buddhist light, wore grotesque expressions, gazing at Tang Sun and his companion with a mixture of greed and cruelty, their numbers seemingly endless. However, through Tang Sun's discerning eyes, it was clear that these were no true monks, but rather malevolent spirits taking form. The towering monks in the sky, though appearing human, were also shrouded in sin, resembling evil spirits more than mere hungry ghosts. Monkey, to what level have you cultivated the Wushu Sutra? Tang Sun asked while stretching his limbs. Haha, just established my foundation yesterday, almost there. Sun Wukong replied, a proud expression gracing his face. Tang Sun nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reflection, it is undeniable that this monkey possesses an extraordinary talent. Despite both Ling Kaier and the Black Cat having only recently begun their journey into the realm of refining energy after 5 days of cultivation, he has already transcended this stage and established a solid foundation for his path. Excellent. Tang Sun nodded appreciatively and, settling into a cross-legged position upon the ground, declared, in my recent days of meditation within the dilapidated temple, I have gleaned some insights and devised a unique palm technique, which I have named the Relai Divine Palm. Today, as fate would have it, with wicked monks aplenty and malevolent spirits rampant, I shall demonstrate this technique for you. Pay close attention and learn well. Perhaps you shall master it. Amipa. As he spoke, Tang Sun closed his eyes, his expression grave as he uttered a solemn chant. Humph. Pretentious charlatan. Daring to invoke the name of the Buddha. Attack. Eliminate them. The previously speaking Buddhist arhat scoffed, clearly disapproving of Tang Sun's theatrical demeanor. With a swift motion of his hand, the malevolent spirits surrounding them unleashed a ferocious assault upon Tang Sun and Sun Wukong. However, at that very moment, within the array of 10,000 Buddhas, it felt as though the hearts and minds of all present had been struck by a mighty hammer. In the next instant, as if compelled by an unseen force, everyone raised their gazes in astonishment, beholding the colossal Buddha palm that obscured the heavens, slowly revealing its true form. Chapter 22. Tang's Son. This demonic aura is rather intense. What on earth is this? Standing beside Tang's son, Sun Wukong gazed upward, his mouth agape as he beheld the boundless, slowly descending palm of Buddha. In the past, during his tumultuous rebellion in heaven, when the Buddha had transformed his palm into a mountain to confine him beneath the five elements mountain, he had not felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet today, beneath this colossal palm, he experienced an unmistakable sensation of oppression and helplessness. He felt an overwhelming urge to succumb and prostrate himself on the ground. It is worth noting that Tang Sen's technique, the Buddha's palm, was not intended for him. What he felt was merely a residual wave of its might. Compared to the original Buddha, this manifestation seemed to embody the true essence of the Buddha's palm. Could this lad be a reincarnation of the Buddha, here to deceive me? At this moment, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Meanwhile, the surrounding malevolent spirits, the Arhats, and even the mage before him, all began to contort their faces in response to the presence of the Buddha's palm. Bang, bang, bang. The first to succumb were the countless malevolent spirits, who, upon the full revelation of the Buddha's palm, began to disintegrate one after another, transforming into a swirling mist of spirits. Next, the Arhats flying in the heavens could no longer withstand the pressure. As the Buddha's palm descended, they too began to plummet, soon finding themselves forced to land, some even crawling upon the ground. Great virtue, let us discuss this matter amicably. We are willing to introduce you to the Bodhisattvas of Buddhism, granting you a place in the Pure Land, where you may attain immortality. We beseech you to show mercy. The mage, who had initially made a grand entrance, was now kneeling on the ground. Trembling, he raised his head, his gaze towards Tang's son revealing a mix of fear and pleading. Tang Sen opened his eyes and looked at the monk, a hint of confusion crossing his features. I have heard that your true spirits reside in the Pure Land of ultimate bliss and eternal existence. If you cannot perish, why then do you plead for mercy here? Upon hearing this, the monk's face broke into an obsequious smile as he replied, Great virtue, you may be unaware that reincarnation in the Pure Land requires merit. Without sufficient merit, we cannot be reborn, but must instead devote ourselves to pious worship. Oh, so that is how it is. Tang's son immediately recalled the merit creature nurtured in Tiger Temple Village. He nodded, closing his eyes once more, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Then go and sincerely worship your Buddha. Boom. With these words, the descent of the Buddha's palm accelerated dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it thundered down, enveloping the entire expanse of the desert. However, Sun Wukong soon noticed something amiss. Though both he and Tang's son were indeed within the range of the Buddha's palm, its descent, aside from the initial wave of pressure, did not inflict any tangible harm upon them. Instead, the malevolent spirits surrounding them, the sorcerer, and the Arhats were utterly reduced to heaps of desiccated bones and clouds of ghostly energy beneath the Buddha's palm. This divine power possesses quite a formidable nature. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently upon the scattered remains and the ominous atmosphere. He realized that this divine ability was not a tangible Buddha's palm, but rather a force functioning at the level of consciousness, imbued with a potent exterminating power. Those incapable of comprehending the mysteries of this Buddha's palm would likely suffer grievous consequences under its influence. As the sorcerers, Arhats, and malevolent spirits perished within the myriad Buddha formation, it was shattered by Tang Sen's divine palm, revealing the true scene beyond. It turned out they had merely turned a corner and had not strayed far from the dilapidated temple. However, with the formation dismantled, the countless ghostly energies began to disperse freely in all directions. Observing this spectacle, Tang's son could not help but open his mouth and inhale deeply, instantly drawing a vast amount of ghostly energy into his being. Burp. This ghostly essence has quite a kick to it. He grinned, savoring the taste. Indeed, this ability to absorb the heavens and the earth embodies the ancient powers of the shamanic clans. Sun Wukong silently reflected upon this. How about it? Have you mastered it? Tang's son inquired with a smile, noticing Sun Wukong still staring at him in bewilderment. Sun Wukong thought to himself, if I could learn this, that would truly be a sight to behold. Though this divine ability is impressive, it bears no connection to me. I know at a glance that I cannot master it. As he pondered this, he could not help but grin and continued, Yet I have not left empty-handed. Indeed, these past few days have brought me insights. Especially after establishing my foundation, I discovered that in every action, be it eating, drinking, sitting, or walking, I can cultivate, and my progress accelerates steadily. Impressive, isn't it? Sun Wukong asked, a hint of pride in his tone. Originally, he had intended to keep this information from Tang Xin until he advanced further and achieved his golden core, aiming to astonish him. However, witnessing Tang Xin's divine palm, he felt it imperative to reveal his progress, lest he be completely outshone by the monk. Tang Sun, upon hearing this, could not help but scratch his head. Is cultivation not meant to be pursued at one's own leisure, whenever one desires? Monkey, how could you comprehend such a convoluted method? Wasn't it agreed that we would cultivate joyfully? Sun Wukong realized that this monk seemed even more insufferable than when he proclaimed himself the great sage equal to heaven back in Flower Fruit Mountain. We should be off. Did you not mention needing to procure some supplies for our journey outside the city? Let us hurry before darkness falls. Sun Wukong, eager to avoid further debate on cultivation, began to urge Tang Sun onward. Right, let us go. First, we must gather some seasonings. Tang Sun nodded in agreement. The two conversed and laughed, only to swiftly vanish without a trace as darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Within the dilapidated temple, Ling Kai'er and the Black Cat had tidied up and, under the cover of night, quietly exited the crumbling sanctuary. Master advised us to leave this place promptly, lest we be discovered by the Buddhist sect, Ling Kai'er remarked. I have devised a plan. We shall venture to the impoverished alley in the outer city. I have roamed there since childhood, and the intricate pathways make it difficult to be located. If we conceal ourselves there, the monks will surely fail to find us. Suddenly, as Ling Kai'er spoke, she inadvertently stepped on a protruding object, producing a sharp sound. Startled, she crouched down to investigate. To her horror, she discovered that she had stepped upon a human head, accompanied by a string of glimmering prayer beads and a monk's robe. It was the corpse of a monk. A flicker of alarm crossed Ling Kai'er's eyes. Meow? At that moment, Yi let out a soft exclamation, extending a paw to point at something in the distance. Ling Kai'er then noticed that there were numerous other monk corpses scattered about. These bodies bore an uncanny resemblance to those previously purified by Tang Sun's Buddha light, reduced to mere skeletons. 5, 6, 7, 15, 26, so many monks have been slain. Was it the work of Master? A fleeting worry crossed Ling Kai'er's mind. Yet upon surveying the area, she did not spot the familiar coarse linen robe. With a sigh of relief, she declared, let us proceed. Master is unharmed. These are merely wicked monks. She cast a resolute glance at the array of monk corpses, determination gleaming in her eyes. One day, I too shall follow in Master's footsteps and eradicate all evildoers. No, all the malevolent monks in Chang'an City. Silently, she vowed, and with the Black Cat by her side, her figure flickered and then vanished entirely from sight. Chapter 23. Tang Sun. You call me Master, I call you Monkey Brother. Half a month later, in the evening, Tang Sun squatted at the very spot where he first encountered Sun Wukong, roasting a wild chicken once again while indulging in peaches. Meanwhile, in his line of sight, the system panel was quietly undergoing changes. Name, Tang Sun Traversed World. Journey to the West. Subject of traversal, Tang Xuanzang main quest. Please assist Tang Xuanzang in his pilgrimage to the West to seek the Buddhist scriptures. Upon completion, you may return to Earth with your cultivation intact. Note, there exists a significant disparity in the flow of time between Earth and the journey to the West. Quest progress. The host has arrived at 5 Elements Mountain. Please locate the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who is trapped beneath the mountain. Rescue him, and complete the apprenticeship to receive a millennium of Taoist cultivation. Seeing the quest progress indeed shift, a hint of frustration crossed Tang Sun's face. So this is 5 Elements Mountain. After all that effort over a month, I've returned to the very spot I started? At this moment, Sun Wukong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, grinning widely at Tang Senator Well. What is the plan? Are you going to continue this charade? Tang Sun's expression darkened at the question. What do you mean continue? I am earnestly intent on journeying to the West for the scriptures. Besides, having reached 5 Elements Mountain, how could I possibly turn back? Observing Tang Sun's serious demeanor as he rambled on, Sun Wukong could not help but grin again and advised with heartfelt sincerity, Monk, let us set aside the talk of scriptures and the Western journey. It's best not to carry on with such folly. You've already caused enough trouble at the Temple of the Tiger subduing Arhut. It was a place meant to be shunned. The city of sinners is inherently a domain devoid of the Buddha's presence, even if you slay a few monks. The Buddhist sect would hardly intervene. These locations are too distant from the spirit mountain, and even should you continue your antics, they would not affect the fundamental interests of the Buddhist order. However, if you proceed further, it will be a different matter. Once you reach Shinyo-Hajo, the heartland of the Buddhist sect, even the slightest disturbance could draw the attention of the Bodhisattvas and the Buddhas. You may find yourself under their relentless scrutiny, with no peace in sight. At this point, Sun Wukong continued to counsel, you possess talent and capability. Why not find a suitable place to cultivate diligently and aspire to become a carefree immortal instead of provoking such a formidable entity as the Buddhist sect? The Buddhist order is currently at the height of its power. Although you have some innate talent and your strength is not to be underestimated, you remain but one individual. Opposing the Buddhist sect will yield no favorable outcome. Tang Sun listened intently to the monkey's analysis of the situation and could not help but chuckle in the end. Monkey, you may seem young, but why do you carry such a grave demeanor? As a young monkey, shouldn't you be fearless, challenging the heavens, the earth, and even the very air around you? At this, Sun Wukong could only respond with a wry smile. He thought to himself, having lived for over 1,000 years, nearly 2,000, he was no longer a youthful monkey. Monk, I am doing this for your own good. This body of mine is a reincarnation. In truth, I am quite aged, a veritable elder, having seen much and experienced even more. Thus, you ought to heed my words. The monkey spoke earnestly. I have long perceived that you are no young monkey. What young monkey possesses such wisdom? The monkey inquired. Surely, you cannot be the Monkey King? Tang Sun's expression bore a hint of curiosity as he questioned. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment, then smiled and replied. Sun Wukong is renowned as the victorious fighting Buddha in the Western Paradise. Such a thing is known across the 3 realms. How could I presume to claim that title? However, Tang Sun chuckled and shook his head. I too believe you are not. The Monkey King is spirited, imposing, and invincible. Forgive my frankness, but you seem to lack that essence. Sun Wukong, far from being offended, chuckled in response. Since you hold that Monkey King in such high regard, you ought not to venture westward. For that monkey is now the fighting Buddha of the Buddhist realm, and should you proceed west, you will inevitably confront him. Are you not afraid? Afraid of what? Whether I can prevail will only be revealed through trial. Tang Sun replied with spirited confidence. It seems I cannot dissuade you. Sun Wukong sighed, recognizing Tang Sun's resolute demeanor. Monkey, I have compelling reasons to journey to the west for the scriptures. Moreover, my 9 transformations mystical arts are a divine fighting technique. Only through battle can I enhance my strength. To hide away and cultivate is not an option, as my power would regress rather than advance. Besides, while the Buddhist domain is formidable, I feel no weakness in myself. Whether I can overcome them and obtain the true scriptures can only be determined through experience. If I truly cannot prevail, we can simply find a place to hide. As Tang Sun spoke, his expression turned serious as he regarded the little monkey. Thus, I now require my own Sun Wukong. Monkey, are you willing to accompany me on this journey? Sun Wukong, having anticipated this request, couldn't help but grin at his words. Monk, you are unfamiliar with the path. Without me, how will you distinguish east from west? Though my limbs may be weary, I shall risk my life to accompany you. As he spoke, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. Moreover, I am quite curious about that fighting Buddha of the Buddhist realm. I wish to see if I, in my current state, can contend with him. Splendid. Then it is settled. Let us establish a master-disciple bond. Tang Sun stood, filled with eager anticipation as he gazed at the monkey. Establish a master-disciple bond? Sun Wukong paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure. Little monk, you have yet to fully mature, yet you wish for me to take you as my master? Your aspirations are quite lofty. I am Xuanzang, and you are Sun Wukong. If you do not acknowledge me as your master, how shall we journey to the west to obtain the sacred scriptures? Tang Sun spoke with an air of certainty. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately turned his face away. Very well, then, I shall not accompany you. Wait, monkey, I know you desire me to teach you the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, do you not? I promise, if you acknowledge me as your master, I shall impart my knowledge without delay. Sun Wukong's heart stirred at these words, yet he maintained an air of hesitation. Monkey, do not waver. Let us do this instead. You need only call me once, and once we emerge from the 5 Elements mountain, we shall continue as brothers. Henceforth, shall it suffice if I call you brother? Um. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong could not help but scratch his head. Well, very well. In the end, he could not resist the allure of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. Chapter 24. 1,000 years of cultivation and the completion of the primordial spirit master. I humbly bow before you. I am profoundly grateful. For you have rescued me from the 5 Elements Mountain. In gratitude for your life-saving grace, I pledge to accompany you on your journey to the west in search of scriptures. Sun Wukong knelt partially on the ground, his face a portrait of sincerity. Rise quickly. My disciple, I have little to offer you. I chanced upon a sturdy stick in the back mountains. Why not try it? Tang Sun extended a dragon-headed staff he had recently found on the mountainside to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression soured as he regarded the crooked staff, feeling at a loss whether to accept or decline it. Disciple, do you have a name? Tang Sun insisted on placing the staff into Sun Wukong's hands while his smile grew warmer. Very well. In light of your 9 revolutions mystical skill, I shall endure this. I will play along for a while longer. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, forcing a strained smile. Master, I already have a name. Sun Wukong. Splendid. It suits my Buddhist title perfectly. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you a Dharma name. Sun X. How does that sound? Tang Sun gazed at Sun Wukong with anticipation. Thank you for the name, Master. Sun Wukong bowed once more. At that moment, the notification of the completed system task chimed softly. Haha. Tang Sun grinned broadly upon seeing the suddenly refreshed system panel. He reveled in the realization that his ploy had indeed worked. Merely by acting in jest with the monkey, he had deceived this dim-witted system. This meant that future rewards from the system would come with ease. Ecstatic, Tang Sun began to review his task progress. Name: Tang Sun World of Transmigration. Journey to the west. Target of transmigration: Tang Xuanzang. Main task: assist Tang Xuanzang in his pilgrimage to the west to seek scriptures. Completion will allow the host to return to Earth with enhanced cultivation. Note: there exists a significant disparity in the flow of time between Earth and the journey to the West world. Task progress: the host has successfully accepted Sun Wukong as a disciple. Milestone task completed. Awarded 1,000 years of cultivation. Next phase task: proceed to Eagle Cry Gorge. Subdue the White Dragon and earn its voluntary service as the host's steed. Completion will yield a drop of the Ancestral Dragon's blood. Ancestral Dragon's blood. Consuming it will greatly accelerate the progress of the 9 revolutions mystical skill, endowing the user with the awe of the Ancestral Dragon. All dragonkind beneath the Ancestral Dragon will be intimidated and their combat prowess diminished, with a certain chance to comprehend a technique of the Ancestral Dragon. What's the matter? Monk, do not be too greedy. Are we ready or not? Sun Wukong observed Tang Sun lost in thought, prompting him to scratch his face, growing impatient. All right. Monkey, go play for a bit. Let me level up first, and then we shall converse. Tang Sun hastily responded before sitting cross-legged on the ground, beginning to refine the unexpected 1,000 years of cultivation that had suddenly manifested within him. Cultivation, indeed, is a form of magical power. A millennium's worth of cultivation signifies the totality of magical power one can attain by using oneself as a reference over a span of 1,000 years. For the current Tang Sun, this indeed felt overwhelmingly excessive. He perceived as though a colossal surge of energy had filled him instantaneously. His nascent soul began to grow at a visibly rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached his own size. Yet, even with such growth, the magical energy consumed was merely a drop in the ocean. His body remained brimming with an abundance of mystical power. My spirit is on the verge of bursting. Tang Sun involuntarily exclaimed in frustration. In the next moment, with a resonating hum, his nascent soul emerged, materializing behind him as a towering figure, radiant with golden light. Standing 3 zhang tall, the primordial spirit. You have manifested your primordial spirit. Sun Wukong, taken aback, stared in astonishment. He was unsure of how many realms lay beyond the nascent soul in the mystical text Tang Sun had created, the infinite scripture, but in the 3 realms. Particularly in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Taoist classification of cultivation was quite standardized. Before one manifested a primordial spirit, they were uniformly referred to as Qi refiners. Upon achieving this state, they were designated as Earth Immortals. Just moments ago, he had been perplexed by Tang Sun's notion of leveling up. But now he comprehended. Leveling up equated to becoming an immortal. Yet, he had distinctly sensed that Tang Sun's magical power was still far from the threshold of manifesting a primordial spirit. How had he accomplished such a feat? Could enlightenment alone grant one an elevation in cultivation? In that instant, Sun Wukong felt that Tang Xin's display ventured into realms beyond his understanding. This lad was so extraordinarily gifted that it stirred a desire to confront him. Observing Tang Sun at that moment, Sun Wukong felt an inexplicable urge to grit his teeth. So, this is the primordial spirit? Hearing Sun Wukong's exclamation, Tang Sun turned to gaze at the magnificent figure behind him, experiencing a peculiar sensation that the luminous being was indeed himself, and he was that being. With a mere thought, he vanished into thin air, his perspective transforming entirely to that of the luminous figure. Monkey, come, strike me with a punch, and let me discern the limits of my primordial spirit. Tang Xin's eyes shimmered with excitement as he addressed the monkey below. All right, bring it on. Sun Wukong grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with fervor. As he swayed, his form began to swell, swiftly transforming into a colossal ape, towering to match Tang Xin's stature. What is this? Tang Xin gasped in surprise, not anticipating such formidable prowess from the monkey. The law of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong replied gruffly, slapping his chest, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him. Come, let us engage. As he spoke, his fists surged with boundless golden energy, hurtling toward Tang's senator. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang's son erupted into hearty laughter, undeterred, and countered with a punch of his own. A thunderous roar ensued, echoing like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. In a rapid exchange, the two combatants unleashed 3 powerful punches, almost simultaneously retreating before charging forward once more, their fists relentlessly striking at one another. Within the Five Elements Mountain, it was as if thunderous roars erupted, startling the surrounding birds into chaotic flight. The villagers of Tiger Temple below, upon hearing the resounding sounds echoing from deep within the mountains, could not help but display expressions of fear, gathering spontaneously at the small temple at the village's edge to conduct a ritual of worship. It was only when darkness fully enveloped the sky that the thunderous sounds from the mountains finally subsided. Deep within the mountains, Tang Xin, bruised and battered, lay dejectedly by a small lake, while beside him, Sun Wukong, with a cheerful demeanor, roasted fish. Alas, what use is the primordial spirit if it cannot even rival your celestial powers? Tang Sun sighed in resignation. Sun Wukong, having relished the opportunity to give Tang's son a thorough beating, felt quite pleased, but upon hearing this remark, he suddenly found himself somewhat irritated. Kid, do you truly not understand, or are you merely pretending? The greatest strength of the primordial spirit lies in its ability to wield formidable magical powers without the limitations of a physical body. Have you ever seen a newly ascended Earth Immortal pit their corporeal strength against a fully realized demon immortal? That would be utterly nonsensical. Sun Wukong responded with exasperation. Chapter 25, Celestial Being, please accept my divine powers. Indeed, what I possess is my primordial spirit, not the earthly techniques of physical cultivation. Tang Sun immediately rose from the ground, his face brimming with anticipation. In his previous life, he had watched numerous mythological films on television, vividly recalling the dazzling displays of divine abilities manifested by primordial spirits. Yet, he pondered whether he could replicate these techniques through his own insights. It seemed rather challenging. Tang Xin's brow furrowed slightly as his primordial spirit began to materialize behind him, enveloped by a unique aura that swirled around him. Another epiphany. It felt as though enlightenment came easily to him. Sun Wukong experienced a sensation akin to having consumed something distasteful, for it seemed that Tang Xin's frequency of enlightenment was exceedingly high. Why had he never experienced a moment of insight himself, conjuring even a single technique? With a sigh, Sun Wukong found that even the roasted fish in his hand had lost its flavor. Never mind. Such thoughts were futile. He would continue his cultivation. If he lacked the ability for sudden insight, then diligence would have to make up for his shortcomings. How laughable it was that the great sage equal to heaven should rely on hard work. He gritted his teeth, setting the roasted fish aside, and resumed his meditation upon the Wuxia Sutra. A quiet night passed. When Sun Wukong opened his eyes once more, he was astonished to see that Tang Xin's primordial spirit had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previous figure, shimmering with golden light, had vanished, replaced by a Taoist figure draped in a flowing robe, hair billowing, surrounded by flying swords. For a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong could have sworn that a golden immortal from Kunlun had descended. Yet, upon closer inspection, the ethereal figure was none other than Tang Sun himself. In an instant, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed with questions. Wasn't he Tang Sen a monk? His cultivation was rooted in Buddhism. How could his primordial spirit suddenly morph into that of a Taoist overnight? Was this reasonable? In Sun Wukong's understanding, a primordial spirit embodied a cultivator's essence and the external manifestation of their learned techniques. The form of one's primordial spirit reflected their beliefs and practices. However, as a naturally born primordial being, he had always tread the path of enlightenment through the physical form, possessing limited understanding of the Taoist primordial spirit. Nevertheless, it seemed rather contradictory that a monk's primordial spirit would take on the appearance of a Taoist. Wait. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something. It seemed that Buddhism did not have a concept of the primordial spirit, for monks had always focused on attaining the golden body. The primordial spirit had been a means exclusive to the Taoist tradition. Thus, it appeared quite reasonable that Tang Sun had manifested a Taoist primordial spirit, as orthodox monks did not cultivate such a spirit. In a flash, Sun Wukong felt his mind swirling in confusion. Monkey, do you think my primordial spirit looks handsome? At this moment, Tang Sun, seated in a meditative posture, opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. With a mere thought, he once again merged with his primordial spirit. Monkey, allow me to demonstrate the profound insight I have attained this night, through an extraordinary technique. As he spoke, he dramatically flung his wide robe and pointed skyward with a finger resembling a sword. Come forth, sword. With his resounding call, the spiritual energy in the sky began to surge violently. In the blink of an eye, countless flying swords descended from above, converging rapidly around Tang's Senator Go. He then pointed, and the swords, akin to a swarm of bees, emitted a myriad of sword energies, slicing towards the great lake ahead. In that fleeting moment when the swords brushed past Sun Wukong, he felt a chilling sensation, as if the hairs on his body stood on end. He sensed that this technique of Tang Sen's posed a genuine threat to him. Boom! The great lake roiled tumultuously, and countless spiritual fish, disturbed by the sword energies, surfaced, belly up from the depths. But wait, there's more. Behold my ultimate move, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Tang Sun swiftly formed another incantation, and in an instant, the scattered flying swords began to gather before him, gradually coalescing into a magnificent great sword. Flash! With rapid changes in his hand movements, the great sword quivered and then cleaved towards the lake. Boom! The lake was instantly divided in two, and Sun Wukong could clearly see the muddy bottom and various water plants severed in the process. It was not until 3 or 4 seconds later that the waters finally converged, restoring the lake to its original state. Haha, I have yet another ultimate move, celestial beings descending from the heavens. Tang Sun laughed triumphantly, continuing to weave his incantation. However, at that moment, the previously calm lake suddenly began to churn violently. Moments later, a colossal azure turtle, roughly the size of half the lake, emerged from the center. Esteemed immortal, please cease your divine arts and grant us a moment of respite. Upon surfacing, the turtle transformed into an elderly man with a white beard and hair, a wry smile adorning his face as he bowed in supplication to Tang Senator Ah. Tang Sun was taken aback, genuinely surprised that such a formidable being was concealed beneath the depths of the lake. Even Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened in astonishment. Prior to the old man's appearance, he too had failed to detect any demon residing at the lake's bottom. Moreover, although the old man emanated no discernible aura, the overwhelming pressure that accompanied the turtle's sudden emergence was unmistakable. He was undoubtedly a powerful demon immortal, possessing formidable methods of concealment and defense. In an instant, Sun Wukong reached a conclusion. Meanwhile, Tang Sun, not contemplating much further, displayed a hint of embarrassment. My apologies, esteemed elder. I was reckless earlier, preoccupied with testing my techniques, unaware that someone resided beneath this great lake. His face was awash with sincerity. Not at all. It is primarily because I have always cherished tranquility that I did not disturb you both, so there is no blame to be placed upon you, esteemed immortals. One must refrain from wielding supernatural powers towards the great lake. Within its depths lie my descendants, who were previously frightened. The old man offered a respectful gesture to the two individuals and, in the blink of an eye, vanished without a trace. Indeed, this is the world of Journey to the West, where one can encounter such elusive and formidable beings at any moment. Tang Sun felt a surge of astonishment. He had not even discerned how the old man had disappeared. Well, since he prefers we refrain from exercising our powers here, we shall take our leave. It is indeed time to embark on our journey. Tang's son called to the monkey, and they exchanged a glance, deciding not to complicate matters further, and left the great lake together. As their figures faded from sight, the old man's presence gradually re-emerged within the lake. The monkey's fortune seemed to be gathering anew. Might it be that he is on the verge of breaking free from the constraints of the Buddhist path? Is it due to the presence of that young man? My immeasurable tribulations are approaching. This marks my second great calamity of 10,000 years. The sudden display of extraordinary powers by these two could signify that they are the key to my passage through these trials. The old tortoise's face flickered with hesitation as he contemplated reaching out to divine the situation. He is a rare and fortunate spirit tortoise, inherently endowed with the power of fortune. Over the years, he has turned misfortune into good fortune multiple times thanks to this ability. Observing the retreating figures of the two, he inexplicably sensed a stirring of his own powers. However, as he extended his hand, he quickly halted, shaking his head. It would be unwise to involve myself in the intricate web of fate surrounding that monkey. I shall wait and see. With a sigh, his figure once again vanished without a trace. Chapter 26. The Three Calamities and Nine Tribulations of the Immortal's Monkey. Do you think that old turtle we just encountered was cultivating his physical body or refining his primordial spirit? Inquired with an expression of curiosity as he traversed the winding path through the Five Elements Mountain, heading westward. Upon hearing this, chuckled softly and explained, in the mountains, the beasts cultivate without a master to guide them, relying solely on their innate talents. Generally, they follow the path of physical cultivation. However, there are some creatures who are born with formidable souls, their innate abilities linked to their spiritual essence, ultimately pursuing the path of the primordial spirit. Naturally, any ancient demon who has lived long enough usually practices both the physical and spiritual arts, possessing a robust body alongside a powerful primordial spirit. As for that old turtle, I couldn't discern much. Its ability to conceal its aura was remarkable. In all my years, I have never encountered a creature with such exquisite techniques. Moreover, being a transformed turtle, I sensed a hint of calamity approaching it. I suspect it belongs to the category of long-lived beings. Raised an eyebrow at this revelation, having heard a term he did not fully comprehend. Calamity aura? What does that mean? He asked, burst into laughter at its apparent lack of understanding. It dawned on him that, too, had gaps in his knowledge. However, having learned these fundamental concepts from the Bodhi Patriarch during his own quest for enlightenment on the Ling Tai Fong Siyuan mountain, he decided to enlighten while they continued their journey. All beings that attain immortality are granted eternal life, whether through their primordial spirit or physical form. They are free from the fears of aging, illness, and death. Yet, the celestial laws are impartial. Although immortals possess infinite lifespans, they must endure 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. The 3 calamities consist of the thunder calamity, fire calamity, and phoenix calamity. The thunder calamity arises from the sea of consciousness, obliterating true spirits and primordial souls. The fire calamity, known as the Yin fire, ignites from the soles of the feet, consuming the physical body. The stronger the body, the more intense the Yin fire becomes. The phoenix calamity, born from the sea of consciousness, erodes magical power and diminishes realms of existence. These 3 calamities visit every 500 years, presenting tribulations that can be faced head-on or avoided. Within the 3 realms, the Taoist, Buddhist, and demonic factions each possess their own methods to confront these challenges. However, whether one chooses to withstand or evade the tribulations, the fundamental prerequisite is one's ability to endure or escape. If one cannot withstand or evade, the outcome is death, with even the true spirit facing obliteration. Upon hearing the gravity of his words, felt a shiver run through him. Previously, while reading The Journey to the West, he had not encountered such calamities faced by immortals in this world. Fear not, reassured him with a grin. You have just attained the status of an earth immortal. Your physical body, magical power, and spirit are all quite robust. Encountering the 3 calamities will not occur for at least another 500 years. Moreover, the initial onset of these tribulations is generally mild. With your capabilities, enduring the flames of the 3 calamities will allow you to live effortlessly for another 10,000 years without issue. Yet, the ancient tortoise was quite the opposite. The longer it lived, the more ferocious the tribulations became. I sensed a menacing aura surrounding it, foreboding that this time, the calamities would be far from ordinary. If this old tortoise wished to preserve its life, it would ultimately have to submit to either the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect. Sun Wukong shook his head. Does the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect not have to undergo tribulations? Tang Sun inquired curiously. I am unaware of the methods employed by the Buddhist sect to evade the three calamities, but the techniques of the heavenly court are well known. For ordinary tribulations, a soak in the celestial spring infused with spiritual essence suffices to avert significant harm. However, for a catastrophic calamity occurring once every 10,000 years, one would require the golden elixir from the Old Lord or the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother of the West to ward off disaster. Furthermore, the ginseng fruit from Xinyuanzi also serves a purpose. Should one truly find it insurmountable, one could inscribe their name on the list of deities, entrusting their true essence to become a celestial official in the heavenly court, thus freeing oneself from future tribulations. A viable solution indeed. After all, as long as you are willing to serve the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect and possess some degree of strength, they have myriad ways to help you evade the tribulations of the Tao. Sun Wukong wore a knowing expression, casting a sly glance at Tang's senator otherwise. Do you think the heavenly court invites countless celestial beings and saints to the peach banquet every 500 years merely for show? It is a demonstration of their might. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Monkey, your breadth of knowledge is astounding. Listening to your insights has indeed broadened my horizons, Tang Sun exclaimed in awe. He could not help but marvel at the intricate complexities of the journey to the West world. As the two walked and conversed, Tang Sun took the opportunity to gradually explain the 9 revolutions mystical skill to Sun Wukong. Of course, the version he imparted differed somewhat from his own, as it was a set of similar techniques he had devised based on his own cultivation of the 9 revolutions mystical skill. After all, he did not possess the original text. His ability to cultivate was solely reliant on the system's enlightenment and the enhancement of divine seeds. Even in its modified, simplified form, the 9 revolutions mystical skill proved challenging for Sun Wukong. After 3 days, as they finally emerged from the 5 Elements Mountain, he had just barely grasped the fundamentals. How arduous! This technique is truly profound, 1,000 times more difficult than the 72 transformations and cloud somersault I learned in the Cave of the 3 Stars. Yet, perseverance bore fruit, and at last, he had entered the threshold of mastery. As he observed the faint golden glow emanating from his body, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. His previous cultivation had largely relied on his innate talent. The 72 transformations and cloud somersault were merely divine techniques. It was only during this period of learning the primordial scripture and the 8-9 mystical skill from Tang Sun that he had begun to engage with the fundamental pathways of cultivation. This brought him joy while simultaneously evoking the sensation of his powers surging anew, reminiscent of the moment he first emerged from the crevice of the stone. All right, now that you have learned it, it is time to diligently cultivate. Tang Sun finally succeeded in teaching Sun Wukong the 9 transformations of profound arts, and he could not help but exhale a breath of relief. He had not broken his promise after all. Just as twilight descended, the two were about to seek a place to rest, when unexpectedly, a magnificent striped tiger leapt out from behind a large rock. Roar, bald head, monkey spirit. It seems fortune has not favored you today, for you have encountered me, the tiger elder. My stomach growls with hunger, and you shall serve as my dinner this evening. The tiger let out a thunderous roar, exuding an imposing presence as it gazed at Tang Sun and his companion, simultaneously pressing down with a palpable aura of dominance. Huh, bald head. Could it be that this tiger demon is referring to me? Tang Sun was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Nearby, Sun Wukong, who had just concluded his training and was stretching leisurely, tilted his head with a peculiar expression. Turning to Tang Sun with a grin, he remarked, Monk, it's a rare opportunity to have such fresh ingredients delivered to our doorstep. How about we make a soup from the tiger's bones tonight? I've heard that tiger bone soup promotes hair growth, which might be beneficial for you. What do you think? Tang Sun, although he longed to assert that despite his baldness, he had indeed become stronger, he ultimately chose not to dwell on the matter of his hairlessness. Instead, he smiled at the tiger, baring his teeth in a sly grin. Tiger bone soup sounds delightful. And look at how splendid this tiger's hide is. After we skin it, I shall fashion you a tiger skin skirt to wear. It's the quintessential outfit for Brother Monkey. While we may not have the golden cudgel, surely we can obtain a matching tiger skin, can't we? Chapter 27. My name is Huang Xiaohu, and I reside on Tsuwei Mountain. This tiger demon found himself ensnared in the malevolent gazes of Tang's son and Sun Wukong. Particularly, as he listened to their conversation, an inexplicable chill coursed down his spine, giving rise to the unsettling sensation that he might vanish in an instant. Moreover, at the moment he spoke, he had unleashed his formidable tiger might, a skill honed over centuries of arduous cultivation. Under the weight of his presence, ordinary beings would immediately falter and kneel, pleading for mercy. Yet, these two seemed impervious to his aura. Could it be that Huang Xiaohu, after achieving mastery in his craft, has encountered an insurmountable obstacle on his first venture down the mountain? How unfortunate! The tiger demon was rife with trepidation as he observed the monkey demon picking up a staff from the ground. In that instant, he recalled the teachings of his elders in the mountains, which spoke of a secret method of self-preservation, said to be untransmittable. Without further contemplation, he prostrated himself before Sun Wukong and Tang Sun with a resounding thud. "Oh, great monkey, esteemed bald sage, I have erred. I did not intend to harm you. I merely sought to intimidate you both in hopes of acquiring some silver to pay tribute to the Silver Dragon King of Inxio Gorge. Please, esteemed elders, considering this is my first offense and that I have never taken a life, I implore you to spare me this once. Sun Wukong regarded the tiger demon, who had bent over in supplication, an odd expression crossing his face. With his keen eyes, he could discern the truth of the tiger demon's claims. While the demon bore the essence of a creature, there was no malice surrounding it, indicating the veracity of its words, that it did not consume human flesh. However, truth be told, he had encountered many demons who abstained from such acts, yet he had never before witnessed one so brazenly shameless, so quick to kneel as this tiger demon. Typically, a tiger that had only cultivated for a mere century, having previously occupied the pinnacle of the food chain, would possess a skewed perception of the world. To phrase it charitably, one might call it the aura of a king. Less charitably, it could be described as sheer foolishness, charging forth without regard for the strength of an opponent, either devouring or being devoured. Only after several hundred years of cultivation, particularly those who could command spirits, would tiger demons begin to exhibit cunning. Yet, it was evident that this creature before him was an anomaly. Sun Wukong regarded the tiger demon with intrigue. "Well, you are quite the amusing little creature." He casually tossed aside the staff Tang Sen had given him and returned to his meditation and cultivation, fully aware of his role as a mere enforcer. The decision of life and death lay solely in Tang Sen's hands. "What did you just call me?" Tang Sun approached the tiger, his fist the size of a sandbag, a smile gracing his face. Ahem, great immortal, please spare me. It is I, the small tiger, who lacks the wisdom to recognize a mountain of greatness. And I have offended your esteemed self. If you grant me my life, I am willing to serve you like a loyal steed, toiling for your every need. Furthermore, I possess the knowledge of the skin-shedding technique. Should you require it, I would gladly offer you my tiger skin as a token of our first meeting." As Huang Xiaohu spoke, he astonishingly transformed, shedding his tiger skin. However, his aura was diminished, and his form appeared smaller, yet he remained respectfully kneeling on the ground, awaiting Tang Sen's decree. Tang Sun gazed at the scene before him, momentarily taken aback. This tiger spirit is remarkably adept, with such a humble demeanor. How could he still justify taking on the role of an executioner? Upon sensing the waning murderous intent emanating from Tang Sen, Huang Xiaohu's heart soared with joy. Raised by a blind old fox since childhood, Huang Xiaohu had often been regaled with tales of how to survive encounters with formidable beings. In his youth, the old fox had relentlessly compelled him to memorize flattering phrases and learn the art of shedding skin like a serpent, emphasizing that he must never consume a human. At the time, Huang Xiaohu found it irksome, believing that as the king of beasts, adhering to such numerous rules was utterly absurd. Yet now, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Tang Sen, he found himself in profound admiration for the foresight of the old fox. In this moment, he wished he had more mouths to sing praises to Tang Senator, observing the tiger's spirit prostrating before him. Repeatedly bowing in supplication, Tang Sun clenched his fist, ultimately refraining from delivering a blow. The tiger demon bore no apparent sins. Clearly, he was not a man-eater. Surely, it would be unreasonable to slay him simply for calling him bald. Moreover, this creature seemed to possess knowledge about the situation in Eagle's Cry Gorge. Tang Sen's thoughts whirled, and he ultimately subdued the menace in his fist, inquiring about the tiger spirit's origins and whether he belonged to any demon lair. Having listened to Sun Wukong recount many rules among demons recently, he was well versed in how to question a minor demon from the wild. At the prompt, Huang Xiaohu promptly introduced himself. The minor demon was named Huang Xiaohu, residing on the neighboring Cuiwei Mountain. He had not joined any demon lair, having spent years in seclusion with his elders. After the passing of his guardians 2 years prior, he had wished to descend the mountain in search of a demon lair to fulfill his aspirations. Recently, he had learned of a great demon, the Silver Dragon King, who had attained the status of a demon immortal and raised the banner of gathering demons in Eagle's Cry Gorge. Thus, he sought to test his luck. However, lacking an appropriate gift for an audience, he had resorted to the desperate measure of attempting to ambush travelers at the mountain's foot to gather the necessary tribute, only to find himself waiting for 2 months and encountering the two of them instead. Huang Xiaohu was articulate, his intellect surpassing that of the average minor demon. Upon hearing him mention the emergence of a demon immortal from Eagle's Cry Gorge, Tang Xin's interest was piqued, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Which clan does this Silver Dragon King belong to? He inquired. I've heard it is a white Jiao dragon. Huang Xiaohu replied in a hushed tone. A white Jiao dragon? That can only be the little white dragon. How perfect! Tang Xin's spirits soared upon hearing this revelation. Regardless of the fact that his system is somewhat deficient, he remains indifferent to whether the little white dragon is the genuine article. For now, he decides to attempt to accept it as a steed. Brother Monkey, what do you think? Tang's son inquired, turning his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Though I have not paid attention to Eagle Cry Gorge for several centuries, I know that while its waters run deep, they are narrow, and the spiritual energy there is quite scant. In the past, the little white dragon was indeed exiled to endure suffering in that place. Although his previous cultivation there should have left some residual dragon energy in Eagle Cry Gorge, it is highly improbable that it could give rise to a fully realized flood dragon, Sun Wukong replied. Monk, I suspect there may be something amiss here. Tread carefully, lest you find yourself in a predicament, he added with a grin. I see, Tang's son remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully, then turning to look at Huang Xiaohu, who was eavesdropping on their conversation. Brother Monkey, didn't Huang Xiaohu mention that they are raising demon flags to gather spirits there? What if we disguise ourselves as little demons who have come to pledge allegiance and investigate the situation together? What do you think? Tang's son proposed with a smile. Chapter 28. The Class Division in the World of Journey to the West. Celestials and Mortals. Brother Monkey, do take a look at my craftsmanship. On a secluded mountain path, 100 miles from Eagle Cry Gorge, the yellow little tiger, transformed into human form yet retaining its tiger head, earnestly presented a tiger skin skirt to Sun Wukong. The skirt was crafted from its own hide, and the needle and thread were tools it carried with it. Although Sun Wukong was puzzled as to why a tiger demon would possess such human tools, he could not deny that the tiger skin skirt evoked distant memories within him. Once, an old monk had sewn a similar skirt for him. Chuckling, Sun Wukong brushed aside those memories and accepted the skirt, effortlessly donning it with a flick of his wrist. Huh, Brother Monkey, the moment you put on that attire, you truly transform, Tang Xin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the newly clad Sun Wukong. Previously, you merely resembled a horse, but now, there is a hint of the great sage equal to heaven. Indeed, indeed, the great sage's divine might is unparalleled, and his valor is extraordinary. Surely, in time, he shall stand alongside the celestial beings, revered as a saint. Huang Xiaohu chimed in with flattery. Sun Wukong initially basked in the praise, but his spirits dampened upon hearing Huang Xiaohu's reference to becoming a saint. He nonchalantly plucked a hair from his body, blew on it gently, and instantly a piece of gold, the size of a human head, materialized before Huang Xiaohu. Thank you for the tiger skin and your craftsmanship. However, I, Sun Wukong, do not wish to owe anyone. Consider this piece of divine gold as payment, since you seek to ally with the Silver Dragon King at Eagle Cry Gorge. This divine gold, refined through offerings, is worth more than ordinary gold and should suffice as a meeting gift. Divine gold? A hint of confusion crossed Huang Xiaohu's face, clearly unfamiliar with such a term. This item is of Buddhist origin, formed from the golden body of a Buddhist arhat, refined through daily offerings, thus imbued with a semblance of divinity. Present it to the Silver Dragon King. If he is indeed a demon immortal, he shall recognize its value instantly. This divine gold was, in fact, the golden statue of the Fuhu Arhat from Huaxing Temple, which had been shattered by Tang Xin's fist and later transformed into hair by Sun Wukong, now proving to be of great utility. Initially, Huang Xiaohu's face lit up upon hearing its connection to the Buddhist Arhat, but he quickly recalled something. Did not the two esteemed beings express their intention to accompany me to Eagle Cry Gorge? Is this now not the case? With a hint of unease, Huang Xiaohu inquired. We shall indeed go, Tang Sun replied with a smile, explaining, however, after discussing with Monkey, we felt that having two demons accompany you would attract too much attention. Therefore, it would be more discreet for you to appear alone, while Monkey and I will transform into small insects and follow you covertly. In truth, it is primarily the presence of Tang Sun that draws attention. As the sole remaining being endowed with an innate physique, yet belonging to a subsequently evolved race, humanity occupies a remarkably unique position within the three realms. To the eyes of the demons, humans represent a special source of sustenance that can rapidly enhance one's cultivation. Meanwhile, in the perspectives of the Buddhist and Taoist sects, humans are regarded as vital sources of incense offerings, perhaps even the principal ones. Of course, this pertains chiefly to ordinary mortals. However, once a human attains a level of cultivation, their identity and status undergo a profound transformation. In this realm, the two paths available for humans embarking on the journey of cultivation are the Taoist and Buddhist schools, both of which are regarded as dominant forces in this world. Common demons, upon encountering a human possessing magical abilities, perceive them as akin to disciples of the Buddhist or Taoist sects and instinctively retreat. After all, no one can ascertain the backing and connections such individuals may possess, particularly in the case of someone like Tang Sun, whose combat prowess is extraordinary. To assert that he lacks support would be met with disbelief. In this hierarchical celestial and Buddhist world, especially among the human populace, the notion of grassroots ascension is virtually non-existent. Hurry, hurry, hurry. They're right ahead. Suddenly, a group of 5 or 6 serpent demons came rushing towards them from a distance. Sun Wukong and Tang Sun exchanged glances, and Sun Wukong gently blew towards Tang Sr. Instantly, a mirage appeared before Tang Sen's eyes, and in the next moment, his perspective shifted to that of a bee. Monk, refrain from using your magical powers. If danger arises, simply mutter the word transform, and your true form will be revealed. Sun Wukong's voice resonated in his ear. Tang Sun felt a surge of novelty as he fluttered his wings and landed on Huang Xiaohu's shoulder. Tiger Demon, continue with your intentions as if we were not present. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's reminder echoed in Huang Xiaohu's ear. Initially taken aback and searching for Tang Sun and Sun Wukong, Huang Xiaohu gradually calmed down upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. At that moment, the group of serpent demons finally spotted Huang Xiaohu and swiftly surrounded him. The leading serpent demon scrutinized Huang Xiaohu from head to toe, a flicker of expression crossing its face as it inquired with a broad smile, esteemed companion. Have you chanced upon a wandering wolf demon? He is a trader from our Ingxiu Gorge, and we are currently in pursuit of him. No, Huang Xiaohu, having just arrived, had not seen any other demons. Quickly adapting to the situation, a standard ingratiating smile adorned his face as he bowed slightly to respond to the query. He then retrieved a few pieces of silver he had previously hidden and, with an obsequious demeanor, presented them to the speaking serpent demon, saying, Commander, I hail from Tsuwei Mountain, seeking to pledge my allegiance to the Silver Dragon King and secure a position. Might you kindly provide an introduction? That is quite agreeable. The serpent demon, upon learning that Huang Xiaohu was there to offer his service and noticing his understanding and willingness to present silver, could not help but smile even more brightly. Rest assured, Brother Tiger, my lord abides by the principle of inclusivity, welcoming all creatures, regardless of their lineage. To our Eagle's Cry Gorge, my lord receives all visitors with open arms. The serpent spirit, smiling, produced a token from its person and said, Brother Tiger, having received silver from you, I shall grant you a favor. I have already informed Manager Turtle with this token, so you may proceed confidently. He will be there to escort you to meet the Silver Dragon King. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaohu was filled with immense joy, astonished at how effortlessly this matter was resolved. The serpent spirit laughed heartily, gave Huang Xiaohu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, tucked the silver away, and after offering a few comforting words and directions, continued on its way, leading the serpent horde down the path. Is silver truly effective among these creatures? Tang Sun, who had witnessed the exchange between the two small spirits, inquired of Sun Wukong, perplexed. Indeed, it is quite effective. In truth, these lesser beings, having only recently taken form after a century or two of cultivation, are not so different from humans. They, too, require sustenance. More often than not, they must acquire their necessities from human society, thus the need for silver arises. For the past 5 centuries, Sun Wukong had primarily mingled among the lower echelons of the small spirits in the southern and western regions, gaining a deeper understanding of those small beings he once disregarded during his time at Flower and Fruit Mountain and on his journey westward. Previously, he would slay these small spirits without a second thought, rarely inquiring into their circumstances. However, having learned of their true plight, he seldom resorted to such actions now. In this world, whether among the lower strata of humanity or among spirits, life is indeed fraught with difficulty and confusion. Ultimately, there exists no clear distinction between spirits and humans. The divide is only between the celestial beings and the mortal realm. Chapter 29. The Secrets Beneath the Eagle's Cry Gorge. The old turtle and the water spider, guided by the directions of the wolf demon, Huang Xiaohu made his way to the vicinity of the Eagle's Cry Gorge. However, the deeper he ventured, the more furrowed the brow of Sun Wukong, perched upon his shoulder, became. This was not right. The desolation was overwhelming. The spiritual energy here was even more scarce than it had been 5 centuries ago. It hardly resembled a place where a dragon demon might reside, nor where numerous lesser demons would establish their lairs. The skies offered no gathering of demonic energy either. Sun Wukong shook his head, noting that the vitality present now paled in comparison to the time when the white dragon had been here. Perhaps all the life was hidden beneath the waters of the Eagle's Cry Gorge. Tang San, having never witnessed the grandeur of the large demon lairs, remained silent, unsure of what to express. Just then, as Huang Xiaohu surveyed his surroundings, a flash of light revealed an amiable old man with a white beard, carrying a turtle shell upon his back. "Ah, Huang Xiaohu," the old man exclaimed with a beaming smile. "So you have come to pay your respects to the turtle steward." "Indeed, I have come to seek an audience with the Silver Dragon King, wishing to secure a position within the Eagle's Cry Gorge," Huang Xiaohu replied, promptly kneeling and presenting the divine gold that Sun Wukong had given him. The old man's eyes widened with surprise at the lively demeanor of the tiger demon, and his astonishment deepened as he accepted the divine gold. Such rich and fragrant divine gold. What a treasure this is. A look of satisfaction spread across the old man's face. "Excellent. You are indeed a perceptive young one. Come, let us proceed to meet the king." The smile on the turtle stewardess' face grew increasingly warm. These 2 leaders of the Eagle's Cry Gorge seemed quite amiable. If the Silver Dragon King is of a similar disposition, I might even hesitate to claim him as my steed. Huang Xiaohu, feeling a mix of hope and apprehension, could not help but reflect. Quite amiable. Sun Wukong's expression betrayed a hint of skepticism. Over the years, he had encountered a plethora of demons, arrogant, foolish, fierce, and cunning, but he had yet to meet one so congenial, especially one as attentive as the leader of this demon lair. The demon realm was a harsh world, characterized by the law of the jungle. Those who became demons had often vanquished countless kin, consumed their flesh, and endured great strife before awakening their intelligence and forming their demon bodies. In the realm of demons, kindness was a rare trait. Moreover, given the current environment of Eagle's Cry Gorge and his own experiences of being misled over the years, Sun Wukong's instincts whispered that there was something amiss. Yet, he refrained from voicing his suspicions, merely observing the furtive mannerisms of those around him, concluding that the matters here were likely as shadowy as those surrounding the Huaxing Temple. With the abilities of himself and Tang San, they should be able to navigate whatever intrigues lay ahead. Before long, Huang Xiaohu was led into a cavern that extended downward. Judging by the direction of the passage, it was likely to delve deep into the very heart of the Eagle's Cry Gorge. It was not until they entered this chamber that Sun Wukong and Tang San finally sensed the presence of various demonic beings. However, the active creatures here are predominantly serpentine, with at most a couple of turtle spirits. There is certainly no sign of the diverse beings that the snake leader had mentioned. Upon reaching this point, Huang Xiaohu began to sense that something was amiss. He fidgeted restlessly. "Do not be alarmed. My lair is vast. We are merely at the periphery. You will soon encounter many more brethren of the demon race, including those of your own kind." The turtle caretaker observed Huang Xiaohu's unease and promptly offered words of reassurance, even producing a spirit fruit from his person to present to Huang Xiaohu. "Eat this. It is a purple jade fruit, which can enhance your cultivation." Witnessing the turtle caretaker's amiable demeanor, Huang Xiaohu's previously anxious heart began to find some solace. Before long, the two arrived at an underwater palace that bore a striking resemblance to the dragon palace depicted in the Journey to the West that Tang Sun had seen in a past life. Enveloped by an enormous dome-like structure. From this vantage point, one could gaze upwards and observe the fish swimming about in the Eagle's Cry Gorge. "Oh, it seems we have new brethren joining the ranks of my Eagle's Cry Gorge," exclaimed the caretaker. "Brother Tiger, please take a seat while I tidy your appearance. Shortly, we shall go to meet the Silver Dragon King." A woman, presumably transformed from a water spider, noticed the bewildered expression on Huang Xiaohu's face as he was escorted by the turtle caretaker. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she unceremoniously pulled Huang Xiaohu down to sit. Taking a puff from her pipe, she exhaled a cloud of violet mist directly into Huang Xiaohu's face. In an instant, his eyes glazed over in confusion. She then began to swiftly spin silken threads, and in the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaohu was cocooned into a shape reminiscent of a zongzi. A few shrimp and crab soldiers approached and lifted the cocoon, carrying it away into the distance. This entire process was executed with remarkable speed and precision, as if rehearsed innumerable times. Tang Sun, who had flown to the underside of a nearby table, was left utterly astonished. Once this was accomplished, the spider spirit turned her gaze towards the turtle caretaker, who had unknowingly retrieved the spirit fruit that he had just given to Huang Xiaohu, and was now consuming it piece by piece. "Old turtle, this tiger spirit is the 5th blood meal you have sent this month, and its vitality is feeble, lacking even 200 years of cultivation. The supply of blood meals is dwindling. When shall we fulfill our master's orders?" "I am at a loss," replied the turtle caretaker, displaying a look of resignation as he raised his hands. "The nearby lesser demons have all been deceived to the extent that is possible. Venturing further would mean exceeding the bounds of Eagle's Cry Gorge. Just a few days ago, a foreign wolf demon passed through. But that fellow has nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, and I inadvertently let him escape. There simply are not that many demons. Humans will suffice." The water spider glanced at the turtle caretaker. "Isn't that old flood dragon always seeking to forge a connection with us to gain entry into the dragon palace? We could send him to the human territories nearby to capture a few thousand souls. That would surely suffice." Upon hearing this, the turtle caretaker's face immediately displayed a trace of hesitation. Human beings are distinct from the demon race, being a lineage favored by the goddess Nuwa. To commit such heinous acts not only entails bearing immense karmic burdens, but should the heavenly court discover the transgressions, one would face dire consequences. However, the water spider, unfazed, replied with an air of indifference, "What is there to fear? This is the southern Jianbu state, which has long been entrusted to the Buddhist sect by the heavenly court. As we serve our master, what is the harm in shedding a little blood? Besides, it is not as if you are personally tasked with abducting individuals. If the matter were to come to light, and the heavenly court were to pursue it, it would likely be years, perhaps even over a decade, before any repercussions arise. By that time, our master will have attained great power, and we shall have left this desolate place to report back. The heavenly court would only be able to trace the matter back to that old flood dragon. Whether it be abductions or killings, it is that old dragon's doing, and what relation do we have to it?" Chapter 30. Is the monkey a 6-eared macaque? What on earth is happening? In a vast cavern, Huang Xiaohu was freed from the spider's cocoon by scissors conjured from Sun Wukong's monkey hair. As he opened his eyes, he could not help but gasp for air. "Great sage, I just had a dream. A terrifying dream where I was nearly devoured by a monstrous creature," Huang Xiaohu exclaimed, his face etched with fear. "Haha, that was no mere dream. You were indeed on the brink of being consumed. It was that monk who snatched you from the jaws of death," Sun Wukong chuckled, gesturing towards Tang Sun, who was crouched beside a corpse, examining it. Ah, it was only then that Huang Xiaohu realized he was ensconced within a massive cocoon, and he felt an overwhelming urge to scream in terror. Yet Sun Wukong, quick-witted and agile, swiftly covered his mouth. "Do not cry out. With me, old son, even if you were truly dead, I could bring you back to life." With a gentle wave of the scissors in his hand, the remaining cocoon around Huang Xiaohu was swiftly severed and erupted into flames. "Monkey, this corpse is rather peculiar. It appears to be no mere living being." At that moment, Tang Sun approached, frowning as he carried a massive skeleton resembling that of a crocodile. Despite Tang Sun having twisted its head off, the body continued to thrash about, as if still animated. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals that had previously carried Huang Xiaohu had fed him to this skeleton, which then descended into the depths of the Crystal Palace, evidently aiming for the very bottom of the Eagle's Cry Gorge. Fortunately, Tang Sen's keen reflexes allowed him to subdue the skeleton and rescue Huang Xiaohu. It is indeed not a living entity. If I am not mistaken, this is an evil spirit controlled by the malevolent aura of a corpse, Sun Wukong proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with insight. Evil corpse? Malevolent spirit? What are these entities? Tang Sun inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. He felt as though he had transformed into a novice in the realm of cultivation since embarking on the journey to the west from Wuxing Mountain. He recalled that in his previous life, while reading Journey to the West, the monk and his disciples had not encountered such bizarre creatures. Heh. This pertains to the Taoist practice. Do you remember when I previously spoke of the methods to evade the 3 calamities and 9 disasters? The technique of severing the 3 corpses is the pinnacle of the Taoist arts for avoiding tribulation. The severed corpses consist of the evil corpse, the good corpse, and my corpse. Only those immortals who have severed the 3 corpses can transcend the 7 emotions and 6 desires, achieving their true selves and becoming genuine immortals. Of course, this terminology belongs to the heavenly court or the Taoist sect. In the mortal realm, all levels of immortals are referred to as earth immortals. What lies hidden at the very depths of the Eagle's Cry Gorge is likely an evil corpse severed by some immortal. Moreover, I detect a familiar scent emanating from this malevolent corpse. It is likely that its master is someone I recognize. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the pitch-black Eagle Cry Gorge below, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Monk, I must descend to investigate whether the malevolent corpse down there belongs to the person I suspect. Turning his head, Sun Wukong addressed Tang Sr. Observing the solemn expression of Sun Wukong, Tang Sen couldn't help but grin. Then let us proceed. I am equally curious to see what this wicked corpse truly resembles. Beside them, Huang Xiaohu, who had been listening to their discourse on good and evil corpses, felt utterly bewildered, suddenly hearing that they intended to dive deeper. He was instantly seized by fear, trembling uncontrollably. Esteemed sirs, I, Huang Xiaohu stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Without waiting for him to finish, Sun Wukong pointed at him, and in an instant, Huang Xiaohu felt a disorienting shift, transforming into a tiny snake the size of a thumb. Come here. Tang Sun beckoned, and Huang Xiaohu, understanding without hesitation, obediently slithered into Tang Sen's sleeve. Monk, let us not disturb the malevolent corpse just yet. We shall transform into 2 fish and descend to ascertain his identity. If we encounter danger and find ourselves at a disadvantage in battle, we can always retreat to the surface. What do you think? Sun Wukong inquired. No problem. Tang Sun nodded in agreement. Transform. With a gentle command from Sun Wukong, Tang Sun immediately felt himself morph into a large black catfish. Unlike his previous form as a bee, this time he could utilize a portion of his magical prowess, allowing him to swim faster and remain less detectable. What an exquisite transformation technique. Tang Sun mused, feeling a twinge of envy as he began to quietly contemplate the intricacies of this art. As the 2 descended further, they soon encountered a dense, peculiar spiritual energy, replete with malice, greed, and desire. Alongside this unique essence, many skeletal remains resembling crocodile carcasses appeared, floating in the water like patrolling sentinels, their eyes flickering with dark, ghostly flames. This unsettling scene was witnessed by Huang Xiaohu, who trembled even more upon spotting several tiger skeletons. He finally comprehended the old tortoise's warning about the cave above being merely the periphery. Had he not fortuitously encountered these 2 celestial beings, he would likely have become one of them. Can they not detect us? Tang Sen pondered, noticing that he and Sun Wukong swam brazenly past these malevolent spirits, who exhibited no reaction. Hiki, this is the divine skill of my 72 transformations, Sun Wukong boasted. When I studied under my master, he claimed that I am exceptionally attuned to this art. Coupled with my hair technique, not even these evil spirits, nor the Tathagata himself, could capture me if I were truly intent on escaping. As Tang Sun listened to Sun Wukong's triumphant tone, a knowing smile crept onto his face. Just from that tone, he felt certain that the monkey beside him was indeed the true Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong. Who then might that figure from the Western paradise, the victorious Buddha, be? An inexplicable thought leapt into Tang Sen's mind. The 2 descended further, passing by an increasing number of malevolent spirits, until they swiftly reached the bottom of the Eagle's Cry Gorge. Ah, what a magnificent black dragon. I wondered why its aura felt so familiar. Indeed, it is you. The old monk's noble steed, the white dragon. Upon catching sight of the entirety of the gorge's floor, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly gleamed with golden light. In an instant, his form flickered, revealing his true self, with bared fangs and a slightly menacing smile gracing his face. Boom! Just as Sun Wukong spoke and unveiled his aura, the massive black dragon bone, shrouded in an array of dark energies, abruptly lifted its head. A sinister light erupted from its eyes, fixating intently on the revealed monkey, its gaze brimming with a sudden surge of murderous intent. Six-eared macaque, how is it that you have not perished completely? How dare you appear before me? Truly, you are courting death. A dragon's roar, laden with chilling malice, resonated, carrying a palpable sense of dragon might. Even at the depths of this gorge, Tang Sun could feel the intense, almost tangible wave of malevolence crashing upon him. Chapter 31. The upgraded version of the Tathagata's divine palm. However, Sun Wukong felt no fear in the slightest. Heh, good steed, I have always pondered why, during our journey to the west, I treated you with such kindness. When my merit was fully realized at the great Thundersound Temple, why was it you who first struck against me? Sun Wukong did not bother to argue about the title, instead tilting his head slightly, revealing the staff that Tang Sun had procured for him, and spoke with a grave tone. Why, six-eared macaque, how Navi you are. It is precisely because I now stand as the Bodhisattva of the 8 parts of the heavenly dragons, while you remain merely a six-eared macaque. Must I elaborate further? Heh, you are right. Reasoning with individuals like you is ultimately futile. It is far more effective to wield my staff. Sun Wukong's voice suddenly reverberated through the depths of the ravine, accompanied by a thunderous sound. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, and in the next instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before the white dragon, and struck down towards its head with his staff. Yet, the white dragon remained motionless, as dark energy surged around its black dragon bones. At the moment Sun Wukong's staff descended, flesh and blood rapidly sprouted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fearsome black dragon clad in dark scales. 500 years. Six-eared macaque, you have fled for 5 centuries. While I have diligently cultivated under the auspices of the Buddha, do you think I am still the same white horse from those days? Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to be an 8-part heavenly dragon. The white dragon roared and defiantly raised its head, bracing against Sun Wukong's staff, sending him flying. Simultaneously, it twisted its massive body, summoning torrents of water to gather before it, preparing to unleash a breath of dragon essence. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared above it. Tang Sun, hands pressed together in solemnity, stepped onto its head. The force of his foot was immense, stifling the dragon breath that had been fully prepared to be expelled. You vile creature, upon seeing this monk, you still dare to exhibit ferocity? Do you remain unrepentant, wishing to tread upon the dragon execution platform? With a resounding crash, Tang Sun spoke as he pressed down once more with all his might. The white dragon felt an overwhelming force descend upon its head, anchoring it firmly at the bottom of the Eagle's Cry ravine. No matter how hard it struggled or twisted its body, it could not budge the monk in the slightest. Who are you? Do you dare to aid this monster? Do you not fear the repercussions from the Buddhist order? The white dragon roared in fury. Amipa, Tang Sun, with an air of solemnity, introduced himself with a serious expression. I am the direct disciple of the Buddha, the legitimate successor of the Buddhist order. My Dharma name is Xuanzang, and I have been sent by the Bodhisattva to journey to the west in search of scriptures to liberate the people of the southern Jianbu from their suffering. The little white dragon, once a malevolent dragon of the West Sea, had transgressed the heavenly laws. Enlightened by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, he awaited the arrival of the monk to serve as his steed. Now that the monk had arrived, why did the dragon not willingly embrace the Buddha, instead daring to harm his disciple? What reasoning lies behind this? The little white dragon exclaimed, Have you lost your senses? My master has long since achieved perfection, seated upon a lotus throne, revered as a Buddha of the sandalwood merit. Who are you, that you would impersonate my master? How audacious! You, who would deceive your teacher and extinguish your ancestors, dare to label me a demon. It seems you remain unrepentant. Only the Dharma can guide you to atone. With that, Tang Sun joined his hands in reverence, his countenance exuding an air of solemnity, and directly settled into a meditative posture above the little white dragon's head. A resonant hum filled the air, and as his spiritual power surged forth, the previously dark depths of the Eagle's Grievance Canyon erupted in a radiant golden light. The little white dragon, filled with terror, gazed upward at the colossal Buddha manifestation that had appeared, completely disregarding the immense pressure of the canyon waters as it extended its hand to strike downward. In that instant, his spirit was so profoundly shaken that he could utter no words. "Who are you?" Fear gripped his visage. As the Buddha's hand descended, the little white dragon prepared to resist with all his might. Yet, from afar, a blinding golden light surged forth, and with a resounding crash, the figure of Sun Wukong sped towards him, landing a decisive blow upon his 7-inch point. Despite his draconic form, that vulnerable spot remained a fatal weakness, and he let out a pained groan as the brewing spiritual power within him dispersed. When he sought to counter the overwhelming descent of the Buddha's hand, it was already too late. Just before the hand struck the ground, it vanished from sight, yet in the little white dragon's perception, it grew ever larger, ultimately consuming his vision. The struggling little white dragon trembled, his eyes wide with shock, rendered immobile. What had happened to him? Sun Wukong, his figure flickering, landed beside Tang Sen, a look of astonishment upon his face. What has transpired? With a chuckle, Tang Sen replied, "Naturally, he has repented and transformed." He opened his eyes, revealing a hint of a smile. The technique he had just employed was indeed the Buddha's palm, yet it had been refined during his recent practice, infused with the power of transcendent light, granting it greater profundity. Under the weight of his technique, unless one could break free in advance, they would invariably be sealed and guided to embrace the Dharma beneath his tutelage. "Monkey, I must trouble you to transform him into a steed," Tang Sun commanded. Though Sun Wukong could not fully grasp the intricacies of Tang Sun's technique, the prospect of turning the little white dragon into a white horse delighted him immensely. With a grin, he extended his hand, pointing at the little white dragon. In an instant, the dragon's massive form morphed into a white horse beside Tang Sr. The white horse bowed its head, a look of reverence upon its face, declaring, "I am willing to follow the holy monk to the west to obtain the scriptures." "Excellent. Well done, my steed," Tang Sun responded. Tang Sun extended his hand and effortlessly mounted the white dragon steed. "Monkey, let us depart," he said with a smile. The remarkable prowess of Tang Sun left Sun Wukong utterly astonished. To speak candidly, given his current abilities, he was confident that he could best the white dragon in a contest of skills. However, this was merely the malevolent corpse of the dragon. Even if he were to conquer it, he would only succeed in annihilating this wretched form, thereby thwarting hundreds of years of the white dragon's cultivation. How could he possibly achieve what Tang Sun had done, directly sealing, enlightening, and even compelling this malevolent corpse to willingly transform into a steed? At that very moment, outside the main hall of the Great Thunder Sound Temple on Mount Ling, as Tang Sun sealed the malevolent corpse of the white dragon, a vividly carved white jade sculpture suddenly materialized, gradually morphing into a white dragon that soared from the coiling dragon pillar, vanishing in a flash of white light. In front of a temple on the back mountain of Ling Mountain, this radiant light swiftly transformed into a handsome young monk, whose countenance bore an expression of profound solemnity as he prepared to knock on the door. However, a voice resonated from within the temple. "Guangli, come in." As the words echoed, the temple door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to enter. The young man's expression shifted to one of grave respect as he performed a courteous bow and stepped inside. "Master, I have matters of great importance to report." The young monk entered the courtyard, bowing deeply. As his voice echoed, the central door of the temple opened, and a young monk clad in white gradually emerged. "Speak," he said, his brow adorned with a hint of compassion, his tone gentle and inviting. Chapter 32. The Ancient Dragon Clan's Secrets. The disciple has discovered the whereabouts of that monkey. This handsome monk is evidently the white dragon, or rather, the true embodiment of the Bodhisattva Guangli from the eightfold heavenly dragons of the Buddhist sect. He respectfully kneels before the white-clad monk, recounting how he vanquished the malevolent corpse, sending it back to Eagle's Cry Gorge for cultivation, aspiring for the perfection of his spiritual practice. However, he encountered Sun Wukong, who unexpectedly intruded upon his sacred space, accompanied by a monk of extraordinary abilities, claiming to be Xuanzang, on a pilgrimage to the west for scriptures. "Are you saying that someone is impersonating me?" Appearing alongside the true spiritual avatar of that monkey in Eagle's Cry Gorge, urging you to embark on the journey to the west together? The white-clad monk finds this increasingly absurd. Who would be so idle as to engage in such antics? Indeed, the disciple's malevolent corpse has not reached full mastery. Its powers are insufficient, and it has now been severed from the disciple by that monk, leaving the disciple unaware of the current situation in Eagle's Cry Gorge. The white dragon spoke with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Jin Chanzi's brow furrowed even more deeply. A formidable monk who claims to be Xuanzang. According to your account, he has mastered the esoteric teachings of our Buddhist sect, the indestructible golden body, and can manifest the Buddha's Dharma form, suppressing you with a single, all-encompassing Buddha's palm. Jin Chanzi muttered to himself, an inexplicable suspicion stirring within him. Could it be that this person is the reincarnation of the world-honored one? Master, regardless of his true identity, that monkey poses a grave threat to us. I propose we release the senior brother from seclusion and eliminate him at once. The white dragon urged earnestly. However, upon hearing this, Jin Chanzi turned his gaze towards the direction of his temple. There lies the temple of the victorious fighting Buddha, the sacred domain of his eldest disciple, Sun Wukong. Yet, he hesitated. His current predicament is far from advantageous, although he can summon his mighty disciple to a certain extent. Extricating him from the spirit mountain proves to be fraught with challenges. At present, the Tathagata Buddha is absent from the spirit mountain, while the ancient Buddha of Lamp and the Maitreya Buddha are engaged in fervent discourse in the Great Hero Hall. As the second disciple of the Tathagata, despite having attained Buddhahood, he is barred from entering the Great Hero Hall, confined instead to his own sacred space. In this sensitive moment, if he were to mobilize the victorious fighting Buddha, it would be evident to all that he intends to cause upheaval. At that juncture, no matter his reasoning, the two Buddhas would undoubtedly oppose him. Moreover, there is another point of concern. The Tathagata has been reincarnated for over 20 years, seeking to unravel the great calamity of the Buddhist sect, and the monk described by the white dragon is similarly in his 20s, possessing formidable Buddhist powers. In this realm, the various paths and teachings are exceedingly precious, and the highest secrets are never divulged lightly. How could a young monk with such extraordinary abilities suddenly emerge? If he truly is the reincarnation of the world-honored one, forcibly revealing this matter could jeopardize the world-honored one's grand design. In the depths of contemplation, the venerable figure of the sandalwood-gifted Buddha shook his head and remarked, "This matter is not appropriate. To summon your elder brother from seclusion is no triviality. Currently, our two revered Buddhas are engaged in profound discourse. It would be unwise to disturb them over such a minor issue. Thus, I shall entrust you with a handwritten letter. Journey to Mount Putoa in the South China Sea and present it to the Bodhisattva Guanyin, informing her of this situation and inquiring about her thoughts. We shall devise our plans thereafter. Go forth." With a swift flick of his sleeve, a beam of golden light descended into the hands of the little white dragon. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of disappointment crossed the little white dragon's face, concealing a barely perceptible shadow of gloom within. Yet, he refrained from expressing further dissent, instead bowing once more to the sandalwood Buddha before transforming into a flash of white light, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, at the base of Eagle Woe Gorge, Tang Sun and Sun Wukong did not ascend. As they prepared to rise, they unexpectedly discerned beneath the spot where the little white dragon's malevolent corpse had lain a colossal dragon bone, 5-clawed and golden. It was indeed the bone of a true dragon. However, the dragon's essence had nearly dissipated, likely consumed by the malevolent corpse. Sun Wukong cast a peculiar glance at the white dragon horse beside him before turning to Tang Sun, saying, "Monk, inquire of him who this belongs to." The white dragon horse, obediently shaking his head, respectfully replied, "Holy monk, the little dragon is merely the malevolent corpse of Guangli Bodhisattva. He knows little of his own affairs, let alone the identity of this bone. All of Little Dragon's actions are dictated by the will of Guangli Bodhisattva. Is that so?" Tang Sun mused, narrowing his eyes slightly. With a thought, he summoned his system interface. Name: Tang Sun World of Transmigration. Journey to the West Transmigration Target: Tang Xuanzang Main Quest. Please assist Tang Xuanzang in his pilgrimage to the West to seek scriptures. Upon completion, return to Earth with enhanced cultivation. Note: there is a significant discrepancy in the flow of time between Earth and the journey to the West world. Quest progress. The host has arrived at Eagle Woe Gorge, successfully received the little white dragon, yet he remains obstinate and harbors ill intentions. Please quickly appeal to his emotions and reason, enlightening him with Buddhist teachings, so he may perceive the grandeur of the journey to the West and willingly join the endeavor. Completing this will yield a drop of the Ancestor Dragon's blood. Ancestor Dragon's blood, Consuming it will greatly accelerate the progress of the 9 transformations of profound arts, granting the consumer the might of the ancestor dragon. All dragonkind beneath the ancestor dragon will be intimidated by this power, diminishing their combat effectiveness. There is also a chance to comprehend a technique of the ancestor dragon upon consumption. Gazing at the system's task reminder and then at the docile little white dragon before him, Tang Sun could not help but break into a grin. This fellow was clearly acting alongside him. At this moment, however, he did not expose the little white dragon. Instead, as he gazed upon the dragon's lifeless body on the ground, he was suddenly reminded of an analysis he had read in his past life regarding the true identity of the little white dragon in the Eagle's Cry Gorge. He turned to Sun Wukong and remarked with a smile, "Monkey, how well-versed are you in the history of the ancient dragon race?" Sun Wukong paused, caught off guard by Tang Sin's sudden mention of the dragon race's history, but he responded with a grin, "Naturally, I know a bit. It is said that during ancient times, the dragon race was one of the 3 sacred tribes alongside the Phoenix and Qilin, ruling over this realm. However, following the catastrophic Dragonhorn calamity, both the Qilin and Phoenix clans were utterly annihilated, leaving the dragon race gravely weakened. This paved the way for the rise of the Taoist sect, which gradually supplanted the dragon race's position in the 3 realms. "Is that all?" Tang Sun inquired. "Do you not possess any further secrets?" Sun Wukong asked teasingly. It was not that he underestimated Tang Sun, but given that Tang Sun was unaware of common knowledge such as the 3 calamities and 9 disasters or the method of slaying the 3 corpses, he genuinely found it hard to believe that Tang Sun would know any hidden truths about the dragon race. "Actually, I have heard a theory," Tang Sun continued. "It is said that the dragon race was internally divided into 2 factions, one known as the Ao clan and the other as the Guang clan. Moreover, the true lineage of the dragon race was said to reside in the Guang clan. However, during the pivotal conflict between the Taoists and the dragons for dominion over the world, the Ao clan betrayed the Guang clan and allied with the Heavenly Court, resulting in the dragon race's complete defeat and the loss of their aspirations for supremacy. It is for this reason that the Ao clan was able to occupy the most prosperous regions among the 4 continents, establishing the dragon palace that has endured to this day. Could it be that the one currently enshrined as the 8-fold heavenly dragon, Guang Li Bodhisattva, is actually a dragon of the Guang clan? And that this dragon's corpse here is the true 3rd prince of the West Sea, the little white dragon Ao Lai, who was originally meant to serve as the steed for the pilgrim? Tang Sun speculated. During the journey to the west, the true Ao Lai was slain by Guang Li of the Guang clan, who then usurped his identity to complete the pilgrimage, ultimately being conferred the title of a bodhisattva in the Buddhist realm. That Sun Wukong, taken aback by Tang Sin's audacious conjecture, found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the little white dragon, transformed into a white horse, was equally stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief. For he realized that his greatest secret, his true identity, had been unveiled by this monk's words. Chapter 33. The Little White Dragon Monk. You cannot confine me. The depths of Eagle's Grief Gorge fell into an eerie silence following Tang Sin's utterance. The surrounding skeletons, imbued with various desires and malice, began to writhe and intertwine, morphing into grotesque monsters that encircled Tang Sun and Sun Wukong in ever-increasing numbers. My conjectures are mere whims. Those so-called Guang clan and Ao clan dragon tribes are but hearsay to me. Moreover, they bear no relevance to our endeavors. Why should we concern ourselves with such matters? Amidst this tranquil atmosphere, Tang Sun suddenly chuckled, flipping over to mount the adjacent white horse. A golden radiance naturally emanated around him, enveloping both himself and the seated little white dragon, as he jovially proclaimed, "Monkey, let us ascend first and discuss later." The terrifying ambience dissipated abruptly with Tang Sin's actions, and the skeletons began to roll and scatter as if nothing had transpired moments before. Sun Wukong observed Tang Sun galloping ahead, his eyes involuntarily glancing back at the tattered remains of the true dragon's bone lying quietly on the ground, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He certainly did not believe that Tang Sin's words were mere fabrications. To mention the Guang clan and Ao clan dragon tribes, esoteric matters even unknown to him, could not possibly stem from idle speculation. However, this revelation offered little benefit to their quest. After all, the little white dragon had already attained perfection in his cultivation, becoming the bodhisattva of the 8-fold heavenly dragons, and given the name conferred upon him. It was highly likely that the Buddhist realm was already aware of this situation. Whether his true identity was that of the third Prince Ao Lai of the West Sea Dragon King or Guang Li of the Guang clan, it seemed inconsequential to all. What a pity for you. Sun Wukong gazed sorrowfully at the dragon's remains, sighed, and with a flick of his hand, transformed the immense dragon carcass into a single hair, which he tucked away. His mastery of the hair technique had evolved to such a degree that he could transform a single hair into myriad entities and vice versa. Much like the divine gold he had previously gifted to Huang Xiaohu, which was part of the Buddha's gold body. Although the dragon's aura had been largely absorbed by the vile corpse, this was still the bone of a true dragon and was intricately tied to the identity of the little white dragon. Sun Wukong believed that it might prove useful in the future, and thus, retaining it upon his person could only be advantageous. Once Sun Wukong had settled everything and caught up with Tang Sen's pace, he discovered that the monk was standing in a cavern beneath the water, gazing around in bemusement. Monkey, I seem to recall there once being a crystal palace here. And what of that turtle and the water spider? How is it that everything has vanished in the blink of an eye? He inquired with curiosity. Hey, given the ruckus we created down here alongside that vile corpse, how could that turtle above possibly remain unaware? Sun Wukong was not particularly surprised. Instead, he chuckled and continued to elucidate. If my intuition serves me right, the old turtle and the water spider likely hail from the sea, both ancient beings that have attained wisdom over time. The most formidable skill possessed by such old entities is their ability to evade disaster. I estimate that they have already fled. The sea? Tang Sun was momentarily taken aback. Let us not forget, the White Dragon's overt identity remains that of the third prince of the Dragon Palace in the West Sea. Sun Wukong cast a cold glance at the white horse beneath Tang's senator. The creature, listening intently to their conversation, stood silently, displaying no reaction. It was evident that it retained its former nature, convincingly masquerading as a horse. Let us proceed. Tang Sun was, in fact, indifferent to the origins of those beings. Initially, upon hearing their intent to abduct humans for the sake of that vile corpse, he had contemplated eliminating them to protect the populace. However, since they were no longer present, he had little desire to pursue the matter further. At this juncture, his greatest concern lay with the dragon at his side. He needed to devise a method to completely enlighten it. With a nudge to the horse's belly, Tang Sun ascended further. And soon the trio reached the banks of the Eagle's Cry Gorge. Disciple, I have just engaged in a fierce battle and am somewhat famished. Go fetch me something to eat and drink. Dismounting, Tang Sun suddenly turned to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong paused, casting a puzzled glance at Tang Sun, only to realize that the monk was signaling him. Though somewhat perplexed by the monk's intentions, Sun Wukong ultimately nodded and transformed into a glimmer of golden light, vanishing from sight. Very well. Now that the monkey is absent, White Dragon, if you have anything to convey, the time is now. Tang Sun regarded the white horse with utmost seriousness. Yet the horse remained unresponsive, blissfully grazing as if it were a true steed. Cease your charade. You have not been fully enlightened by me, have you? Tang Sun continued. I must admit, I did not foresee that you would see through me. But how could you presume that I had something to say? The white dragon raised its head, maintaining the guise of a horse. Yet it seemed to embody the essence of a bodhisattva from the Buddhist pantheon. Tang Sun, feeling utterly exasperated, thought to himself, how was I to know you had something to express? I merely spoke casually. Nevertheless, he preserved the demeanor of a sagacious monk, palms pressed together, speaking slowly. Since you have not been fully enlightened and choose to linger by my side instead of fleeing, it is evident you have something to discuss. Now that I have sent the monkey away, please speak your mind. You are indeed a person of innate wisdom, endowed with the Buddha's insight. Moreover, possessing such formidable Buddhist power, I fail to comprehend why you would entangle yourself with that monkey. The white dragon finally spoke, its tone filled with confusion. I have proclaimed that I am Xuanzang, destined to journey to the Western Paradise to seek the scriptures. That is my esteemed disciple, Sun Wukong. If I am not to be with him, then with whom shall I align? Yet you, why do you refuse to contentedly serve as my steed? Your obstinacy presents me with considerable difficulty. Tang Sun appeared deeply troubled, pondering the true meaning behind the system's admonition to appeal to both reason and emotion. Upon hearing this, the white dragon steed's face instantly betrayed his dissatisfaction. Humph, still spouting nonsense, monk. We are both enlightened beings. Why persist in these cryptic riddles? The great calamity of the journey to the west concluded over 5 centuries ago. Now, the three realms enjoy peace, and the deities and Buddhas revel in their celestial abodes. What purpose does your pilgrimage to the west serve? Instead, why not share with me your origins and background? My true form is that of the Bodhisattva of Ling Mountain, and I can assist you in whatever endeavors you wish to undertake. Rather than collaborating with that monkey, who is akin to a rat scurrying across the street, it would be far more beneficial to ally with me and the Buddhist order. What say you? The white dragon gazed intently at Tang's senator. He feigned being enlightened, remaining behind not only to evade the brilliance of Tang Sen and Sun Wukong, but also because he sensed that Tang Sen's background was profound and wished to extract some insights from him. Should an opportunity arise, perhaps he could gain the upper hand. Collaboration is indeed possible. Tang Sen's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope. But the condition is that you must willingly serve as my steed, allowing me to ride you. The white dragon replied, "Do not overstep your bounds, little monk. Do not presume that you have me entirely at your mercy. The only reason I am able to converse with you calmly is that I cannot bear to see a disciple of the Buddha with such wisdom perish prematurely. Let me be frank. My current incarnation is a manifestation of accumulated malevolence, impervious to redemption and suppression. If I truly wished to depart, you would not be able to restrain me." The white dragon's expression radiated confidence, adopting the tone of a sage as he spoke solemnly. Chapter 34. Huang Xiaohu. Could it be that the immortal desires to ride upon me? Is that so? Upon hearing this, Tang Sun raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Then why not give it a try? I am quite eager to discover the extent of my limits. You must demonstrate some of your abilities to convince me. Would you not? Haha. Very well. Allow me to showcase the might of this Bodhisattva. The little white dragon laughed heartily, and in an instant, dark energy surged forth from him, attempting to break the seal binding him to his horse form and revert to his true dragon body. Indeed, the seal was not entirely effective. Was the evil corpse truly that difficult to contain? Tang Sun observed the little white dragon, intently watching his movements, curious to see how he would free himself. Yet, to his disappointment, after a prolonged observation, the creature remained in his equine form, though a dragon horn sprouted from his head and some dragon scales appeared on his body. Are you transforming into a dragon-blooded steed? Tang Sun inquired with intrigue. The little white dragon replied, I concede, I underestimated your capabilities. In that case, I shall unleash my full power, little monk. Take heed. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the air as the little white dragon attempted to soar into the heavens. However, before he could ascend, a golden statue of the Buddha suddenly materialized behind Tang Sun, and the immense palm imprint reappeared in the sky. In an instant, it pressed down upon the dark energy enveloping the little white dragon, causing him to revert back into a horse amidst a radiant golden light, falling silent once more. The two, man and steed, locked eyes, rendered momentarily speechless. Do not think I am oblivious. You were just attempting to flee. Tang Sun glared at the little white dragon with an unyielding gaze. Humph. The little white dragon's expression darkened considerably. Monk, I shall ask you one final time. Will you release me? I have informed you that I am the evil corpse of the Bodhisattva Guangli, a manifestation of malevolent thoughts that cannot be redeemed. Keeping me by your side brings no benefit. Rather, it would offend my true form and even my elder brother, the Buddha of combat. Should you choose to release me, allowing me to preserve this evil corpse, it would be tantamount to securing my friendship. You must ponder this carefully. The little white dragon glared with ominous eyes, casting a threatening shadow. Was it truly the case that an evil corpse could not be redeemed? How then was he to fulfill the system's task? Tang Sun paid little heed to the little white dragon's threats, instead becoming lost in contemplation. Previously, in the City of Sinners, he had accomplished the task assigned by the Bodhisattva Guanyin without ever meeting her in person. He had promised her, and that was sufficient for completion. Did this imply that he did not necessarily require the little white dragon to fulfill his task? With this thought, Tang Sen's eyes brightened slightly. He waved his hand, and in that instant, Huang Xiaohu, who had long been transformed beside him, reverted to his original form, appearing at his side. Great Immortal, Huang Xiaohu addressed him with deep respect. Xiaohu, I currently have a matter that requires your assistance. I wonder if you would be willing? Tang Sun said with a benevolent smile. Naturally, I am willing. The great sage once saved my life. I am willing to do whatever I can in return. Very well. I shall bestow upon you a new name. From now on, you shall be called Little White Dragon. Huh. Huang Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Yet, he hesitated only briefly before enthusiastically nodding in agreement. From this day forth, I shall be known as Little White Dragon. Excellent. Now, Little White Dragon, I must ask, are you willing to become my steed and accompany me on my pilgrimage to the west? Tang's son inquired with eager anticipation. Huang Xiaohu was utterly bewildered, pondering whether the sage had taken a liking to him, wishing to ride him. How splendid! A surge of joy filled his heart, and he promptly knelt down, exclaiming, Little tiger, no, Little Dragon is willing. Is this acceptable? Tang's son opened the system task page, only to find no changes whatsoever, which left him utterly disheartened. Clearly, while the system may be somewhat inept, it is not foolish enough to be deceived by mere self-identification as Little White Dragon. The previous success of Yi stemmed from her transformation into a cat demon, possessing the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva, whereupon others began to refer to her as the Bodhisattva. She firmly believed herself to be Guanyin. Yet, the Huang Xiaohu before him was evidently not in the same vein. Monk, what madness possesses you? Do you think that merely calling a little demon Little White Dragon will suffice? If you wish to usurp my identity, it cannot be done so frivolously, the speaker asserted. Even when I once served as a mount, it was as a dragon steed, not a foolish tiger. Beside them, Little White Dragon was becoming increasingly agitated, pacing restlessly, feeling that Tang Sen's actions were an affront to his dignity. Boom. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who had been eavesdropping, could bear it no longer. He swiftly appeared before Little White Dragon, and with a powerful swing of his staff, struck the dragon upon the head. Well, Little White Dragon, I never imagined that after 5 centuries, you would still be such a performer. Clearly untransformed, yet pretending to be a steed and attempting to impersonate me. Is that your game? I shall let you act, indeed. Sun Wukong began to mercilessly beat Little White Dragon with his staff. Ouch! Cursed monkey, wretched dog. Fool. Bang, bang, bang. Monk, will you not intervene? This monkey's staff carries the power of gold. If this continues, I shall perish. Ultimately, Little White Dragon could not withstand Sun Wukong's relentless blows and began to wail for help. Ding dong. Suddenly, a melodious system notification chimed, causing Tang's son to pause in surprise. He quickly urged the monkey to cease, his expression one of eager anticipation as he opened the system panel. Name: Tang's son crossed world. Journey to the west target. Tang Xuanzong main quest. Please complete the task of accompanying Tang Xuanzong to the west to seek scriptures. Upon completion, you may return to Earth with your cultivation. Note: there exists a significant disparity in the flow of time between Earth and the journey to the West world. Task progress. Through the heartfelt persuasion and reasoned discourse of Sun Wukong, coupled with the continuous influence of Buddhist teachings, the White Dragon has notably begun to appreciate the grandeur of the journey to the West. His rebellious spirit and malevolent intentions have significantly diminished. We must persist with our efforts and intensify our approach, striving to win the White Dragon's heart and encourage him to willingly join our expedition. Upon completion of this task, a drop of the Ancestor Dragon's blood will be awarded. Ancestor Dragon's blood, when consumed, it can greatly accelerate the progress of the 9 transformations mystical arts, bestowing upon the individual the formidable presence of the Ancestor Dragon. All dragonkind beneath the Ancestor Dragon will be awed by this might, leading to a reduction in their combat effectiveness, and there exists a certain probability of comprehending a technique of the Ancestor Dragon when consumed. This. Tang's son gazed at the description of the task progress, his eyes drifting toward the battered and bruised White Dragon, and gradually, a benevolent expression began to emerge on his face. Monkey, do not cease. Continue the music, continue the beating, he said with a smile. Chapter 35. The White Dragon, I am truly at a loss. Upon receiving instructions from Tang's son, Sun Wukong immediately donned a sinister grin. He stretched his limbs, his face contorted with malice, and advanced towards the White Dragon once more. What do you intend to do? The White Dragon stammered. Listen well, Bai Ma One. My true self is inextricably linked to my will. It is certain that my master and elder brother have already been informed. It will not be long before they arrive to vanquish you. Do not dare to act arrogantly before me. The mere mention of Jin Chanzi and the Buddha's champion, the victorious fighting Buddha, darkened Sun Wukong's expression further. With a resounding thud, he raised his staff and struck down upon the White Dragon's equine head. Ouch! You wretched monkey! The impact reverberated as Sun Wukong relentlessly pounded the White Dragon's head, one blow after another. This is for you, Bai Ma One. For you, Jin Chanzi. For you, victorious fighting Buddha. With a final, forceful strike, he knocked off a portion of the white dragon's head. However, a dark mist enveloped the creature, and the head swiftly regenerated. Pain and fury etched across the white dragon's face, but ultimately, it morphed into an expression of desperation. Monkey brother, I was wrong. The individuals who plotted against you back then were merely pawns. If you seek vengeance, you should go after the Tathagata Buddha and Jin Shanzi. Show mercy. For the sake of our past brotherhood, spare me this time. I admit my faults. The white dragon wept, tears streaming down his face, turning to Tang's son, holy monk. You must intercede. If he continues this way, I shall surely perish. Tang's son glanced at the system panel, only to find it utterly unresponsive, his brow furrowing in concern. Amitabha, white dragon, though one must embody compassion, you cannot remain so obstinately unyielding. If your heart still resists, then I must allow you to endure further lessons from Monkey brother. Monkey brother, Tangson called out, observing the pitiable state of the white dragon on the ground. Sun Wukong grinned. Monk, this fellow's spirit is indeed quite unstable. If this continues, he may truly lose his essence. Is he so fragile? A flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Sen's face, yet it was swiftly replaced with a smile. No matter, I have recently attained a new Buddhist technique called Buddha's Radiance, which will serve to heal him. With that, Tang's son pressed his palms together, and in an instant, a brilliant light emanated from him, illuminating the white dragon. In that moment, the once near-lifeless white dragon felt his spirit stabilize, and even the lingering harm inflicted by Sun Wukong dissipated. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Monkey brother, why are you dawdling? Continue. Tang's son turned to Sun Wukong. Very well. With a chuckle, Sun Wukong brandished his staff once more. Bang, bang, bang. Howl. I concede. Master brother, grand sage, holy monk, I truly submit this time. The white dragon was howling in pain. Sun Wukong's staff struck with an intensity that was unbearable. Each blow bore a golden malice that pierced through his very being, penetrating his organs. Although his true form was that of a malevolent corpse, and he lacked the conventional organs, he still possessed a spirit. The golden malice from Sun Wukong's staff could even breach the depths of his soul, inflicting a torment that was intolerable. You yield? Tangson inquired, his gaze fixed intently on him. I yield. Do you genuinely wish to accompany me to the west? Tangson pressed further. With all my heart. I cannot be more sincere. The white dragon replied, his expression earnest. No, you are still deceiving me. Tangson shook his head with a sigh. Buddha's light shines upon us. He clasped his hands and resumed healing the white dragon's wounds. 2 days later, with sore wrists, Sun Wukong exhaled a heavy breath, utterly exhausted as he collapsed onto the ground. Monk, I can't continue this. If I keep hitting him like this, I'll be worn out before I can finish him off. Tang's son, hearing this, felt a twinge of helplessness as he gazed at the battered white dragon, once more asking the question that nearly brought the white dragon to despair. Are you willing to sincerely accompany me to the Western paradise for scriptures? The white dragon, weary and covered in scars, wore an expression devoid of hope. Seeing him feigning ignorance, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Sen's face. However, he remained patient. Since Sun Wukong was fatigued, he would take matters into his own hands. Buddha's light. Just as he was about to invoke his powers again to heal the white dragon, the latter suddenly trembled and fell to his knees before Tang's senator, holy monk. I know you possess a miraculous ability to read my thoughts, but this time I truly yield. I genuinely pledge to be your aid and accompany you to the West for scriptures. For all eternity, I shall never betray you. Ding dong. The long-awaited system notification resonated, akin to celestial music in Tang Sen's ears. He smiled as he patted the white dragon's head, his face brimming with satisfaction. It was evident that even a being born from malevolent thoughts could be redeemed through the Buddha's teachings. Just look at how the white dragon has submitted now. Excellent. My devoted guidance over these past 2 days was not in vain. Your willingness to be swayed by my teachings reflects your profound understanding. Fear not. When I reach the Great Thunder Sound Monastery and become the next Buddha, I shall surely bestow upon you a grand title and reward. Tang's son began to weave grand visions for the white dragon with utmost sincerity. Nearby, Sun Wukong couldn't help but smirk. He noticed that the further west they traveled, the bolder the monk's proclamations became. Previously, he had attained enlightenment, later becoming the successor to the Buddha, and now, astonishingly, he aspires to embody the Buddha himself. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaohu, who had witnessed the entire process of Tang Xin subduing the white dragon, felt a sense of confusion upon hearing Tang Xin's words. He was engulfed in doubt regarding the earnest teachings and kind intentions expressed by Tang San, even questioning whether the old fox who had taught him language back in the day had erred. Was the significance of the words uttered by Tang San entirely contrary to his own understanding? Great Bodhisattva Guangli, I deeply apologize. My revered Bodhisattva has been engaged in profound contemplation of Buddhist teachings for the past 3 months and is not receiving visitors. I kindly request that Great Bodhisattva return for now. At Nanhai Putuan Mountain, the white dragon soared towards the peak, but to his astonishment, he was halted at the foot of the mountain by the guardian deity, the Black Bear Spirit. The fact that Guanyin Bodhisattva would not even grant him an audience was disheartening. No matter. However, my master has entrusted me with a handwritten letter, which I humbly ask the deity to deliver. This matter is of utmost importance, so I beseech the deity to remember it well. Although the white dragon yearned to meet Guanyin Bodhisattva face to face, having been met with a closed door, he could only leave the handwritten letter from Jin Chanzi and depart. Yet, after taking just a couple of steps, he abruptly halted. For if his memory served him correctly, after Eagle Cry Gorge, the monk and the monkey should soon arrive at Black Wind Mountain. That mountain had formerly been the domain of this guardian deity. Great deity, may I inquire if you still have any connection with Black Wind Mountain? The white dragon turned back, his expression courteous as he posed the question. Why do you ask this? The Black Bear Spirit's eyes narrowed with suspicion at the mention of Black Wind Mountain. It is merely a kind reminder, dear deity. A group is impersonating the pilgrims from 5 centuries ago to retrace the journey to the west. They should have just passed Eagle Cry Gorge and are making their way towards Black Wind Mountain. If the deity or the bodhisattva still have interest there, I advise you to prepare accordingly. Do not allow yourselves to be disturbed by that group. With a beaming smile, the white dragon concluded his words and vanished in an instant, leaving the Black Bear's spirit standing there, gripping his spear, with a countenance fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. Chapter 36. Refining the Blood of the Ancestral Dragon. The worship of 10,000 dragons after successfully taming the little white dragon. Tang Xin was finally able to obtain a precious drop of the ancestral dragon's heart's blood. In the subsequent days, he did not hasten his journey. Instead, he submerged himself once more into the depths of the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, commencing the absorption and refinement of this vital essence. 3 days swiftly elapsed. At the bottom of the gorge, within a subterranean current that flowed directly to the western sea, a colossal jellyfish, exuding a gentle luminescence, began to ascend slowly from the shadows of the current. Old turtle, are you truly reckless? A voice echoed. We have already fled. Why return? You sensed the earlier commotion. Do you believe we can intervene? Inside the jellyfish, the old turtle, the water spider, and the serpent spirit were gathered. The water spider and the serpent spirit cast reluctant glances at the turtle, their faces betraying their unwillingness to return. What do you understand? The king has commanded us to assist the third prince in his cultivation. Now, with the third prince embroiled in battle, if we do not lend our aid and instead retreat, how shall we explain ourselves to the king? Moreover, if this matter reaches the third prince's ears and returns to the Dragon Palace, what fate awaits us? Let us not forget. The depths of the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge conceal the vile corpse of the third prince, who has ascended to become a bodhisattva now residing in the Spirit Mountain. The old turtle's tone was marked with impatience. Upon hearing this, although the water spider and the serpent spirit's expressions remained grim, they dared not voice further objections. After all, they bore the blood curse of the Dragon Palace, rendering it impossible for them to abandon their allegiance. Thus, they were left with no choice but to heed the old turtle's words and embark on another perilous journey to the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge to ascertain the outcome of the battle. Was the third prince still alive? With the 2 companions finally subdued, the old turtle resumed its focus, skillfully guiding the jellyfish to ascend with greater speed. This jellyfish, a remarkable creature of the sea, was incredibly resilient when still, capable of serving as a dwelling within the aquatic realm. Yet, once in motion, it transformed into an agile entity, swift as the currents. Their previous refuge, a palace beneath the waves, had been the jellyfish itself, and their escape had relied upon its ability to plunge into the dark currents of the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Thus, they again relied on this jellyfish to navigate through the shadows. After a considerable passage of time, the jellyfish finally emerged from the dark current, surfacing at the bottom of the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. The 3 creatures held their breath, scarcely daring to exhale as they peered outside. However, upon glancing out, they were taken aback. The usual darkness, thick with malevolence and patrolled by countless skeletons, had transformed into a scene illuminated as brightly as day. Not only had the skeletal sentinels vanished, but a multitude of fish now swam from various hidden currents at the seabed, darting frantically in a singular direction. It was noteworthy that in times past, the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, dominated by the third prince's malevolent corpse, was a realm so inhospitable that no living creature could dare approach its depths. Yet only 3 days have passed, and here an earth-shattering transformation has already taken place. What has transpired? The old turtle murmured in bewilderment. Old turtle, could it be that you are so flustered that you have wandered astray to another place? The genuinely anxious serpent demon could not resist teasing. Look over there. Suddenly, the water spider pointed towards the center of the gorge below, its voice trembling. The old turtle and the serpent demon turned their heads in unison, and their eyes widened simultaneously. For there, at that moment, appeared an extraordinarily bright little sun, casting radiant light from within the depths of this gorge. Not only was it luminous, upon beholding this little sun, a ridiculous sensation welled up within the hearts of the 3 demons, a greedy desire to devour that little sun whole. Now I understand why all those fish have been frantically swimming this way, the serpent demon murmured, swallowing hard. Boom. At that instant, the once docile jellyfish beneath them suddenly began to glow, accelerating swiftly towards the little sun. Old turtle, are you mad? Do you even know what that is? How can you dare charge towards it? Though the serpent demon longed for the little sun, rationality prevailed, prompting an exclamation of anger. I have no control. The jellyfish has lost its senses. The old turtle trembled, his voice quaking. Thud. Just then, the little sun quivered and emitted a sound akin to a heartbeat. A ripple surged forth from its center, rushing outward in all directions. Simultaneously, at the nearest location, the West Sea Dragon Palace, the West Sea Dragon King Alwyn, who had been drinking, suddenly lifted his head and gazed towards the direction of Eagle-esque Gorge. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel a sense of palpitations? He murmured to himself. Thud. Another heartbeat echoed, clearer this time, causing Alwyn's expression to change abruptly as a legacy hidden within his bloodline surged to the forefront of his mind. He realized that a dragon was summoning him through a profound connection via their bloodlines. The bloodline of the summoner must undoubtedly be of a higher order than his own. Without a moment to ponder, he transformed in an instant into a colossal black dragon, racing towards that sensation. Following closely behind, a multitude of dragons of various hues in the ocean received the same signal and converged toward the same destination. How powerful! The heartbeat resonates with such vigor. My strength has at least doubled. Unbeknownst to Tang Sun, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside, he was currently enveloped within that little sun, wholeheartedly absorbing the power of the ancestor dragon's blood. To be honest, despite it being merely a drop of blood, the energy contained within far exceeded Tang Sun's expectations. He was compelled to exert all his strength to refine this energy, which also explains his transformation into a miniature sun. During this time, he had been diligently channeling the 9 turns profound art, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. At last, he had successfully absorbed the blood of the ancestral dragon. Furthermore, he had inadvertently awakened an extraordinarily potent divine ability. Tang Sun grinned widely, and in an instant, his human form vanished, giving way to a slender golden dragon. Adorned with 5 claws and 4 limbs, its entire body covered in golden scales. The transformation of the ancestral dragon. This was the divine ability he comprehended while refining that drop of ancestral dragon's blood. From now on, if he were to declare himself a member of the dragon clan, few would dare to question his claim. A smile spread across Tang Sun's dragon maw. Alas, in the world of Journey to the West, the dragon clan held the lowest status. If he were to impersonate a dragon, it could lead to trouble if he inadvertently crossed paths with Neza or any other dragon-eating fiends. Regardless, he decided to seek out Monkey King. He had spent 3 to 4 days refining this drop of ancestral dragon's blood and wondered if his companion had grown impatient. As he spoke, Tang Sun's dragon tail swept, shattering the watery barrier that had formed around him during the absorption of the ancestral dragon's blood, the reason for which was still a mystery to him. With a crash, the water barrier shattered, and the exterior scene flooded into his sight, causing him to shudder. He beheld countless swimming fish and various bizarre aquatic creatures that nearly surrounded him. At the very moment the barrier broke, these water beasts surged frantically into the space he occupied. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, numerous water beasts exploded into a mist of blood, yet more continued to rush into the barrier. Finally, one water beast entered without bursting apart. Rather, it gradually transformed into a small azure dragon. Goodness! Tang Sen stared at this spectacle, unable to contain his astonishment. Even he was somewhat bewildered, entirely at a loss for comprehension. As all the water beasts surged into the barrier, 8 small dragons of various hues joyously circled around him. Even beginning to pay their respects, Tang Sen stood in a daze, witnessing this marvel. The dragon gate is reopened, 8 dragons newly born. The glory of my dragon clan is once again within reach. Cheers for my clan, cheers for the ancestors. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the shadows in the distance, startling Tang Sen once more. He abruptly turned his gaze toward the source, where numerous colossal dragons were slowly emerging from the darkness. Chapter 37. The Opening of the Dragon's Tomb, the Heritage of the Dragon Clan. Among these colossal dragons, the most striking were the 4 at the forefront, 1 azure, 1 silver, 1 black, and 1 crimson, each exceeding 1,000 feet in length. Behind them, a myriad of smaller dragons of various hues swarmed, numbering in the hundreds. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Sen felt a shiver run down his spine. He could hardly comprehend why, having merely refined a drop of the ancestor dragon's blood, he had summoned such a multitude of dragons. Did they intend to seize him? In this moment, Tang Sen also bore the form of a dragon. Contemplating this, he instinctively retracted his dragon form, golden radiance emanating from his entire being as a faint aura of dragon might begin to press upon the surrounding dragons. Observing his actions, the 8 smaller dragons, who had been joyfully frolicking and interacting, suddenly turned alert, their gazes fixed on the formidable dragons before them as if receiving a silent command. The foremost azure dragon, sensing the palpable pressure emanating from the depths of Tang Sen's bloodline, along with the subtle hostility that accompanied it, momentarily faltered in its breath. Upon noticing the genuine presence of 8 innate dragons beside Tang Sen, a glimmer of intense desire flashed in its eyes. Their previous concealment had stemmed from uncertainty regarding whether the bloodline summoning was initiated by a dragon or some other entity. In these times of diminished dragonkind, such feats were not exclusive to dragons alone. Yet, upon feeling the substantial aura of dragon might resonating from Tang Sen's being and the innate dragons accompanying him, the azure dragon comprehended that this little golden dragon was indeed a true dragon and one of a far nobler bloodline than their own. However, it appeared that this was not an elder dragon's ascension in power or bloodline, but rather the emergence of a newly born dragon. This revelation set its thoughts whirling, pondering the means by which this little golden dragon had come to be, and which dragon ancestor's bloodline allowed it to awaken so suddenly, accompanied by 8 innate dragons. Despite the multitude of doubts swirling within, the azure dragon maintained a warm smile on its face. Young ancestor, do not misconstrue our intentions. We have come in response to the bloodline's call to congratulate you on your remarkable achievements. The azure dragon's tone brimmed with respect, even hinting at a touch of flattery. Young ancestor? Tang Sen's heart stirred, wondering if the azure dragon was regarding him as an ancestor. He managed to smile, striving to uphold the dignity befitting a dragon of higher status, and solemnly inquired, "Who are you? What name do you bear?" "I am the current Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang. These 3 are my elder brothers, Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the South Sea, and Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea." Goodness, all 4 sea dragon kings have gathered, Tang Sen mused inwardly. Yet his expression remained impassive. "Very well. Now that my prowess is established and you have offered your congratulations, it is time for us to part ways. Each to their own homes, each to their own mothers." Upon hearing these words, Ao Guang and his companions exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of unease. "What is it? Is there something more?" Tang Sen felt a surge of vigilance. Humph, a bunch of timid and inept individuals. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed from the opposite side. Moments later, a group of dragons gradually emerged from the shadows. Leading them were 3 colossal dragons, 1 gold, 1 purple, and 1 blue, towering at 1,000 feet each. Following closely behind were over 100 true dragons. Tang Sen keenly observed that the instant these dragons appeared, the 4 sea dragon clans on the other side immediately heightened their guard, and some dragons involuntarily displayed faint traces of murderous intent. Likewise, The newly arrived dragons exuded even greater hostility and malice, as if poised to launch an assault on their counterparts at any moment. What brings you here? Ao Guang's expression darkened upon seeing the leading trio. We have come to pay our respects at the behest of the young ancestor. The golden dragon cast a disdainful glance at Ao Guang before turning to Tang Sun, slightly bowing its head in respect. O young ancestor, we are from the Guang clan of the northern Jilu continent. Guang Chun, Guang Yu, we pay our respects. The three towering dragons spoke in unison, lowering their heads toward Tang's Senator Goodness. The Guang clan truly exists, and they have appeared. Tang Sun felt a twinge of astonishment, noticing Tang Sen's silence. The golden dragon continued, O young ancestor, we have come today regarding the dragon tomb. We humbly request your permission to enter the dragon tomb so that the younger generation of our dragon clan may accompany your companion dragon to receive the ancestral legacy. Dragon tomb? A flicker of confusion crossed Tang Sen's face. After all, he was not a true dragon and was not well versed in the intricacies of dragon lore. During his refinement of the ancestral dragon's blood, he had not acquired knowledge in this regard. At that moment, a striking little dragon, flickering in and out of visibility, emitted a dragon's roar directed at him. He recognized this dragon. It was a magnificent creature that had transformed from a jellyfish. He recalled that within that jellyfish, he had encountered an old tortoise, a water spider, and an ancient serpent, all of whom had perished. Listening to this dragon's roar, he, despite never having learned the dragon language, inexplicably received an influx of information regarding the dragon tomb. In ancient legends, the dragon clan possessed a dragon tomb, a resting place for ancestral dragons. All elder dragons, upon nearing death, could enter the dragon tomb for self-burial, and every innate dragon, upon birth, also had an opportunity to access the dragon tomb and acquire fortunes. Just as the golden dragon had stated, these 8 little dragons beside him were indeed innate dragons, and also his companion dragons. They possessed the qualification to enter the dragon tomb. Naturally, when the passage was opened, they could also bring along a few dragons of later bloodlines to mingle and seek their fortunes. The reason for their emergence lies in the barrier formed by the flowing water surrounding them while refining the essence of the ancestral dragoness blood. This is a remarkably unique method of reproduction within the dragon lineage, known as the Dragon Gate. Dragons born through this process exhibit a purity that surpasses that of their naturally nurtured counterparts. After all, the offspring nurtured by nature are merely postnatal dragons, their bloodline having been diluted over generations. In contrast, those who become true dragons through this method are innate dragons, their bloodline inherently powerful. However, the conditions required to trigger this phenomenon are exceedingly stringent. Tang Sun found himself perplexed. As a mere human who had refined a single drop of the ancestral dragoness blood, how could he possibly activate the Dragon Gate? Can you open the dragon tomb? Tang Sun inquired, glancing at the 8 small dragons surrounding him. Upon hearing his question, the 8 young dragons exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Suddenly, without any visible movement, a fissure opened before them, from which a rich and unique spiritual aura surged forth, causing all the surrounding dragons to momentarily pause in their breathing. Since the onset of the great calamity of dragons and phoenixes, the dragon lineage has been in decline for over 100,000 years, with no dragon able to ascend through their bloodline to trigger the Dragon Gate and give birth to innate dragons. Consequently, for a century, no dragon has entered the dragon tomb to obtain its legacy. Many young dragons even believed that the notions of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon Tomb's inheritance were mere fabrications of their ancestors' imaginations. Yet now, as these 8 small dragons effortlessly open the passage to the Dragon Tomb, they realize the truth. The Dragon Tomb indeed exists. Chapter 38, Little Ancestor. A modest gift as a token of respect. Upon witnessing the opening of the Dragon Tomb, Ao Guang's eyes instantly sparkled with fervor. This event marked the most significant occurrence for the Four Seas Dragon Clan in a span of 100 millennia. Since the cataclysm of the dragon and phoenix, the dragon bloodline had grown increasingly diluted. The more diluted it became, the more urgent the need for procreation to replenish their numbers and bolster their clan standing. This seemed to have spiraled into a vicious cycle, leading to the further decline of the entire Four Seas Dragon Clan. As of today, the purest blood within their ranks belonged to the 4 ancient beings who survived the calamity, their bloodline powers sealed, unable to advance any further. This was indeed a rather ludicrous predicament. The most effective means of elevating the dragon bloodline as a whole lay within the dragon tomb, which housed the remains and various bloodline legacies of countless dragon ancestors accumulated over millions of years. For years, he had dreamt of the moment the dragon tomb would open. To his astonishment, that moment had now become a reality. With this thought, Ao Guang felt a surge of exhilaration. He turned and shouted. All members of the Four Seas Dragon clan under 1,000 years old stepped forward. As his words echoed, a stir arose behind him, and soon over 20 dragons surged forth. Simultaneously, the Guang clan observed Ao Guang's actions and began selecting their own members, also bringing forth more than 20 dragons, even carrying a dragon egg. Tang Sun watched this scene with narrowed eyes. Did these creatures not ponder whether they were willing to bring these dragons into the dragon tomb? Did they truly believe they could usher the dragons in without recompense? With this thought, Tang Sun couldn't help but smirk. After all, he was aware of his own circumstances. As a human, the rise or fall of the dragon clan bore no relevance to him. Moreover, he had just forged a deadly enmity with the little white dragon. Should either the Ao clan or the Guang clan discover that his true form was human, and that he had reduced the esteemed little white dragon, who had risen to prominence in the three realms and ascended to the Buddhist path as a bodhisattva, to tears, they would undoubtedly regard him with disdain. No, he could not so easily assist them without compensation. He needed to devise a strategy to extract something of value from these ancient dragon kings. After all, he had heard tales in his past life of the dragon's immense wealth. As his thoughts whirled, an excellent idea soon blossomed in his mind, and a subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Before long, the two clans, totaling 7 colossal dragons, arrived before Tang Sun, their eyes fixed expectantly upon him. Little ancestor, when may these younger generations enter? Ao Guang inquired, leaning closer with an ingratiating demeanor. Ahem, it is my solemn duty to restore the glory of the dragon clan, Tang Sun proclaimed with righteous fervor before a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. However, there is one matter that poses a considerable challenge for me. My companion dragon, each can only bring 3 earthly dragons, which means a total of 24 can be taken in. However, you have nearly doubled that number, leaving me in a dilemma over whom to include and whom to exclude. Young ancestor, we are the legitimate descendants of the ancestral dragons, while the ancestors of the Ao clan are merely companion dragons. Given the limited numbers, it should be our Guang clan that enters first, thus enhancing our chances of inheriting the lineage and elevating our bloodline. Like Tang Sun, Guang Chun, the first to speak, with the golden divine dragon, expressed his urgency. Young ancestor, do not be deceived by this individual. We currently live in an era governed by the celestial court. They shattered the sin dragon of the great wilderness and are burdened with immense karmic retribution, guarding the sea in the extreme north to atone for their sins. It is we, the Ao clan of the Four Seas, who are the truly recognized dragons by the heavenly path, and it is you, young ancestor, who should choose us. As you have just emerged into the world, once this matter is resolved, we can serve as your advocates and report your existence to the celestial court. They will surely grant you an immortal position, allowing you to join the ranks of the celestial beings and enjoy eternal life. Among the Four Seas dragon clans, Ao Qin, the dragon king of the South Sea, was quick-tempered and immediately retorted, offering what he deemed enticing terms. What nonsense! Immortal status, eternal life. Is it not merely servitude to the Taoist sect? If you wish to be dogs yourselves, that is one thing. But to wish for our young ancestor to serve as one is truly befitting of a naturally inferior dragon. Why not mention how you dare not even summon rain randomly? A single misstep could land you on the celestial court's dragon execution platform. The Four Seas dragon kings, I see, are nothing more than mere hounds. Behind Guang Chun stood a blue dragon, enveloped in shimmering azure light, exuding an air of elegance and grace. When he spoke, he delivered profound cultural insights that left Tang Sun momentarily stunned. Ao Qin, confronted by this audacious display, erupted in fiery wrath, flames engulfing him without being extinguished by the water, spreading rapidly around him until a sea of fire surrounded him within 100 feet. The younger dragons present could not withstand the heat and were forced to retreat. What? Do you wish to fight? Once a traitor who turned against us. You think yourself formidable? Come now, I shall give you 2 dragon claws. Let us battle in the sea for 300 rounds. The blue dragon continued to taunt. Simultaneously, an icy aura emanated from him, clashing with the flames produced by Ao Qin. Tension hung thick in the air, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Amidst this volatile atmosphere, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, transformed into a Qinglong, the same size as Tang Sun, and approached with a smile, saying, "Young ancestor, we came in haste and brought no gifts, so please accept this heavenly pearl as a token of goodwill from the old dragon. Behold, within this pearl lies 100 million strands of pure incense collected by our Four Seas Dragon clan over the years, along with 26 merit fruits. Consider this a token of our Four Seas Dragon clan for our esteemed ancestor." Oh, Tang Sun was momentarily taken aback, a smile instantly gracing his face. He had heard from the monkey that ever since the Buddhist sect flourished 5 centuries ago, incense had become the hard currency of the 3 realms. Whether it be the celestial beings of the Taoist sect or the monks of the Buddhist order, they utilized it as a medium of exchange. In simpler terms, it functioned as the currency of the celestial realm. This old dragon is indeed generous, presenting a staggering 100 million strands of incense. It is worth noting that such pure incense can only be produced by ordinary mortals, and only those devout believers who offer sincere worship for an entire year can yield this amount. Not to mention the 26 merit fruits. Tang Sun had never even heard of such a thing, but given its connection to the heavenly merits, it was undoubtedly a valuable item. Indeed, I perceive the determination and ambition of the Four Seas Dragon clan to strive for advancement. Such a dragon clan possesses a promising future, a chance for ascension in their lineage. Tang Sun accepted the heavenly pearl and affectionately patted Ao Guang's dragon body with his claw, praising him with evident delight. Chapter 39. Restore the greatness of the dragon clan. Ao Guang, obedient and astute, immediately felt a surge of joy on his weathered face and hastily inquired, "What about the quota, my little ancestor?" "Let's do this," he continued. "I will arrange for 10 of the finest dragons from the Four Seas Dragon Palace to enter first. It is not that I am unwilling to offer more. Rather, it is essential to provide others with opportunities for advancement. Wouldn't you agree, old Dragon King?" With a smile, Tang Sun gestured toward Guang Chun and the others in the distance, hinting at their presence. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Ao Guang felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart, unable to allow all dragons under 1,000 years from the Four Seas Dragon clan to enter. He lamented this missed opportunity, but concealed his feelings. After all, being able to send in 10 dragons was already a monumental fortune in the past 100 millennia. With a swift motion, he summoned 10 of the most promising young dragons, their faces alight with excitement as they swam over. Tang Sun likewise signaled to the 8 young dragons beside him. 3 of them flicked their tails and exhaled dragon energy, leading the way into the passageway that led to the dragon tomb. This scene was immediately captured by the golden dragon, who had been watching Ao Guang intently. He glanced at the blue dragon still engaged in a playful tussle with Ao Qin, and then at the 10 dragons eager to enter the passage, his brow furrowing in concern. "Enough," he exclaimed with authority. "Do not waste time with them. We have little time left, and the matter at hand is urgent." His furious roar halted the blue dragon, who had been playfully teasing Ao Qin, forcing it to return to the golden dragon's side. Its discontent evident as it flicked its tail. The golden dragon, mirroring Ao Guang, shrank in size to match Tang Sun, swiftly maneuvering to block the path of the 10 young dragons at the entrance of the dragon tomb. "Halt. Little ancestor, I have a precious gift for you. Please take a look at the treasures of the Guang clan before you assess who has a greater chance of ascending in bloodline." As Guangchen spoke, without waiting for Tang Sun's response, he gritted his teeth and plucked a blood-soaked golden dragon scale from his body. He gently blew upon the scale. Boom. The scale ignited instantly, its intense heat causing all surrounding dragons to momentarily halt their breath, instinctively retreating. "Little ancestor, behold. This is the true flame of the Tianwu, derived from a battle between the dragon, phoenix, and Shilin clans. One of our ancestors extinguished a Tianwu and refined a strand of primordial spiritual fire from its being. You and I both practice the golden sha, and this heavenly fire is perfect for refining gold. With this true flame of Tianwu, you can continuously temper your dragon body, rapidly enhancing your physical strength. Moreover, this fire excels at incinerating true spirits and primordial souls. Should any cultivator's soul be tainted by this flame, without special countermeasures, they will surely be reduced to ashes within the span of a mere quarter hour, their essence and form annihilated." Primordial spiritual fire? Tang Sun gazed at the flame, which appeared no larger than a fist, quietly suspended at the bottom of the gorge, and couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. Although he had never heard of such a thing, nor did he comprehend the true might of this flame, the Monkey King had once proclaimed that in this realm, anything associated with the Terminate would undoubtedly be a supreme treasure. According to the Monkey King's assertions, while there existed many formidable treasures of the acquired variety, the innate treasures were nearly all relics that had been passed down since the dawn of creation. Such items, having endured countless tribulations, remained immortal, each inherently endowed with a formidable power of law. In this realm, only golden immortals and the saints above them could touch the laws. Even the Monkey King himself, during his pilgrimage to the west, had been tormented by various innate spirit treasures, left utterly defenseless. Truly, this was a remarkable treasure. Would it truly be given to me? Tang Sun gazed uncertainly at Guangchun. Little ancestor, you may not be aware that we, having once been defeated by the Taoist sect, suffered the collective loss of our 3 flowers and 5 qi, resulting in our fall from the golden immortal realm. This treasure, retained in our possession, holds little benefit for us now. However, you, dear ancestor, possess genuine potential to ascend to the golden immortal stage and beyond. This treasure in your hands could manifest even greater power. I act thus for the future of our dragon clan. Do not decline, simply take it. Guangchun's tone was earnest, and with a flick of his dragon tail, the heavenly black flame floated unsteadily before Tang Sun, who grasped it with his dragon claw. As he channeled his magical power, he faced no obstruction and swiftly refined it. Tang Sun was immediately overwhelmed with joy, promptly swallowing the flame, and with a satisfied expression declared, "Excellent. The sincerity of the Guang clan is evidently profound. I hereby promise that all dragons below 1,000 years old may enter the dragon tomb to seek their fortunes." Upon hearing his words, Guangchun was filled with exuberance. However, Ao Guang's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. "Little ancestor, you have indeed taken my heavenly pearl." He looked longingly at Tang. "Senator, fear not. Am I a dragon of broken promises? I shall bring along 10 dragons from your sea of 4 dragons as well, though it may be somewhat taxing to accommodate more. Given Guangchun's sincerity, I shall allow my accompanying dragons to bear a bit more burden. Everything I do is for the resurgence of our dragon clan. It is my duty. And what of you? Do you have any objections?" Tang Sun looked earnestly at his accompanying dragons. These creatures, in harmony with Tang Sun's intentions, lifted their heads in a display of readiness to sacrifice for their clan. Ao Guang, witnessing this scene, could not help but recognize that this golden dragon, the little ancestor, was merely gauging the situation. If the Guang clan were to send only 10 dragons, he might accept it. But now, with Guangchun offering a precious innate flame, all would be included. If they were to send merely 10 dragons, it would surely put them at a disadvantage against the Guang clan. This was intolerable. "Little ancestor, what more do you require? Though my clan is affluent, the treasures inherent to our lineage are indeed rare and beyond our reach. However, we can certainly procure any other items you may require. The old dragon seeks nothing but the restoration of my clan's former glory. Ao Guang, that old rascal, has quickly learned how to curry favor with this esteemed young master." Approaching with a face full of deference. Upon hearing this, Tang Sun fell into deep contemplation. Soon, a thought emerged. When the monkey sought apprenticeship at Wuxing Mountain, he was financially constrained and could only hastily gather a dragon-headed staff from the back mountain as a makeshift offering. Yet now, given the opportunity, why not procure a fitting weapon for Brother Monkey? With his mind racing, he cleared his throat and finally spoke. "Old Dragon King, I have heard tales of a treasured artifact within your Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, known as the Sea Calming Needle. I hold a great desire for such a relic. If you would be willing to part with it, I could persuade my companions to exert themselves further and assist in bringing along the remaining dragons of your Four Seas clan. What say you?" Chapter 40. The Supreme Laozi. Has the Heavenly Tao issued a warning again? Ao Guang was taken aback upon hearing this, his expression betraying his discomfort. "Young ancestor, it is not that the old dragon is unwilling. You may not be aware that the sea-steadying needle was taken by the Western Buddha of combat, Sun Wukong, 5 centuries ago. I truly wish I could provide it." As Ao Guang spoke, fearing that Tang Sun might become irate, he hastily continued to explain. "Moreover, young ancestor, what you may not know is that this artifact was used by the ancient Emperor Yu during his flood control efforts. Essentially, it is a treasure of human merit and virtue. Without possessing significant merit and fortune, one cannot even lift it. Even those with sufficient merit and fortune would find themselves plagued by misfortune or even suffer a diminishment of luck when attempting to wield it. This kind of virtuous treasure should be handled only by the few ancient emperors. Oh, Tang Sun was momentarily stunned. He had merely inquired casually, yet he had not anticipated such intricate details. Then why is it that the monkey you mentioned can use it? He queried further. Ah, Ao Guang chuckled lightly. It is permissible to share this now. He is indeed a person of destiny from 500 years ago, formed from a piece of the stone left by Nuwa when she mended the heavens, inherently endowed with great fortune and merit. The celestial beings have permitted him to wield that staff to diminish the calamities and merits that burden him. Ao Guang spoke with a sense of lament. How underhanded these beings are. They have calculated against my brother the monkey. Tang Sun squinted slightly. Are there similar divine weapons within the four seas? I mean, weapons like staffs, but devoid of human merit treasures. He finally articulated his true intent after much preamble. Ao Guang and the other dragon kings exchanged glances, observing that the dragons of the Guang clan were already queuing to enter the dragon tomb. After a moment of deliberation, the elder dragons made a decision. Younger ancestor. In the North Sea Dragon Palace, we possess a staff crafted from the heart of a 10,000-year-old ironwood tree. However, it is somewhat heavy, weighing approximately 86,000 pounds. This staff was once wielded by the great shaman of the Witch clan. The greater the strength of the user, the more effectively its power can be harnessed. Furthermore, one who possesses this staff is impervious to magic, unaffected by water or fire, and it even has a mitigating effect on the laws of many innate spiritual treasures. What do you think, young ancestor? The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shuan, inquired with a hint of apprehension. Tang Sun's eyes brightened at the response. Setting aside the staff's specifics, the introduction alone sounds quite formidable. Excellent. If that is the case, we shall take this staff. He nodded in agreement. Good. Fourth brother, go fetch the staff. We shall remain here to accompany the young ancestor. Ao Guang exclaimed, overjoyed at Tang Sun's consent. For them, these spiritual treasures and incense were mere external possessions. The most vital aspect for the dragon clan was their own lineage. As they entered the dragon tomb, if even half of the Four Seas Dragon clan could attain an opportunity for bloodline advancement, it would be a monumental blessing. Under the celestial realm, they have endured in silence for many years, finally glimpsing a flicker of hope for the resurgence of the dragon clan. Time flows quietly. In merely half an hour, the Dragon King of the North Sea returned, bearing a dark, primordial iron staff beneath his claw. Little ancestor, please be cautious. This staff is quite heavy. Ao Shun cautioned as he carefully handed the staff to Tang Senator. However, Tang Sun paid little heed, effortlessly wielding it with the ease of his 9 turns mystical art. Esteemed ones, the matters here are now concluded. Once all the young dragons of the Four Seas had entered the dragon tomb, Tang Sun cast a knowing glance at the elusive, translucent little dragon that he favored most, still waiting outside. The little dragon immediately sliced through the water, and in an instant, a fissure appeared before Tang Senator until we meet again. Without waiting for Ao Guang and the Guang clan to utter another word, Tang Sun swiftly dove into the spatial rift and vanished. The Dragon of Space. Ao Guang and Guang Chun gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming in unison. Such a lineage of dragons was exceedingly rare. Only the ancient ancestor Zhu Jiuyin, who commanded the laws of time, could be compared to the power of space. At that moment, all dragons turned their gaze towards the remaining translucent little dragon. Upon witnessing her master depart safely, the little dragon expelled a series of bubbles towards the remaining dragons, then flicked her tail and dove into the dragon tomb as well. They would remain within the tomb for an extended period, seeking their own fortunes. The duration of this time varied, dependent on each dragon's own destiny. Regardless of how long it may be, the Dragon Clan experienced unforeseen changes due to Tang Sun's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, atop the 33 heavens, in the palace of leaving regrets, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, fully engrossed in concocting an elixir, suddenly found his mind adrift. At the critical moment with the Bagua furnace, this distraction caused a muffled explosion. Alas, my elixir! The Lord's face was filled with regret. Why does the heavenly Tao, ever troublesome, issue a warning so abruptly? What a pity for this fine elixir. With a countenance of lamentation, he instructed his attendant, go and clear the residue from the furnace, send it to the ox, lest it go to waste. After giving his orders, he set aside his whisk, closed his eyes, and began to calculate. Hmm. Calamity energy? By my mother's womb. It has only been 500 years since the incident with the monkeys, and calamity energy has emerged again. Will there be no peace? He grumbled as he worked diligently. Soon achieving a rough understanding of the situation, he vaguely discerned the silhouettes of 8 young dragons. Could this calamity energy be linked to the Dragon Clan? The Supreme Lord Lao Jun stroked his beard, falling into deep contemplation. The moment he beheld the 8 dragons, an overwhelming calmness enveloped him. Immortals face 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, and similarly, the realm itself experiences cyclical tribulations. Generally speaking, the greater the number of those destined to face these tribulations, the weaker the calamity signifies. What is most concerning are figures akin to Sun Wukong or Neza, with but a solitary individual destined to confront the tribulation, coupled with their extraordinary lineage and origins. Such entities are indeed the most formidable to contend with. Now, this particular thread of calamity, born from the Dragon Clan and specifically from the 8 dragons, is far more manageable. After all, the Dragon Clan has historically wrought little good upon this realm, often contributing to its destruction, and their accumulated fortune and merits have dwindled to a mere shadow of their former selves. It is simply impossible for a dragon of great fortune and merit to arise from them. Perhaps this is yet another scheme conjured by the ancient dragons who, reluctant to fade into obscurity, have orchestrated such events. Smiling, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord shook his head, choosing to remain a mere observer for the time being. He was curious to see what tricks the Dragon Clan might unveil. With this thought, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord flicked his whisk and commenced a calculation. Considering the passage of time, Yang Chan's 3 corpses should soon be severed, and it wouldn't be long before she attempts to gather the 3 flowers at her crown. As the daughter of Yaoji, she too embodies a significant amount of human fortune, and having recently claimed the Lotus Lantern as her own, it would be best if her path were not so smoothly paved. Muttering to himself, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord suddenly waved his hand, and a spark of spiritual light swiftly descended from the realm of Lihentian, making its way towards a towering mountain in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Ultimately, it veered midway, landing upon a scholar resting at the mountain's foot, preparing to journey to the capital for the Imperial examination. Chapter 41. Continuing westward. The next destination, Black Wind Mountain. On a small hill more than 20 miles from Eagle Cry Gorge, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred, and the Golden Dragon, transformed from Tang Sun, swiftly emerged with a flick of its tail. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that the aquatic dragon clan had not pursued him, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, those old fellows did not relentlessly chase after him, insisting that he, a minor ancestor, assist in the revival of their lineage. Having secured the benefits, and with the 8 accompanying dragons now resting in the Dragon Tomb, the affairs of Eagle Cry Gorge had reached a satisfactory conclusion, allowing him to set forth toward the next destination, Black Wind Mountain. With this thought in mind, he transformed back into his original form, hoisting the round iron staff onto his shoulder, his face brimming with joy as he made his way towards Eagle Cry Gorge. This time, the absorption of the ancestral dragon's blood had yielded extraordinary rewards for him. Not only had he acquired a strand of innate spiritual fire, but he had also gathered 1 billion strands of pure incense. With this incense at his disposal, he would no longer face the risk of inadequacy when employing the transformation technique taught to him by the Monkey King. Moreover, without even mentioning the merits he had earned, this staff alone had significantly enhanced his combat prowess, akin to a major upgrade for the Monkey King. After all, everyone knows that a Monkey King wielding a formidable staff is an entirely different entity from one without such a weapon. Before long, he arrived at a hillside where the Monkey King and the little white dragon awaited. At that moment, the little white dragon was still pretending to be a horse, yet its eyes were darting around, perhaps concocting some mischievous scheme. Nearby, the Monkey King reclined leisurely on a large rock, basking in the sunlight. However, Tang Sun understood that beneath this facade of relaxation, the Monkey King was diligently cultivating, practicing both the Primordial Sutra and the 9 transformations of mystical arts simultaneously. In fact, due to his rapid cultivation, a subtle vortex of spiritual energy had begun to form around him. Beside the Monkey King, Huang Xiaohu was also seriously meditating, diligently practicing the Primordial Sutra that Tang Sun had imparted to him. The entire pilgrimage team appeared harmonious and splendid. What puzzled Tang Sun was that despite the tremendous commotion that had erupted beneath Eagle Cry Gorge, with so many dragons congregating at the gorge's bottom, there seemed to be no awareness of it above. Not only the Monkey King and Huang Xiaohu, but even the little white dragon, a fellow member of the Dragon Clan, had failed to sense the emergence of the Dragon Gate, nor the arrival of both his adoptive and biological fathers. Tang Sun could only attribute this to the enigmatic nature of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon Clan. It seemed that in this world, there remained many mysteries shrouded in a veil of fog. Monkey, Tang Sun called out with a beaming face. Sun Wukong opened his eyes at the sound. Springing up with a nimble motion, he turned to face Tang Sun, unable to suppress his complaints. Where on earth have you been? You've been gone for 3 days. And I had no idea whether you were alive or dead. Though he was complaining, his tone unmistakably conveyed concern. However, as he spoke, his words suddenly faltered, his gaze drawn irresistibly to the staff that Tang Sun was shouldering. This is... He instinctively licked his lips. Hee, I found this on the way. Why don't you give it a try? Tang Sun grinned as he tossed the stick in his hand towards Sun Wukong. Is this for me? Sun Wukong, although somewhat prepared, felt an overwhelming joy upon receiving the stick. He recognized its value at a glance, realizing it was no ordinary object, and likely not merely found. How heavy! The moment Sun Wukong grasped the stick, he was caught off guard and nearly lost his grip. However, excitement surged through him immediately. The heavier the stick, the more he relished it. Let me have a go and test my skills. Sun Wukong chuckled, eagerly leaping onto a large rock nearby to showcase his prowess with the stick. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rapid motion of the stick generated a fierce wind that swirled around him, kicking up dust and debris as if a tempest had erupted. Haha, what a thrill. It has been 500 years since I felt this exhilaration. Sun Wukong suddenly halted his movements and, with a resounding crash, plunged the stick into the stone before him. Not bad. It's only slightly inferior to my golden staff. Sun Wukong inquired with a beaming face. So, you spent the last 3 days fetching this stick for me? Well, sort of. It was a fortunate coincidence. I seized the opportunity to acquire it for you, Tang Sun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to a playful grin. But didn't the white dragon mention I was the 6-eared macaque? Aren't you worried about giving it to the wrong person? Not at all. I am Tang Xuanzong, and you are Sun Wukong. We have formally acknowledged each other as master and disciple at the foot of the 5 Elements Mountain. I am indeed real, and you are undoubtedly real. If anyone dares to question this, we shall join forces and smash their insolent head, Tang Sun declared with spirited confidence. Haha, splendid. From this day forth, I shall proudly be known as the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong straightened his back, invigorated. In that instant, he felt as if he had returned to his days of dominance in Flower Fruit Mountain. Ba, what a joy to see the great sage of old return. This stick was worth the effort. Tang Sun's face broke into a smile. What shall we do next? Shall we continue our journey? Sun Wukong inquired. Naturally. I mentioned that we are to battle our way to the west to seek the scriptures. How could we abandon our quest midway? As he spoke, his mind activated, summoning the system panel, which had updated with the new task. Name: Tang Sun World of Transmigration. Journey to the West Transmigration Target. Tang Xuanzong Main Quest. Please fulfill Tang Xuanzong's mission to journey to the West for Buddhism and scriptures. Upon completion, you may return to Earth with enhanced cultivation. Note: there exists a significant disparity in the flow of time between Earth and the journey to the West world. Task progress. The host has successfully accepted the White Dragon as his steed. Please proceed to the Guanyin Zen Temple at the foot of Blackwind Mountain to complete the task and gain a century of cultivation. Upon successfully influencing the young White Dragon, Tang Sun felt a profound sense of satisfaction as the system refreshed the task. Although the reward was merely a century of cultivation, the task was effortlessly achievable, akin to a gift simply waiting to be claimed. Why would he not seize the opportunity to gain a century of spiritual practice? He beckoned to the distant white dragon horse, which promptly trotted over, eagerly bending its front leg in a gesture of invitation for Tang Sun to mount. Off they went. Continuing their journey westward, Tang Sun mounted the horse, his face radiating determination and ambition. Sun Wukong, tilting his head as he observed Tang Sun advancing towards the setting sun, suddenly brandished his staff with a wide grin, humming a tune as he followed closely behind, gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 42. Show those celestial beings a thing or two. 2 days later, while traversing a valley and taking a moment to rest, several individuals suddenly heard a series of resounding tiger roars emanating from the depths of the gorge. Huang Xiaohu felt a stir within him. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face, yet ultimately, he approached Tang Sen and Sun Wukong, stating, "Masters, I wish to remain here." Tang Sen was taken aback by his words. "Are you truly going to stay? If you do not accompany us, who will address your uncertainties in your cultivation?" In truth, Tang Sun had grown quite fond of this tiger spirit. Intelligent and resourceful, he was adept at various crafts and culinary arts. Honestly, throughout their journey, he had encountered numerous spirits, but none quite like Huang Xiaohu. Thus, during this time, whenever Huang Xiaohu faced doubts in his training, Tang Sun would offer guidance. "The two of you are great beings destined for monumental feats, while I am merely an ordinary little spirit in the wild. Having received a few days of your instruction is already a great satisfaction for me." As the old fox once said, the most crucial aspect of being a spirit is to avoid insatiable greed. As he spoke, a hint of bashfulness appeared on Huang Xiaohu's face. "Moreover, I just heard the tiger's roar. A female tiger is in heat. I feel it is time for me to stay and seek my own happiness." Haha, Tang Sen chuckled, taken aback by the tiger spirit's open-mindedness. "Very well. If you wish to stay, then stay. When our cultivation is complete and we return, we shall visit you." Tang Sun had no intention of insisting that Huang Xiaohu remain. Recognizing that the young spirit had made his decision, he refrained from further discussion. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong cast a contemplative glance toward the distant valley. With a swift motion, he soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings. Upon returning, he could not help but caution. "This area is known as Qianzhong Mountain. If you choose to remain, remember not to venture east, where formidable spirits reside. Also, avoid heading north, for a Buddhist kingdom lies there, a newly established sanctuary by a Buddha from Lingshan. I believe it is best for you not to wander until your cultivation reaches a millennium. Instead, focus on quietly honing your skills in Qianzhong Mountain. The spiritual energy here is relatively rich, and while there are some spirits, none have attained great power. Given that you possess the Primordial Sutra, the risks here are minimal for you. Do you understand?" "I understand," Huang Xiaohu replied earnestly. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will strive diligently in my cultivation to achieve the realm of spirit immortality at the earliest opportunity." With that, Huang Xiaohu knelt solemnly before Tang Sun and Sun Wukong, bowing thrice in respect before quietly vanishing into the thickets. "I didn't expect the monkey to be quite so kind to him," Tang Sun remarked with mild surprise. "I, Sun Wukong, merely wish to see how far the Primordial Sutra can elevate a spirit of his ordinary lineage," Sun Wukong responded. Huang Xiaohu embodies the quintessential ordinary bloodline of the mortal realm. Without the Primordial Sutra, his path to becoming a spirit immortal would be fraught with insurmountable challenges. Now that he possesses this method of cultivation, I sincerely hope he can transcend the confines of his bloodline and attain the status of a spirit immortal. Regardless of whether it is he or the previous human or cat demon, as long as one among the three becomes, then the technique you have created shall be unprecedented, a method capable of genuinely shaking, even overthrowing the dominion of the Celestial Court and the Spirit Mountain. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he spoke with eager anticipation. "Is that so? Is it truly that formidable?" Tang Sun felt rather indifferent. While it may not be apparent now, the four great continents are populated predominantly by mortals and minor demons, all of whom are, without exception, bound by the same bloodline shackles. If the Primordial Sutra could simultaneously break the constraints of both, when such a technique spreads across the four great continents, do you suppose those lofty celestial beings who regard mortals and minor demons as mere ants and expendables would be in a state of panic? Upon hearing this, Tang Sun stroked his chin, inexplicably reminded of a phrase: "A single spark can ignite a prairie fire." Sun Wukong found these 8 words particularly resonant. He raised his staff, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he pointed toward the heavens. "Monk, I, the great sage, have been proclaimed as the one fated to face tribulation. They have plotted against me for 1,000 years, wishing to cast me into an abyss of eternal suffering, to leave me without a grave. Now that I have not perished, one day, I shall become the harbinger of this celestial calamity, carrying the flames of rebellion to scorch this world, showing those exalted celestial beings a taste of their own medicine." A ferocity and madness flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. This was the pent-up rage and insanity he had accumulated over a millennium, ever since being imprisoned beneath the Five Elements Mountain. In his past rebellion against the Heavenly Palace, he had once proclaimed that it was time for the Emperor to rotate the throne, believing naively that he could challenge the Jade Emperor's dominion over the three realms. However, after being confined for 500 years, he came to understand. Or rather, those celestial beings had made the truth of this world abundantly clear to him. In this realm, no matter how exceptional one's talents or formidable one's cultivation, it is all in vain. Even if you are the protagonist of a great calamity, it remains futile. The celestial will always be celestial, and the mortal will forever be mortal. No one can traverse this boundary without paying a price, not even he. The great sage Sun Wukong. 5 centuries ago, he had compromised. He willingly donned the golden circlet, accompanying an ignorant old monk to the west to obtain scriptures. He vanquished demons and annihilated monsters, fully aware that many of these fiends were unleashed by the Buddhist and Taoist sects, yet he remained silent, performing only his assigned duties. He integrated himself among them, becoming one of their own. His goal was to attain freedom post-journey, to remove the circlet and return to the carefree life of Flowerfruit Mountain, forsaking all the filth and wretchedness of this world. But what was the outcome? Even this modest wish was denied by Ling Mountain. Upon the conclusion of the journey, he sought to return to Flowerfruit Mountain, yet Ling Mountain insisted he become the victorious fighting Buddha, a mere pawn in their games. Continuing to partake in actions that filled him with revulsion, they even refused to remove the circlet. At the mere thought of this, a fierce and menacing aura surged uncontrollably from Sun Wukong. On the journey westward, he witnessed with his own eyes those formidable demons bound by various golden hoops, who, at the mere thought of their masters, would kneel and beg for mercy. The scorpion spirit of the Daughter Kingdom. The 9 spirits of the 9 Curves Cavern. These were beings he found challenging, even insurmountable, yet they were vanquished by the mere thoughts of those celestial beings. Cursed and captured as they willed, how could he ever resign himself to such a wretched existence? Monkey, remain calm. Tang Sun timely placed a hand on his shoulder. Sun Wukong turned to face him. You have misquoted something. Tang Sun flashed a grin, tightening his grip on Wukong's shoulder, his expression turning serious. Monkey, it is not only you who will set this world ablaze with fire, showcasing to the celestial beings a glimpse of our power. It is us. Boom. The moment his words fell, searing flames erupted from his body, surging forth in a wild frenzy in all directions. Chapter 43. The appearance of Guanyin and the battle with the Black Bear Demon. What a magnificent fire! By heavens, from where did this monk summon such formidable flames? Oh no! Help! Monk, save me! Beside them, the little white dragon initially regarded the scene with an expression akin to that of a fool, observing the madman and the simpleton engage in their nonsensical discourse. To his dismay, the sudden blaze unleashed by Tang Sun soon engulfed him. At first, he remained indifferent, but it quickly became apparent that something was amiss. He found himself utterly unable to extinguish the flames, which, sensing the malevolence emanating from the depths of his soul, seemed to acquire a new fuel, burning ever fiercer and threatening to consume his very essence. Upon hearing the anguished cries of the little white dragon, Tang Sun's thoughts shifted, and in an instant, he absorbed the surrounding true flame of the golden crow back into his being. The little white dragon lay on the ground, panting heavily, having just experienced the palpable threat of death. Is that primordial fire? At the same moment, Sun Wukong appeared, equally disheveled. His staff had been stowed away, and much of his fur had been singed away, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. He gazed at Tang Sun, bewildered. It is worth noting that he had mastered the 72 transformations long ago, rendering him impervious to ordinary flames or water. Only the primordial entities imbued with a trace of the laws could pose a threat to him. My apologies for the excitement. I picked up this flame along the way, intending to unleash it for a bit of fun and to elevate the atmosphere. Who would have thought its power would be so immense? Tang Sun grinned sheepishly. In truth, he had simply been eager to test the potency of the true flame of the Golden Crow. Now he understood that the malevolent corpse of the little white dragon would perish with just a touch, while the monkey, although able to withstand it, was left in a pitiful state. Furthermore, this was the result of him deliberately tempering the flame's intensity. Had he unleashed its full might, the monkey's predicament would not have been confined to merely losing a few strands of fur. Picked it up again. Sun Wukong could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The little white dragon beside him wore a similarly exasperated expression. Could it be that this fellow is favored by the heavens? He mused silently. After Tang Sun's commotion, the group lost their appetite for rest and swiftly set off once more. Monkey, how much further until we reach Blackwind Mountain? After 2 more days of travel, Tang Sun inquired. Not far now. Just beyond the next mountain pass. We shall arrive, Sun Wukong announced as he soared into the sky to survey the surroundings, quickly providing a definitive answer. Monkey, do you reckon the Guanyin Zen Monastery still exists at Black Wind Mountain? As they approached, Tang Sun suddenly recalled a crucial question. The Guanyin Zen Monastery had been set ablaze by the monkey in the past, and the abbot, Elder Jinshi, had perished. The black bear demon had been taken by Guanyin Bodhisattva to become the guardian deity of the mountain. Now, 5 centuries later, he truly had no inkling of what Black Wind Mountain and the Guanyin Zen Monastery might look like. Rest assured, for this place is indeed one of the sacred grounds of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, and it is impossible that there is no Guanyin Zen temple here. Not only is there one, but the vicinity of Black Wind Mountain is now dotted with Zen temples. If you were to visit, you would understand. At this point, Sun Wukong paused, his tone shifting as he continued. However, monk, you must prepare yourself mentally. Upon arriving here, you shall truly enter the realm of Buddhism, especially concerning the Bodhisattva Guanyin. This is her sacred domain. Should you disturb her sanctuary, she will not be as merciful as the folk tales suggest, offering salvation to all. That monkey, he is tarnishing my reputation. At that moment, as the two conversed, on a cloud in the sky, the Bodhisattva Guanyin, holding a pure vase, gazed down at Tang Sun and Sun Wukong from afar. It was unclear what means she employed, but she overheard their dialogue with perfect clarity, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. Bodhisattva, allow me to confront him. Beside Guanyin, the black bear spirit spoke in a subdued tone. Go ahead. That monkey is of little consequence. What matters most is uncovering the monk's true identity. Do you understand? Rest assured, Bodhisattva, I shall keep this in mind. The black bear's spirit bowed respectfully, then leaped off the cloud with a single bound. Below, as Tang Sun and Sun Wukong conversed, they both felt a sudden awareness, their gazes lifting in unison. It is the black bear spirit. Monk, see, I told you, the Bodhisattva has been waiting for us here all along. The moment his words fell, he brandished his staff and transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky. With a deafening clash, the sound of weapons colliding echoed through the heavens, sending shockwaves that cleared the surrounding clouds in an instant. Bear Demon, it has been 500 years since we last met. Let me witness how much your skills have grown. Sun Wukong chuckled coldly, deftly twirling his iron staff and striking towards the black bear spirit's abdomen. Sun Monkey, if you were truly present, I might show you some respect. But as a mere clone, I shall not engage with you. If you wish to survive, flee quickly. The black bear spirit scoffed, as a fierce wind surged around him, whisking him past Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. His gaze shifted, locking onto Tang Sun, who was mounted on the white dragon. Huh, I have indeed underestimated you. Sun Wukong hovered in midair, his expression a mix of mirth and bitterness. Yet, his movements remained swift. He twisted his staff and swept it backward. As the staff was unleashed, it initially appeared short, but as its shadow passed behind him, it suddenly elongated, rapidly closing in on the black bear spirit. Caught off guard while concealed in the black wind and observing Tang Sun, the black bear spirit suddenly sensed a surge of golden energy behind him, a chilling sharpness enveloping his entire being. His countenance shifted, and without a thought for Tang Sun, he swiftly turned, brandishing his spear in defense. Boom! Once again, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Caught off guard and somewhat underestimating his opponent, the black bear spirit was struck by Sun Wukong's staff, transforming into a shadow that hurtled toward a nearby hill. As the searing pain of the golden malevolence invaded his body, the black bear spirit was suddenly reminded of the encounter he had with Sun Wukong 5 centuries ago. The sensation was eerily familiar. Ah, the thrill. Come at me again, you bear demon. Sun Wukong laughed heartily and leaped down, his formidable staff poised to deliver another crushing blow. Clang! Yet this time, the black bear spirit was prepared, raising his long spear in defense. Monkey, do you truly seek your demise? The fiery intensity ignited in the black bear spirit's eyes as his dark aura coalesced into a formidable black armor, and his form gradually expanded, transforming him into a towering figure over 3 meters tall. Recognizing this familiar sight, Sun Wukong couldn't help but smile broadly. He knew all too well that the black bear spirit was now unleashing his full power. This was precisely what Sun Wukong desired. During this period, he had been diligently practicing the Primordial Sutra and the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, particularly the latter, which had allowed his strength to surge dramatically each day. Now, He had regained at least 60% of his peak power. Moreover, as Tang Sun had remarked, the 9 transformations of the mysterious art was the sacred method of combat. To further enhance his capabilities, he would have to engage in battle. The Black Bear spirit was perfectly suited for him at this moment. Chapter 44. Tang Sun, the Buddha's Wrath, Fire Lotus, Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The forest below swiftly transformed into a battlefield for the two combatants. In an instant, the earth trembled, mountains shook, and rocks flew as Jin Sha and Feng Sha clashed, each wearing down the other, resembling a scene of apocalyptic proportions. Above, amidst the auspicious clouds, Guanyin Bodhisattva observed the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and the Black Bear spirit. Her intention today was to investigate the monk who impersonated Jin Shanzi as mentioned in the letter he had sent. Unexpectedly, it was this monkey who first aroused her suspicions. The upper echelons of the Buddhist realm were well aware that after Sun Wukong accomplished his journey to the west, he could no longer endure the stringent rules of the Buddhist order and sought to descend the mountain, only to be suppressed on the spot by the Buddha. His spirit was confined within his physical form by the golden circlet, transforming him into the victorious fighting Buddha of Buddhism. Only a fragment of his true essence managed to escape, vanishing without a trace. Over the years, the 4 heavenly kings had been tasked with exterminating the remnants of Sun Wukong's spirit. However, in Guanyin Bodhisattva's view, that fragment of soul had become inconsequential. After all, the true challenge posed by Sun Wukong lay within his corporeal form, which was imbued with great fortune and immense merit. Presently, both his body and spirit resided within the Buddhist realm, solidifying his status as the victorious fighting Buddha, a fact well known throughout the 3 realms and sanctioned by the heavenly Tao. Thus, Sun Wukong remained the victorious fighting Buddha in the Buddhist order. As for that fragment of soul, it was merely an unnamed, wandering spirit, incapable of becoming anything significant. Consequently, since 500 years ago, she had felt that the calamity of the journey to the west had subsided, and she ceased to pay it any mind. Yet today, observing this monkey, who was evenly matched with the Black Bear spirit, Guanyin Bodhisattva immediately recognized this as the true essence of Sun Wukong. What astonished her was the golden light enveloping him, which bore a striking resemblance to the indestructible golden body technique of Buddhism, seemingly cultivated to an extraordinarily advanced level. Moreover, she could sense that this monkey had also mastered a form of magical power, albeit scant, yet remarkably pure, compensating for the inadequacies of his avatar's strength. This revelation was entirely unexpected for Guanyin Bodhisattva. Could it be that the calamity of the journey to the west had taken an unforeseen turn? As one of the primary beneficiaries of the journey to the west, Guanyin Bodhisattva was naturally reluctant to see a matter settled 5 centuries ago resurface. Thus, as she gazed at Sun Wukong below, an inexplicable chill flickered in her eyes. She instinctively extended her hand and slowly drew a willow branch from the jade bottle she held. Amitabha! Goodness, goodness! What does the Bodhisattva intend? Is she about to unleash a surprise attack? Just then, a voice resonated in Guanyin Bodhisattva's ear. In the next moment, amidst a flash of golden light, Tang Sun's figure appeared directly opposite her, obstructing her view of Sun Wukong. You are the one mentioned in Jin Shanzi's letter, the impersonator? Guanyin Bodhisattva retracted her gaze and began to scrutinize Tang Sun from head to toe, a hint of amusement gracing her face as she inquired. You are mistaken, Bodhisattva. I am indeed the Golden Cicada, a monk from the Tang dynasty who journeyed to the west to seek the scriptures. How can you claim that I am an impostor? Upon hearing this, Avalokiteshvara couldn't help but chuckle. Monk, the Tang dynasty has long ceased to exist. What are you speaking of? Bodhisattva, you are mistaken. In my heart, the grandeur of the Tang endures. Tang Sun, however, merely shook his head and smiled. What a fallacious argument. Yet, if you insist on claiming to be the Golden Cicada, I shall not waste my breath on you. Let us see if your abilities warrant such an esteemed title. As predicted by the monkey, Avalokiteshvara did not exhibit the gentle demeanor one might expect. With a swift motion, she flicked her hand, sending a willow branch, initially intended for Sun Wukong, hurtling towards Tang's senator. More precisely, it was 3 droplets of crystal-clear, divine water that flew toward him. Great might, celestial dragon! Tang Sun bellowed as he felt the divine water approach. Instantly, a golden radiance enveloped him, surging forth as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the oncoming droplets. Crack! For the first time, the invincible golden light surrounding him emitted a sound of shattering. Excellent! Truly, Avalokiteshvara, You are formidable. Let me ascertain the limits of my power. Rather than being alarmed, Tang Sun felt exhilaration as his golden aura intensified exponentially, swiftly dissolving the 3 droplets of divine water. Without hesitation, he propelled his fist towards Avalokiteshvara. Impudent. To show such disrespect towards the Bodhisattva. At that moment, a cherubic girl, appearing no more than 5 or 6 years of age, suddenly manifested behind Avalokiteshvara. As she shouted, she stepped forward, her fist crashing towards Tang's Senator Boom. The 2 fists collided, producing a sound akin to muffled thunder. For a brief moment, they were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. What tremendous strength! The Dragon Maiden's eyes sparkled with intensity, her battle spirit igniting. Yet, it was still insufficient. With a youthful cry, a pair of purple dragon horns began to sprout from her forehead, and iridescent purple scales emerged on her body. As she transformed into a dragon, Tang Sun immediately sensed a significant surge in her power. Ah, a dragon lineage? The Dragon Maiden of Wealth? As he felt the overwhelming force emanating from the small girl before him, Tang Sun's brows arched in surprise, as horns began to form on his own head, and scales began to appear on his body as well. Transformation into a dragon. Who cannot achieve this? Great might, celestial dragon. Break through, Tang Sun roared, unleashing the ancestral dragon's might from within. You. The Dragon Maiden, initially brimming with battle fervor at encountering someone as formidable as Tang Sun, was taken aback as a pressure that made her bloodline tremble bore down upon her. Instantly, she felt her strength wane, her limbs weakening, and she was sent flying by Tang Sun's punch. Oh dear, even this little demoness can be subdued by sheer power. How utterly amusing. At that moment, from the other side of Guanyin Bodhisattva, another voice resonated, and in the next instant, a small child with rosy lips and pearly white teeth gradually revealed himself. He smiled mischievously at Tang Sun, made a playful face, and then suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged violently towards Tang's Senator Red Boy. The true fire of Samadhi? Tang Sun's figure flickered as he swiftly distanced himself, settling into a cross-legged position. Amitabha. Behold the wrathful lotus of the Buddha. With his palms pressed together, a grand and striking Taoist spirit, with flowing hair and beard, slowly manifested behind him. In the hands of this Taoist spirit was a resplendent fire lotus, exquisite as a blooming flower. Go. As Tang Sun's spirit pointed, the fire lotus gracefully moved forward, colliding with the true fire of Samadhi expelled by the Red Boy. Chapter 45. The Red Child. The 2 types of innate level spiritual flames collided silently. Without any violent explosions or outward manifestations of power, they simply annihilated each other in hushed stillness. However, at the epicenter of their clash, the void was scorched, revealing a vast chasm that exposed the chaotic seas beyond the 3 realms. Ah, you can conjure flames too. Let's see whose fire is mightier, the Red Child exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with defiance. He spread his arms and legs, and in an instant, he was engulfed in a towering inferno. Then, with a swift inhalation, he drew all the flames into his mouth, only to unleash an even greater tempest of fire towards Tang Sun moments later. Heh, such trivial skills. Daring to show off before me? Tang Sun chuckled, as countless sword lights began to flicker behind his primordial spirit. These lights, now imbued with the essence of the Golden Crow's true flames, transformed into fiery swords. Behold my myriad swords returning to their origin, true fire refining demons. With a flick of his hand, the sword lights gathered in clusters, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sword engulfed in flames, which then collided with the fire unleashed by the Red Child. Once again, they mutually extinguished one another in silence. The outcome left the Red Child in disbelief. Since mastering the Samadhi true fire, he had never felt so constrained in battle. If you wish to fight, just fight. Why must you shout slogans every time? And why do your battle cries sound so impressive? He inquired, tilting his head at Tang's Senator. Because I have always loved reading. As the saying goes, in books, there are houses of gold, and naturally, there are also captivating names for techniques. Tang Sun grinned, revealing his teeth. Little brat. It's your lack of education that prevents you from articulating as I do. Ah, so that's it. But do you not know? I detest being called little brat. The Red Child's expression shifted to one of realization, yet his entire being suddenly flushed crimson, as if he were about to ignite. Monk, since you are well-read, help me decide what to name my next move. As the once rosy-cheeked Red Child began to glow with a fiery hue, his physique continuously grew taller and larger. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal figure, towering 100 feet high, engulfed in flames. Strangely, despite his massive size, he retained the appearance of an infant. This must be the manifestation of the Red Child's primordial spirit, enveloped in the Samadhi, true fire. Tang Sun narrowed his eyes as he beheld the flame-wreathed giant. Prepare to perish, the Red Child roared, bringing down his fiery palms upon Tang Sr. Are you trying to outgrow me again? Red Child, today I shall teach you another move. The Buddha's palm. Rise. Buzz. As Tang Sen's words echoed, the once striking Taoist spirit behind him instantaneously transformed into a colossal Buddha. This magnificent Buddha, towering at a height of 100 zhong, gradually extended its palm. As it reached out, a similarly immense, shadow-casting Buddha hand emerged in the sky. The Red Child, witnessing this spectacle, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. What on earth is this? He could not help but let out a sharp cry. Behind him, as Tang Sun and the Red Child engaged in their mystical duel, Guanyin Bodhisattva had been quietly observing Tang Sen's abilities, secretly attempting to discern his origins. To her astonishment, she could not ascertain any trace of his background or lineage. Yet, the techniques Tang Sun employed were undeniably genuine. Not only did he wield primordial spiritual fire, but his practices in both the indestructible golden body of Buddhism and the Taoist Yuanshan were remarkably refined. He had even demonstrated a power that surpassed that of the Dragon Lady. Such an individual could not possibly be an ordinary person without lineage. His origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. Those who could elude her calculations were either backed by a saint's machinations or possessed the means of the world-honored one. Initially, Guanyin Bodhisattva hesitated to classify Tang Sun's lineage, but upon witnessing the vast, shadowy Buddha hand in the heavens, her suspicions solidified. Red Child, return. Guanyin Bodhisattva beckoned with a wave of her hand. The Red Child, who had been eager to confront Tang Sun's descending palm, suddenly felt golden rings illuminate around his neck, hands, and feet. Before he could react, his spirit dissipated in an instant, and he found himself beside Guanyin Bodhisattva. Let us go. Guanyin Bodhisattva cast a steady glance at Tang Sun, remaining silent. With a thought, she, along with the Dragon Lady, the Red Child, and even the Black Bear spirit, who was locked in a fierce battle with the monkey below, vanished simultaneously from sight. They left? Tang Sun was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend Guanyin Bodhisattva's sudden actions. However, since they had departed, he chose not to pursue further. Instead, he focused his thoughts and descended beside the monkey, who was resting against a large stone, propped up with his staff. Are you all right? Tang Sun inquired. Hee, what could possibly be wrong with me? Sun Wukong grinned widely. This corporeal form was merely a projection, and given that he had only recently been reborn, he had suffered a slight disadvantage against the bear monster, who had honed his physical body to perfection. Yet, that was the extent of it. In this battle, he had not truly faltered. Had his opponent been one of the 4 heavenly kings, he was certain he could surprise those who had pursued him for centuries. Bodhisattva. The monkey's abilities have at least recovered to 60%. In some respects, he is even stronger than he was 500 years ago. On a small hill 100 miles away from the recent battlefield, the Black Bear spirit was reporting to Guanyin Bodhisattva about his previous confrontation with Sun Wukong. To speak candidly, he had no desire to engage in battle with the monkey unless absolutely necessary. The golden rod wielded by Sun Wukong was exceedingly formidable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to its invasive force penetrating his very being. Despite his robust and resilient exterior, having long since attained an indestructible state, the sensation of pain was undeniably real. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that the staff the monkey wielded today appeared to possess even greater potency than the previous golden hoop. Just moments ago, he had been struck by that staff 3 times, each instance allowing the golden malevolence to invade his body, and the agony was indescribably intense. Chapter 46. Beneath the Black Wind Mountain. In the city of Black Mountain, the matter concerning the monkey has no bearing on my Putoa Mountain. We need not concern ourselves with it. As for that monk, Guanyin Bodhisattva ultimately refrained from voicing her suspicions, instead pondering for a moment before stating, since he claims to be the golden cicada, let it be so. The journey to the west encompasses more than just the Black Wind Mountain. There are others who might reveal his connections and support. Black Bear, you shall return to Black Wind Mountain at once, keeping a watchful eye on that monk. Ensure that none of my monks provoke him. Simply escort him out of the territory. Once this matter is resolved, return to the South Sea to report. Certainly. The black bear spirit responded respectfully, and in an instant, his form transformed into a gust of black wind, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Wukong and Tang Sun were also discussing the black bear spirit. That bear demon is an exceedingly astute creature. In his early days, he possessed formidable powers but deliberately sought the favor of Elder Jinshi from the Guanyin Monastery, even requesting him to teach Buddhist scriptures to demonstrate his devout heart towards Buddhism. The Guanyin Monastery is a sacred place, housing the golden statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Do you think she is unaware of his actions? The black bear spirit has long since identified his patron and intends to align himself with Guanyin. As for his theft of the splendid cassock during the Great Fire at the Guanyin Monastery, did he truly think it was out of an affection for the garment? If he genuinely cherished it, he would have hidden it away rather than flaunting it. He stole the cassock, yet made it widely known, even inviting Elder Jinshi to partake in the so-called Buddhist Garment Conference, all to draw me into a contest of skill, hoping Bodhisattva would take notice of his abilities and accept him under the wings of Putoa Mountain. I understood these intricacies long ago. I merely chose to feign ignorance. The group readied themselves for departure and continued their journey westward. Along the way, Sun Wukong began recounting events from 5 centuries past to Tang Sun, who, upon hearing, displayed a hint of perplexity. The black bear's spirit revels in his dominion over the small demons at Black Wind Mountain. Why then must he align himself with Guanyin Bodhisattva to become a mountain guardian? It sounds grand to be a deity, but in truth, isn't it merely a gatekeeper? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, "Monk, you seem to misunderstand. By serving as a mountain guardian at Putoa Mountain, he can evade the demon-hunting squads of the Heavenly Court. Every century, these squads descend upon the 4 continents to exterminate demons. For a creature like him, lacking a solid backing and possessing a unique bloodline, capture by the hunting squad would likely result in his transformation into alchemical fodder. He must have caught wind of some news, realizing that the Heavenly Court's hunters have set their sights on him, thus compelling him to seek refuge in Putoa Mountain. After all, compared to living in constant fear of losing his life here, albeit at the cost of freedom, going to Putoa Mountain at least ensures his survival." Demon hunting squad? Tang Sun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He had not heard of such a thing before. As the two conversed leisurely, they reached the foot of Black Wind Mountain in less than half a day. To Tang Sun's surprise, a grand city had emerged here, bustling with life. This was the benefit of a populace devout in their faith, for it ensured they were free from the worries of hunger, without the fear of a monstrous creature suddenly appearing to devour them whole. Of course, such security came at a price. Daily offerings of incense to sincerely worship the deities were mandatory. During festive occasions, grand ceremonies were also required, with offerings of incense. After all, to the gods, incense was akin to currency. Standing at the city gate, Sun Wukong observed the throngs of people within and could not help but chuckle with a sense of wonder. Tang Sun, gazing at the city, was reminded of the city of sinners. What if there were no offerings? He suddenly inquired. He knew well that sincere devotion was not something everyone could manage. For instance, if he were to be transported to this place, he doubted he could muster a genuine reverence for Guanyin Bodhisattva. After all, the place from which he came had its own standards for seeking divine assistance. Simply put, one could pray when in need, but who recognized you when there was no desire? If one were to insist on daily, punctual worship, it would be impossible for him to comply. However, if one were to receive daily blessings, that would be a different matter altogether. Yet, at most, it would be mere lip service. Truly sincere worshippers were few and far between. The prevailing belief was that one's fate was determined by oneself, not by the heavens. They held fast to the tales of the foolish old man who moved mountains and the mythical bird who filled the seas. Even if a sun god threatened to annihilate the earth, they would not kneel in supplication, but rather expect a young hero named Ho-E to emerge and shoot down the sun with arrows. This encapsulated the spirit and faith of the Huaxia people. Suddenly, commotion erupted at the gates of Black Mountain City, as a contingent of monk soldiers forcibly ushered 2 individuals from within. "Buddha, please grant me another chance. I promise to devote myself to sincere worship, and next time, I shall surely gain the Bodhisattva's acknowledgement," a youth implored, his face filled with anxiety. "Humph, how many times have you uttered such words?" retorted the monk soldier. "Each person receives 3 chances from the age of 16. If you cannot genuinely worship the Bodhisattva and submit from the heart, you are disrespecting our Buddha. Tell me, how many times have you failed to receive a response from the Bodhisattva?" Individuals like you deserve to be cast out, to be consumed by the very monsters you fear. With a swift kick, the soldier sent the youth sprawling outside the city gates. He then turned and delivered another kick to an unkempt old man behind the youth, who appeared to be inebriated. Begone! Go perish on your own. The monk's soldier spat with disdain before turning away. This is all your fault. Why must you speak of the ancient human race? You claim that they are descendants of the great Pangu, a people who dared to defy the gods and fight against the heavens and the earth. Now, having listened to your words, I find it impossible to harbor any reverence for the Bodhisattva Guanyin. I feel utterly cast aside. With that, the youth lamented, clutching his knees and weeping bitterly. The inebriated old man cast a disdainful glance at him and scoffed. Look at you, such a coward. What is there to fear beyond the city walls? In the days of our 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who dared to underestimate us? What demon would dare to devour humans? Any monster that dared to consume our kind would be hunted down to the ends of the earth by our chi refiners. Such nonsense. Deceit. Mortals are incapable of cultivation, let alone slaying demons. The youth could not help but retort. Who says it cannot be done? I shall show you otherwise. Come. I will take you to slay a couple of man-eating demons so you can witness it for yourself. The old man, his eyes bleary with drink, seized the youth and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Tang Sun stepped forward and interposed himself before them. May I inquire, venerable elder, if you know the way to Guanyin Zen Monastery? Tang Sun inquired with a warm smile gracing his face. Chapter 47. Did the ancient human race ever flourish? The inebriated old man had long been aware of the gazes from Tang Sun and Sun Wukong, who were observing them from the side. However, he had always harbored a disdain for monks, thus he chose to ignore them. At that moment, upon hearing Tang Sun's inquiry, he rolled his eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, How should I know where the Zen temple is? Find it yourself. With that, he attempted to drag the youth away. Ah, this old man is no ordinary figure. The aura of virtue surrounding him was astonishingly potent, and he had even cultivated a primordial spirit. I surmise he must be a legendary figure from the ancient human race. Sun Wukong remarked after the two had departed. Oh, Tang Sun's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. The reason he had called out to the old man was that he sensed a peculiar essence about him, which piqued his interest, and he wished to make his acquaintance. Yet, given the old man's apparent aversion to monks, he refrained from pressing further. Now, upon listening to Sun Wukong's words, Tang Sun felt a stir in his heart and inquired, What were the ancient humans like? I have heard they were immensely powerful. It is said that during that era, Nuwa had not yet achieved enlightenment. With such a sage as her to protect them, the human race was extraordinarily prosperous. Legend has it that in those days, the Witch Clan, the Demon Clan, and even the Dragon Clan all had to avoid their brilliance. Alas, as soon as Nuwa attained enlightenment, the human race began its decline. The last king of humanity, known as Dexine, met his demise, and thereafter, the human race fell into utter decay. However, that chapter of history has been deliberately erased by the Taoist sect. Now, apart from a few elderly individuals, it is likely that no one remembers that the human race once thrived. Sun Wukong spoke with a tinge of nostalgia. Throughout his years of fleeing, he had come to learn some truths about his own lineage. Aware of his connection to Nuwa, he had conducted considerable investigation into her, which naturally led him to discover some aspects of the ancient human race. However, due to the current Taoist sect's intentional concealment of that history, his knowledge remained quite limited. Tang Sun nodded in acknowledgement, but did not pursue the matter further. For him at this moment, the paramount task was to fulfill the system's mission and continue their journey to the west. Let us proceed. We shall enter the city. Tang Sun had deliberately donned his resplendent robe today, anticipating that the subsequent tasks from the system related to their visit to the Guanyin Zen Temple. Moreover, he was wary of any potential schemes that Guanyin Bodhisattva might employ against him. To Tang Sun's surprise, he and the monkey encountered no obstacles and effortlessly entered the city of Black Mountain. Upon expressing his desire to locate the Guanyin Zen Temple, a local, claiming to be a jack of all trades, promptly guided him to the nearest temple. The old Zen master of the temple welcomed him with great warmth, inviting him into the main hall and presenting a lavish vegetarian feast to welcome him. These individuals are exceedingly hospitable. After dining and returning to his room, Tang Sun could not help but reflect on the situation. He chuckled. It seems that Guanyin Bodhisattva wishes for you not to linger here too long, ensuring you are well fed and well treated on your journey. Sun Wukong, being astutely perceptive, immediately formed a conjecture. Alas, Tang Sun could not help but let out a sigh upon hearing this. He, too, yearned to swiftly complete his task and proceed on his journey westward. Yet his system was utterly deficient. Despite being in the Guanyin Zen temple, where he had eaten and slept, the system showed no sign of recognition. This left Tang Sun feeling quite vexed. Clearly, in order to fulfill the system's mission, he needed to ascertain the location of the Guanyin Zen temple from 500 years ago. Thus, the following morning, he inquired with the old Zen master about events from 5 centuries prior. However, the master, despite his aged appearance, was merely in his 50s or 60s and had no knowledge of such distant history. With no other recourse, Tang Sun continued to gather information within the city. Upon hearing of Tang Sun's quest for the ancient Guanyin Zen temple, the lurking black bear demon could not help but furrow his brow. After Sun Wukong had set fire to the original temple, it was never rebuilt. After Tang Xing and his companions departed, the surviving monks received a divine mandate from Guanyin Bodhisattva in their dreams, prompting them to establish Heishan City at the current location. However, the original Guanyin Zen temple was not left abandoned. It had transformed into a lair for demons, which was hardly a suitable lodging for Tang Senator Monk. Do not search in this city, the monkey declared. I just flew around and discovered that this place is not where the Guanyin Zen temple stood 500 years ago. It is situated at the front of Heifeng Mountain, while the previous temple was located at the back. If you truly wish to visit that temple, I fear we have come to the wrong place. By noon, Sun Wukong returned with a cheerful demeanor after his exploration to report to Tang Sr. Since you know the way, let us not delay any further. We shall depart. Tang Sen's eyes brightened at these words. Indeed, this old stone monkey was well acquainted with the route to the west. Fortuitously, he had encountered the monkey early on. Otherwise, navigating with his inept system would have proven exceedingly arduous. The two quickly packed their belongings and departed the grand city, heading towards the rear of Heifeng Mountain. Meanwhile, the black bear demon, observing this scene, furrowed his brow slightly. With a mental shift, he transformed into a gust of dark wind, hastening to the original location of the Guanyin Zen temple. Great Spirit, you have arrived, greeted a diminutive blue-skinned creature, resembling an elderly man but standing only half the height of a normal human, who approached the black bear demon with obsequiousness. Is your lord present? Due to the urgency of the situation, the black bear demon bypassed pleasantries and directly inquired. Yes, he is currently reading scriptures in the main hall. The little demon quickly replied. The black bear demon nodded and stepped into the demon lair. Inside, the air was thick with a pungent stench of blood. And just as he entered, he witnessed 2 demons dragging a person towards the kitchen. Observing this scene, his brow furrowed slightly. Are they consuming another human? Have I not warned you repeatedly to refrain from consuming human flesh? The black bear spirit inquired with evident ire. The elder demands hearts. A single day without sustenance leaves me in distress, and we are merely carrying out orders. The 2 young demons, witnessing the fury of the black bear spirit, were instantly filled with trepidation and hastened to provide their justifications. Gather the humans. Shortly, a monk will arrive. If he inquires about your origins, you shall claim to be spirit beings from the mountains, cultivating your essence and refining your character in pursuit of immortality. Should he strike you, you must kneel and plead for mercy, exhibiting no resistance whatsoever, and under no circumstances disclose our acquaintance. Do you understand? Yes, great deity. The creatures replied in a flurry of anxious agreement. The black bear's spirit nodded and then swiftly advanced into the grand hall. Chapter 48. The unique transformation of the earthly fiends. Within the grand hall sat a rotund monk, towering 3 times the height of an average man, his entire form shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. At this moment, the hefty monk was leisurely savoring a plate of finely sliced human flesh, marinated in sauce, while engrossed in a Buddhist scripture. Upon noticing the entrance of the black bear spirit, he couldn't help but emit a series of sinister chuckles. Old bear, have you not always shunned my company? What winds of fate have brought you here today? The black bear spirit had initially intended to warn him that Tang Sun and Sun Wukong were approaching, suggesting he retreat into the depths of the mountains. However, the words faltered on his lips. He had received a command from Guanyin Bodhisattva, which merely required him to escort Tang Sun and Sun Wukong out of the borders. Furthermore, the Bodhisattva had only instructed him to safeguard Black Mountain City, without mentioning this monk at all. Realizing this, he chuckled to himself and inquired about another matter. How fares your cultivation of the technique bestowed upon you by the Bodhisattva? Are you now capable of transforming humans into beings as you are, the indomitable Vajra monks? Hehe, that is of no concern to you. I shall endeavor to fulfill the Bodhisattva's command. You should simply disclose your purpose for visiting today. I have come at the behest of the Bodhisattva to retrieve the Vajra pill from within you. Seeing the monk's brow furrow, the black bear spirit added, just lend it to me for a spell. I shall return it to you in 3 days. Upon hearing that the black bear spirit merely intended to borrow it, the monk's expression softened slightly, and he promptly expelled a gleaming golden pill from his mouth. Do not misuse my treasure. Remember to return it in 3 days. As I require it for the transformation of the Vajra monk, he cautioned. Fear not. You know well the integrity of Old Bear, do you not? The black bear spirit chuckled heartily before vanishing like a wisp of black wind. Simultaneously, Tang Xin and Sun Wukong had arrived at the entrance of the demon's abode. Black Wind Stronghold. Tang's son mused, glancing at the 3 prominent characters inscribed above, his brow knitting slightly. This place is no longer Guanyin Zen Temple. Does the system recognize it? Before he could ponder further, the system's completion notification resonated abruptly. Name: Tangsun World Traversed. Journey to the west target of traversal. Tang Xuanzong main quest. Please fulfill the task of Tang Xuanzong's pilgrimage to the west to seek scriptures. Completion will allow you to return to Earth with your cultivation intact. Note: there exists a significant disparity in the flow of time between Earth and the journey to the west. Quest progress. The host has arrived at Guanyin Zen Temple, gaining a century's worth of Taoist insight. Next phase quest. Due to a wager with Elder Jin Qi, the abbot of Guanyin Zen Temple, Sun Wukong has inadvertently lost the resplendent cassock. Please retrieve the cassock within 3 days to obtain the divine ability. The Earthly Fiends 72 Transformations. The Earthly Fiends 72 Transformations, an ancient divine talent of the chaotic demon gods, which can be mastered by collecting the blood of great demon spirits, allowing one to learn their transformation methods and even acquire their innate abilities. Up to 72 types of innate abilities from great demons can be mastered. What an astonishing revelation! Initially, upon witnessing the system reward of the Earthly Fiends' 72 transformations, Tang Sun felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, it was the monkey that possessed the art of the 72 transformations, and in recent days, he had already mastered this skill from the monkey. Learning it again from the system seemed redundant. However, when he perused the description of the skill below, his eyes widened in astonishment. The Earthly Fiends' 72 transformations appeared to differ significantly from what the monkey had taught him. This was a divine ability bestowed by the Chaos Demon God. Chaos was one of the legendary 4 fiends, alongside Xiongqi, Tao Tai, and Bai Zhe. To think that the Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations was his innate skill. By acquiring the essence blood of a powerful demon, one could invoke the art of transformation and even gain their innate abilities. This was extraordinary. A glimmer of anticipation spread across Tang Xin's face. Did this not imply that if he mastered the Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations and obtained a drop of blood from the monkey, he could transform into Sun Wukong? Moreover, he could even wield the Monkey King's innate ability to pluck a single hair and summon countless replicas? And it was not just the Monkey King. There were also the Black Bear Spirit and the formidable demons encountered on the journey to the west. If he were to gather various essence bloods, mastering their innate abilities would render him invincible. Most importantly, he had previously acquired a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. He wondered if, upon mastering the Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations, he could transform into the ancestral dragon and learn its innate abilities. At that moment, Tang Sun found himself immersed in delightful fantasies. Monk, what are you grinning about? Sun Wukong inquired with a puzzled expression as he observed Tang's Senator Ahem. It's nothing. I merely had a moment of enlightenment and experienced a slight elevation in my cultivation. Tang Sun regained his composure, feeling a surge of 100 years of cultivation in an instant. Though modest, his primordial spirit felt significantly enriched, prompting a broad smile to spread across his face. Sun Wukong, however, had grown numb to such occurrences. For this fellow, achieving enlightenment at the slightest provocation had become a commonplace affair. This place is thick with demonic energy and rife with grievances. I suspect some malevolent entity lurks here, so be cautious, Sun Wukong cautioned, hesitating before continuing. Do not forget that we are near the domain of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Generally, her influence extends 500 miles around her sanctuary, and we are well within that range. Tang Sun nodded in understanding. The implication was clear. This was a place implicitly permitted by Guanyin Bodhisattva, if malevolent beings indeed resided here. Having Guanyin as a backing would likely complicate matters. After all, 500 years ago, Sun Wukong had encountered numerous such creatures with formidable support. Let us proceed. Regardless of what demons or spirits lie ahead, we shall first test their capabilities, Tang Sun declared, unperturbed, as he boldly stepped through the gates of the Black Wind stronghold. Who goes there? Soon, the short creature who had previously hosted the Black Bear spirit reappeared before Tang Sun and Sun Wukong, but this time, he bore no smile. Instead, he glared menacingly at the two, brandishing a steel fork in his hand. Tang Sun was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar appearance of this strange creature. He found it difficult to discern the nature of this being. However, observing its shifty eyes and the small tail trailing behind, he tentatively inquired, "A rat spirit? How dare you challenge my esteemed self?" The creature, incensed by the mention of rat spirit, immediately brandished a steel fork and lunged at Tang Sun's head, clearly intent on taking his life. Amitabha. Tang Sun remained unflinching, simply joining his palms and reciting a Buddhist chant. Clang! The steel fork struck his shining bald head with a resounding impact, yet it failed to pierce even the slightest layer of skin. Instead, the pointed tip of the fork snapped audibly, breaking into 3 or 4 segments. Chapter 49. Elder Jinshi, 500 years later upon witnessing this scene. The demon's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, how could this monk's head be so unyielding? Hee. Impressive, isn't it? Tang Sun grinned widely. And a radiant golden light suddenly burst forth from his body as he brought down the 9-ringed staff with a resounding crash. With a soft thud, the demon was reduced to mere pulp without so much as a grunt. Did you think my formidable powers came without sacrifice? I traded my hair for this. Muttering to himself, Tang Sun continued his strides towards the village. Guangmo, what are you making all this racket for? Do you not realize that your lord is in the midst of venerating the Buddha? At that moment, the portly monk, alerted by the commotion within the hall, emerged with a darkened expression, just in time to witness Tang Sun and Sun Wukong entering. His countenance momentarily froze in astonishment, for the figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to someone deeply etched in his memory, clad in a cassock, wielding a staff, accompanied by a monkey brandishing a club, leading a white horse. Could it be? He thought he might be imagining things, and quickly blinked to clear his vision. Tang Sun, in turn, noticed him as well. Good heavens, could this be the father of that fellow from earlier? Tang Sun couldn't help but internally scoff. Who are you? Why do you intrude upon my temple and endanger my disciples without provocation? Realizing that the monk and monkey before him were not figments of his imagination, but rather echoes of the past, an intense killing intent flickered in his gaze as he fixedly questioned Tang's senator, coughing lightly. Tang Sun decided that since he had arrived at this juncture, it was prudent to adhere to the original script. It would be unwise to skip a step and find himself stuck at some point, with the system refusing to acknowledge his progress. Thus, upon hearing the portly monk, perhaps more aptly described as a demon, pose his inquiry, he straightened the splendid cassock he had donned specifically for this occasion and, with hands clasped in reverence, intoned, Amitabha, I am a humble monk from the east, hailing from the Tang dynasty, journeying to the west to pay homage to the Buddha and seek scriptures. I have traversed your esteemed land, and, as nightfall approaches, I wonder if the venerable master might graciously allow me and my disciple to rest here for the night? Behind Tang Sun, Sun Wukong scratched his head, glancing at the sky. The sun was directly overhead. It was far from noon. He couldn't help but smirk, silently mocking the monk's audacity to speak such blatant falsehoods. Tang Sun, Golden Cicada? Upon hearing this overly familiar self-introduction, the portly monk's face briefly displayed a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. He had initially believed that the already enlightened Siddhartha Gautama had arrived. However, he quickly regained his composure. How could that Buddha dare to come here? Although the Golden Cicada had attained Buddhahood, his standing in the spiritual realm paled in comparison to that of Guanyin Bodhisattva. How could he risk causing trouble in the Bodhisattva's domain? Well then, you, monk, dare to mock this elder with past events? You seek death. The rotund monk's face twisted with malice as he let out a piercing scream, striking the air toward Tang Sun with a powerful palm. Past events? Tang Sun was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this fellow was indeed the elder Jinshi from years ago. Wasn't that old monk dead? Just as doubts began to cloud his mind, the monk's palm strike reached him. Though invisible and colorless, the strike was imbued with an overwhelming force. creating a tempest that whipped Tang Sen's monk robe and caused the rings on his staff to jingle. Boom! The gale collided with the golden light enveloping Tang Sen, causing it to ripple slightly. Feeling the force behind it, Tang Sen couldn't help but admire the monk's strength. Impressive. Your palm technique possesses remarkable power, nearly breaching my first layer of defense. With a cheerful demeanor, he advanced step by step, inquiring, "Are you the elder Jinshi who borrowed the splendid cassock back in the day? And if so, what of it?" This elder now serves under the Bodhisattva, having attained enlightenment and transformed into an arhat. "Regardless of who you are, you cannot harm me," he shrieked, continuing to unleash his palm strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of invisible energy struck Tang Sen, merely causing the golden shield around him to ripple further. "Children, come forth and slay him." Frustrated by his inability to subdue the monk, Elder Jinshi let out a furious wail. As he called out, countless blue-skinned creatures with tails, varying in size, emerged from every corner of the village, charging toward Tang Sen with wild shrieks. What are these creatures? Tang Sen narrowed his eyes at the approaching figures, their expressions fierce. Regardless of their appearances, they were uniformly blue-skinned, bald, with a small tail protruding from their backs. Some even wore prayer beads and donned cassocks. If Tang Sen could not discern their origins at this moment, he would truly be blind. "Monkey, do you think these beings are transformed from human monks?" Boom. The foremost blue-skinned creature collided with Tang Sen, exploding upon impact, the immense force causing the golden defense around Tang Sen to ripple even more. Yet, Tang Sen remained unfazed, turning to Sun Wukong and asking, "What do you think?" "Hee, it's highly likely." Sun Wukong grinned. Moreover, their methods of attack resemble those of the arhats in Buddhism. If their appearances were golden, with tails removed and their demonic energy replaced by the protective light of Buddhism, they would undoubtedly be arhats. "Monk, do you not find this amusing?" A strange expression crossed Sun Wukong's face as he spoke leisurely. Boom, boom, boom. Concurrently, as Tang Sen and Sun Wukong conversed, a continuous wave of creatures surged toward Tang Sen, ready to clash. A myriad of ripples began to emanate from Tang Sen's form. At last, following the explosive collision of the final creature against him, the golden ripples surrounding Tang Sen shattered with a crisp sound, much to the anticipation of Elder Jinshi Ha. "Monk, what do you intend to use to thwart me now?" He cackled, his face alight with madness, as he raised his palm once more, striking towards Tang's Senator Buzz. The imprint of his palm halted before Tang's Senator. A familiar ripple manifested before him once again, evoking a flicker of despair in Elder Jinshi's eyes. It was at this moment that Tang Sen finally lifted his gaze, a smile that danced between amusement and mockery gracing his features as he directed his attention towards Elder Jinshi. "Did you truly believe that this was the extent of my defenses? In reality, what you have shattered is merely the first layer of my 10,000 layers of protection. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 50. The Indifference of Heaven and Earth. The indifference of saints. With a resounding thud, Elder Jinshi fell to his knees before Tang Sr. The realization washed over him. He comprehended everything in an instant. The monk before him was an opponent he could never hope to defeat. Had the Black Bear Demon not extracted the Vajra pill from within him, perhaps he could have escaped with his life through the power of the treasure pill. However, that possibility was now utterly lost. Any further resistance would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Moreover, he sensed that this time, no one would come to resurrect him. How infuriating! He cursed inwardly, feeling once again outmaneuvered by the Black Bear. Yet, on the surface, he donned a mask of obsequiousness, kneeling before Tang Sen and pleading, "Esteemed one, I implore you to spare my humble life. I am merely a servant here, obediently following orders. My heart has always been devoted to the Buddha. I diligently read the scriptures daily, and I am a loyal disciple of the Buddha. And to whom do you submit your obedience? What tasks do you undertake?" Tang Sen inquired with earnestness. A flicker of hesitation crossed Elder Jinshi's face at the question. Naturally, he served the edicts of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Yet in the presence of this monk, he found himself momentarily uncertain. He could not ascertain whether this monk was sent by the Bodhisattva to take his life. After all, the Black Bear Demon had just taken his Vajra pill, and this monk arrived almost immediately thereafter. The timing was exceedingly suspect. What? No response. Tang Sen raised an eyebrow, gently lifting the 9-ringed iron staff in his hand. Feeling the overwhelming surge of magical energy emanating from the staff, Elder Jinshi immediately faltered. He could no longer afford to conceal the truth and recounted every deed he had committed over the years to Tang Senator, as Sun Wukong had previously stated. This indeed was a base established by Guanyin Bodhisattva to study the methods of creating arhats within the Buddhist faith, aimed at mastering the art of arhat creation. What do you mean by that? Are arhats not cultivated through rigorous practice, but rather manufactured? Tang Sun furrowed his brow, questioning the implications. I dare not conceal the truth from you, esteemed one. It is said that a special elixir is crafted in the spiritual mountain, allowing certain individuals with unique constitutions to transform into arhats, possessing immense strength and invulnerability. The Bodhisattva has long sought this secret technique, yet it remains in the possession of a highly esteemed Buddha who resides perpetually in the pure land of ultimate bliss. Thus, the Bodhisattva was compelled to conduct her own research on this method. I was chosen as the one to execute this task. Isn't Guanyin Bodhisattva one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism? Why does she feel the need to research this method? Tang Sun could not resist asking further. He felt that Elder Jinqiai's revelations diverged significantly from his understanding of the world of Journey to the West. Hiki. This time, before Elder Jinqiai could respond, Sun Wukong interjected, "Monk, you are woefully ignorant. Presently, Guanyin is one of the 5 great elders, personally appointed by the Heavenly Court. She commands her own power on Mount Putuo, free from the constraints and governance of the Buddhist sect. The reason I joined the Buddhist order years ago, proclaiming myself a disciple, was solely to reap benefits from the trials of the Journey to the West. Furthermore, the Bodhisattva Guanyin is known by the title Master of the 7 Buddhas, a designation that speaks volumes of her formidable prowess. Her study of this path was undoubtedly intended to enhance the cultural depth of Mount Putuo. However, it seems that this particular endeavor may have ended in failure." As Sun Wukong spoke, he cast a peculiar glance at Elder Jinch. Tang Sun, upon hearing this, could not help but furrow his brow slightly. When he read Journey to the West, he always believed that Guanyin was merely a subordinate of the Buddha. It appears now that he had underestimated the complexity of the relationships within the Buddhist realm. Is there truly no one to oversee her experiments on mortals? Tang Sun inquired with a frown. Haha. Sun Wukong chuckled derisively at this. Who in this world could possibly hold Guanyin accountable? Whether from the heavenly court or the spiritual mountain, whenever Guanyin is present, she occupies the foremost seat. Such a figure would hardly antagonize a few mere mortals for their sake. What about the heavenly Tao? Does it not impose karmic retribution or thunderous punishment upon her for the slaughter of innocents? Tang Sun pressed further. Has the Bodhisattva committed murder? Sun Wukong smirked, glancing at the stout monk before him. After all, who can verify the truth of what this peculiar creature claims? Even if he speaks the truth, could it not be that he is misusing the Bodhisattva's name for his own ends? I have witnessed such occurrences far too often on the Journey to the West. At this point, Sun Wukong's smile turned increasingly frigid, and he could not help but lament. As the saying goes, heaven and earth are indifferent. Treating all living beings as mere fodder, sages lack compassion, viewing the common folk as mere tools. Monk, the true nature of this world is far more sordid than you can imagine. Those who appear outwardly benevolent and radiant, do you truly believe that is their authentic guise? Let me share another truth with you. Most of the divine beings who seem compassionate and joyful in the world today are, in fact, merely their benevolent shells. Should their true forms manifest, you would grasp the essence of true terror. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Tang Sun fell into a contemplative silence. Old man, is what they say true? At that very moment, above the village, a cloud bore the drunken old man and the youth who had been expelled from Black Mountain City, both gazing at a mirror before them. The image reflected within the mirror depicted the current situation in Black Wind Village, with sounds crystal clear. It was upon hearing the monkey's words that the youth turned, his face a mask of shock as he inquired of the old man. Haha. The old man's expression remained serene as he lifted his wine gourd and took a hearty swig. Youngster, what is so strange about this? In this world, demons consume humans, and humans slay demons. This has been the way since time immemorial. As you indulge in roast chicken within the city, have you ever contemplated the feelings of that bird at the moment of its demise? As you stroll along the roadside, should you happen to step on an ant, would you take a moment to apologize to it? Young one, do you believe that in the eyes of the celestial beings, you differ in any significant way from a mere ant? Though these deities are often depicted in human form, how many among them are truly of the human race, capable of empathizing with such an easily overlooked postnatal species? Yet, the youth wished to counter, but his mouth opened and closed. ultimately leaving him at a loss for words. Confused, are we? Haha. You see, he too is bewildered. The old man pointed at Tang Sun in the mirror, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, I am now rather curious to see how this little monk will respond. Chapter 51. Tang Sun. Elder, please don a robe. At this moment, Sun Wukong was also observing Tang Sun, eagerly anticipating his perspective in response to the matter at hand. There was a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. For Tang Sun's sudden appearance was rather enigmatic, devoid of any discernible background or purpose, driven solely by a desire to accomplish a task that had been completed 5 centuries prior. Yet, he possessed an extraordinary insight and formidable strength. The spells and treasures he occasionally unveiled left even Sun Wukong in awe. Had he encountered such an individual during his reign in Flowerfruit Mountain, he would undoubtedly have considered him a kindred spirit, forging an oath of brotherhood. However, over the course of a millennium, with countless experiences and encounters with treachery, he had long since shed the innocence of the monkey he once was. He yearned to discern the true intentions behind Tang Sun's pilgrimage to the west, questioning whether there were any lofty saints lurking in his shadows. Monkey, do you not find this place reminiscent of Tiger Temple Village? Tang Sun suddenly turned to Sun Wukong, his expression earnest. The lives of the villagers there were far more wretched than those here. Yet since I became their local deity, the conditions have improved remarkably without requiring much of my intervention. Just a few days ago, the harvest was abundant, and the villagers held a festival of gratitude at the small temple. The village chief, Wang Daniu, informed me that they now have more grain than they can consume, and they are even troubled about how to store it. I suggested they raise some pigs or chickens so they could enjoy meat and strengthen their bodies. At this juncture, Tang Sun paused before adding, by the way, during this harvest festival, I also imparted the Wuji Sutra, but to practice it, they must first pass a small test of character. Among the 100-odd villages previously under the control of Huaxing Temple, 2 children have successfully sensed the spiritual energy and reached the first level of cultivation. The lives of the villagers are improving day by day. Upon hearing Tang Sun's account of Tiger Temple Village, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. Truth be told, he had nearly forgotten that small village. He was taken aback by how much effort Tang Sun had invested, utilizing his external incarnation to effect such significant changes. You wouldn't contemplate replacing the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva here with your own, would you? Sun Wukong inquired incredulously. Why not? Tang Sun replied. When one has erred, a price must be paid, does it not? If she cannot fulfill her role as the guardian deity, then it is only fitting that I take her place. For I believe I can do better. Observing the astonishment on Sun Wukong's face, a warm smile returned to Tang Sun's countenance as he patted the monkey on the shoulder. What expression is that, monkey? Did we not agree to show those lofty deities a bit of color? This is merely the first step, although this matter seems rather challenging. How can one ascertain its feasibility without attempting it? At this point, Tang Sun abruptly turned to Elder Jin Shi and inquired, Wouldn't you agree, Elder? I did not quite catch what the master just said. Elder Jin Shi, upon realizing that Tang Sun intended to seize the Bodhisattva's incense offerings, was immediately struck with a pallor of dread. He comprehended that the monk before him was not a harbinger of the Bodhisattva's wrath, but rather an adversary of the Bodhisattva. Stammering and trembling, he found himself at a loss for words in response to Tang's senator. Dear Elder, are you feeling cold? You have come out in the open without a garment, not even a cassock. How can that be? Here, I have a splendid cassock for you. Do put it on to warm yourself. Tang Sun cheerfully draped a resplendent robe over Elder Jin Shi, stunned as if struck by lightning. Elder Jin Shi attempted to remove the robe, but it clung to him as though it were a part of him, resisting all his efforts to dislodge it. Moreover, the protective Buddhist light emanating from it swiftly permeated his being, enveloping him in warmth, yet leaving his heart chilled with despair. He could distinctly sense that this divine radiance could annihilate his very essence in an instant. Master, what exactly do you intend to do? Elder Jin Shi asked, his face a mask of hopelessness. Earlier, the elder mentioned that the black bear spirit had visited and taken a precious Vajra pill from him, such a significant item. How could the elder disregard it so easily? Elder, it is time to confront that bear and reclaim what is rightfully yours, Tang Sun remarked with a knowing smile. Upon hearing Tang Sun's suggestion that he personally seek trouble with the bear, Elder Jin Shi was initially taken aback, but soon his expression hardened with resentment. You are correct, Master. That bear deceived me into aligning with the Bodhisattva and betrayed me by stealing the cassock of the Buddha of meritorious deeds, leading me to calamity. Now, it has tricked me into losing my Vajra. Even if you had not spoken, I would have sought him out, Elder Jinshi declared, his face twisted with bitterness. Yet, despite his vehement words, his feet remained firmly planted, his gaze fixed longingly upon Tang's senator, understanding the unspoken plea. Tang's son smiled warmly and said, "If you heed my counsel, I shall spare your true spirit, granting you the opportunity for reincarnation. What say you?" "Thank you, master." Hearing Tang's son's assurance, although Elder Jinshi felt a pang of disappointment at his own inability to preserve his life, he recognized it as the utmost limit of his predicament and promptly bowed in gratitude. "Aha! This little monk possesses quite the spirit. He dares to covet the Bodhisattva Guanin's offerings. That is akin to seizing her wealth." Above in the heavens, the drunken old man observed the scene with mounting excitement. "Let us join in the revelry. I am curious to see how far this little monk can go." The inebriated elder, his face alight with anticipation, waved his grand sleeves. And the clouds beneath him silently followed the venerable Elder Jinshi, who had already ventured deep into the ominous Black Wind Mountain. "Old man, did you not proclaim that my unique bone structure marks me as a rare talent in the art of cultivation, destined to be taught celestial techniques? Why then, do you now seem so enthralled by the spectacle?" While the youth beside him shared a penchant for curiosity, his primary concern lay with his own celestial fate. Unable to contain himself any longer, he finally inquired. Upon hearing the question, the drunken elder was momentarily taken aback. Then he could not help but chuckle. Gesturing towards the young man, named Tang Sun below, "I have just discovered another prodigious talent in cultivation, one that appears but once in a million years. Compared to him, you are but a trifling matter. I must keep my eyes on him. Should the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara decide to unleash her wrath upon him, I may find myself compelled to intervene. If fate smiles upon us, he may eventually bow before me as his master, and I shall accept him as my sole disciple, while you can simply follow in his wake as his subordinate." The youth could only respond with silence. For had it not been for the divine techniques the old man had demonstrated in recent days, he might have dismissed him as a mere charlatan. Chapter 52. The celestial law of Tang's son Elder Jinshi traversed the winds with great haste, swiftly locating the lair of the Black Bear spirit within the depths of Haifeng Mountain. Although the Black Bear spirit had ascended to the status of the guardian deity of Puto Mountain, he retained this cave in Haifeng Mountain, occasionally visiting to conduct business and to reminisce about his bygone days as a demon. Indeed, the place was now devoid of lesser demons, with only remnants of the possessions he had once gathered remaining. Reflecting upon the past, I, the old bear, once commanded a host of 8,000 lesser demons, engaging in revelry with friends, drinking heartily, and feasting on meat, conquering all challengers within a radius of hundreds of miles. How carefree those days were. Now, as a Bodhisattva's guardian deity, though my life is no longer in jeopardy, I find myself confined to a life of vegetarianism and chanting, merely a gatekeeper at Puta Mountain. Such an existence is truly burdensome. When will this life ever reach its conclusion? Alone in his former lair, the Black Bear's spirit stroked the golden band upon his head, unable to suppress a wave of melancholy. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, and the door was forcefully blown open. Startled, the Black Bear spirit's anger flared as he brandished his spear and stepped outside. There, at the entrance, stood Elder Jinshi, draped in a resplendent cassock. "You?" the Black Bear's spirit exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He cackled. "Did you not expect me to still be alive? You treacherous bear, you have caused me great suffering. Today, I have come to collect my debt, return my Vajra. With a furious shout, Elder Jinshi unleashed a palm strike toward the Black Bear spirit. "Have you lost your mind?" The Black Bear spirit transformed into a black phoenix, evading the attack, his expression darkening. "Indeed, I have been mad since the moment you stole the resplendent cassock from me. For 5 centuries, I have lived in a state neither human nor ghost. All thanks to you. You have made my life unbearable, and now, even in death, I shall not spare you." With a roar of fury, Elder Jinshi's form suddenly became ethereal, propelling himself at an incredible speed toward the Black Bear spirit. His velocity was astonishing, and as he neared, he detonated himself, just as he had commanded his disciples before. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the mountains and forests. The Black Bear spirit was momentarily stunned. Despite his thick skin and sturdy flesh, Elder Jinshi had cultivated his powers for 5 centuries and launched a deadly assault without warning. How could he have anticipated such an attack? Moreover, this self-detonation mirrored the ultimate technique of the Arhats, and in his unprepared state, he found himself unable to evade it. When he finally regained his senses after the blast, he discovered that, inexplicably, a cassock had appeared upon him, one that looked remarkably familiar. An ominous premonition surged within the Black Bear spirit's heart. However, before he could react, a resonant chant echoed from the heavens. Amitabha, Black Bear spirit, my suspicions have proven correct. It is indeed you who conspired with Elder Jin Shi to steal my precious cassock. As this voice echoed, Tang Sun and Sun Wukong slowly revealed themselves, one before and one behind the Black Bear spirit. Tang Sun wore a serious and composed expression, while Sun Wukong grinned mischievously, brandishing his staff and examining himself. An inexplicable chill washed over the Black Bear spirit. Monk, do you truly believe me if I claim I did not steal your cassock? He asked with a pained expression. The cassock is draped upon your very form. How can you deny the theft? Tang Sun replied calmly. I can remove it right now, the Black Bear spirit declared, reaching to tug at the cassock. Yet, despite his efforts, the garment seemed as if it were embedded within him, refusing to budge. Moreover, waves of mystical energy incessantly sought to invade his body, causing him considerable discomfort. Monk, are we truly to escalate this conflict? You must contemplate your decision. I am a guardian deity of the mountain under the Bodhisattva's command. The Bodhisattva has already shown mercy, permitting you to pass through Black Wind Mountain. I am curious as to why you insist on confronting me here, rather than continuing your journey westward. Do you truly believe that the Puto Mountain fears you? The Black Bear spirit realized that the cassock was likely a treasure, and the one wielding it was the monk before him. Thus, while secretly channeling his demonic power to reclaim the cassock, he spoke half in threat. Amitabha, Black Bear spirit, it is not my desire to confront you. I merely wish to reclaim my cassock. You must first return it to me, lest I be compelled to negotiate with the Bodhisattva using your bare head. Tang Sun spoke in a calm tone, unperturbed by the implied threat. Very well, let us proceed. The Black Bear's spirit roared to the heavens, his form violently swelling, transforming in an instant into a towering bear, cloaked in swirling black winds, with fiery eyes. Heavenly law, earthly form. This beast is desperate. Be cautious, monk, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his expression tense. The heavenly law, earthly form was a powerful ultimate technique of the demon race, representing their true essence and peak state. Once revealed, it would be a fight to the death. Sun Wukong brandished his staff, intending to unleash the same technique, but Tang Sun raised a hand to halt him. Brother Monkey, remain vigilant. Allow me to gauge the true extent of this Black Bear's capabilities. As he spoke, Tang Sun stepped forward. Radiant golden light began to ascend from him, illuminating the surroundings as if a small sun had emerged amidst the cosmos. Thud, thud, thud. The first sound to resound was the heavy beating of a heart, pulsing rhythmically as if the ancient war drums were being struck. Following this, a giant, equally towering figure, wreathed in boundless golden light, stepped forth from the luminous glow. Heavenly law, earthly form. I too have attained sanctity in flesh. Aha. Tang Sun laughed heartily. After absorbing the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood, he sensed a profound awakening within himself. It seemed his 9 transformations' profound skill was on the verge of reaching a critical threshold, poised for a breakthrough. Today, upon witnessing the Black Bear spirit wielding the spell of heaven and earth, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from it. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Tang Sun as he recognized the imminent opportunity for his own breakthrough. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he opted for a one-on-one confrontation with the Black Bear spirit. To his astonishment, with just a gentle provocation, he, too, manifested the spell of heaven and earth. As he basked in the state of this powerful technique, an immense surge of strength coursed through his body, filled with fervor for battle. His gaze instinctively fixed upon the Black Bear before him. He was now fervently eager to engage in a fierce duel with a worthy adversary. Chapter 53. The emergence of Pangu's will and the Lich battlefield, however, he soon discerned that the Black Bear's spirit across from him appeared somewhat unusual. It trembled in fear as it faced him, its gaze filled with trepidation. Could it be intimidated by his overwhelming aura of dominance? Tang Sun found himself momentarily taken aback. Yet, it quickly dawned on him that the situation was more complex than it seemed. For not only the Black Bear spirit, but also Sun Wukong in the distance, bore an expression of disbelief. This is impossible. On the distant clouds, the previously inebriated old man craned his neck, fixated on Tang's Sun below, neglecting even the reflection in front of him. Gone was his earlier drunken demeanor. Seemingly indifferent to everything, he beheld Tang Sen's towering figure, as well as the imposing shadow behind him, an enormous giant wielding a colossal axe, enveloped in a thick, ominous aura. The will of Pangu. How could he possibly invoke the will of Pangu? Could it be? The old man's face was etched with incredulity. Yet deep within his eyes flickered a glimmer of anticipation and delight. Tang Sen swiftly recognized the source of the anomaly. He turned around to glance behind him, his expression equally one of astonishment. What is this? How did it end up behind me, and why do I feel nothing? Previously, whether through his own comprehension or the techniques learned from the system, he could effortlessly assimilate and apply any skill he acquired. Yet now, the shadow that had appeared behind him left him utterly baffled. He had no idea how it had manifested. Roar! At that moment, the black bear spirit, under immense pressure, let out a thunderous roar. He had no choice but to roar. The oppressive presence of the figure behind Tang Sen was overwhelming, and he felt that if he did not unleash this cry, he would find himself kneeling in the next moment, never to rise again. Sensing the surge of malevolent energy emanating from the black bear spirit, the previously closed eyes of the figure behind Tang Sen suddenly snapped open. Demon Clan, perish! The shadow spoke with palpable fury, then unhesitatingly swung the axe towards the black bear's spirit with lethal intent. Despair filled the bear's face, but a glint of madness flickered in his eyes. Recklessly, he raised his paw to the sky and tore violently. Crack! The heavens split open, revealing a rift that exuded a tremendous pull, threatening to draw both Tang Sen and the looming shadow into its depths. However, the rift proved far too small, and in the face of the encroaching axe shadow, it was utterly inadequate. The malevolent energy carried by the axe blade surged forth, shattering the rift into fragments. Roar! Just as the black bear spirit was engulfed in despair, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Behind the black bear spirit, an ethereal silhouette of another black bear began to materialize, equally vast and imposing. Upon its emergence, it mirrored the actions of the black bear spirit. Tearing violently at the sky, a fissure appeared, magnitudes larger than the previous one, exuding a tremendous pull that countered the oncoming axe shadow. A thunderous roar erupted in the heavens, akin to a deafening explosion, yet seemingly nothing transpired. Once the two phantoms concluded their confrontation, the realms gradually reverted to their original state. However, at that moment, the entirety of Black Wind Mountain was enveloped in dense mist. Beneath this shroud, colossal figures, both real and illusory, engaged in a relentless battle, only to vanish and reappear, as if performing a silent play before the onlookers. What is this? Sun Wukong observed the battling figures within the mist, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The scenes of the war of sorcerers and demons had re-emerged. This place had once been an ancient battleground for the witch and demon clans. The awakening of bloodlines in both this young man and the bear cub, possessing the bloodline of the sky-rending bear, had stirred the dormant energies of the witch and demon essence buried deep within the ages, inciting yet another fierce clash between the two factions. How many years have passed, and these two foolish races are still locked in a bitter struggle. It is indeed comically absurd. In the sky, the drunken old man, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but retreat back onto his cloud, smirking with derision. Meanwhile, below, shrouded in mist, Tang Sen had closed his eyes, silently contemplating the tremendous axe strike that had just manifested behind him. He once again fell into a state of profound enlightenment. On the opposite side, the black bear spirit, surrounded by swirling dark winds, had finally seized the opportunity to free itself from the constraints of its cassock. Not daring to linger, it abruptly transformed and vanished without a trace. As the mist cleared from the realms, Tang Sen abruptly opened his eyes. The will of Pangu, the might of an axe. Indeed, he had acquired another hidden life-saving technique. Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily, the joints of his body cracking with a symphony of sounds. Monk, the black bear spirit has fled amidst the fog, but your splendid cassock shall be returned. Sun Wukong, seeing Tang Sen awaken from his state of enlightenment, approached with a smile, presenting a cassock to him. Tang Sen reached out, and a flash of golden light emerged from the splendid cassock, revealing the spirit of Elder Jin Shi. I pay my respects to the master. Thank you for your mercy, master. A look of relief washed over Elder Jin Shi's face, as he gradually dissipated into the wind amidst the golden glow, evidently having transcended into the underworld for rebirth. Tang Sun shook the splendid cassock in his hands and draped it over himself once more. With a melodious system notification chiming, a smile crept upon his lips. He opened the system panel to check. Indeed, the system task had refreshed. Name: Tang Sun World Traversed. Journey to the west, target of traversal, Tang Xuanzang. Main quest: please accomplish the task of Tang Xuanzang's pilgrimage to the west to seek scriptures. And upon completion, you may return to Earth with your cultivated abilities. Note: there exists a significant disparity in the flow of time between Earth and the journey to the West World. Current progress: the host has successfully retrieved the splendid cassock within 3 days and acquired the Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations. Next phase task: please hasten to Gaolao village to accept Zhu Beiji as your disciple. Upon completion of this task, you shall be rewarded with the Celestial Gang's 36 transformations. Celestial Gang's 36 transformations, an ancient divine ability bestowed by the demon god Taowu. Mastery of this skill grants access to the myriad laws of the universe. One can transform among the 5 elements of earth, fire, water, and the phoenix, as well as the 6 vital energies. It allows ascension to the Celestial Gang's 9 heavens above and descent to the 9 netherworlds below, enabling one to evade calamities and seek refuge, summoning and condensing calamities. The ultimate true art in the world. Chapter 54. The relocation of the Lord of Black Mountain City and the contest among the demons of Puto Mountain last night. An astonishing and terrifying incident transpired in Black Mountain City. All the golden statues representing Guanyin Bodhisattva shattered overnight, and in their place emerged a statue known as the Great Strength King. This statue, strikingly handsome with flowing long hair, wore simple clothing yet exuded an aura of remarkable vigor and brilliance, as if radiating a dazzling light. Simultaneously, many inhabitants of the city began to experience frequent dreams depicting the Great Strength King descending from the heavens, vanquishing the demonic chaos of Black Wind Stronghold, and rescuing the citizens of Black Mountain City who had been abducted. Remarkably, that very afternoon, several missing citizens were indeed returned to the city. They confirmed the existence of Black Wind Stronghold, located less than 30 miles away, where the monsters daily sought to consume human hearts, particularly favoring the living. Many of their companions, captured alongside them, had been brutally disemboweled and offered to a monstrous creature with blue skin. These harrowing experiences were witnessed firsthand. Through discussion surrounding these events, the community was horrified to realize that numerous families had members who had mysteriously vanished. However, their routine visits to Guanyin Zen Monastery for worship, coupled with the strict management by the monk soldiers, had prevented them from noticing these disappearances. In an instant, Black Mountain City erupted into a tumult of chatter. The streets and alleys buzzed with conversations about the dreams of the previous night. The actual leaders of Black Mountain City, the numerous Zen monasteries, swiftly reacted. Countless monk soldiers began to suppress the populace, forbidding any further discussions regarding the Great Strength King and the consumption of humans by demons. They sought to destroy the statue of the Great Strength King and replace it with that of the Bodhisattva. Yet, the statue was as heavy as a mountain and protected by a golden light, rendering their efforts futile. In contrast, the Bodhisattva, who had always been responsive to their pleas, now remained utterly silent, as if transformed into a mere lifeless sculpture. This left the monks of Guanyin Zen Monastery with an ominous foreboding. By the following day, the situation took a turn for the worse. All the weapons and armor of the monk soldiers mysteriously vanished overnight. Concurrently, new dreams began to emerge, wherein the Great Strength King proclaimed that the regulations of Black Mountain City would undergo significant changes. The citizens would no longer be required to make daily pilgrimages to the Guanyin Zen Monastery. Instead, it would be transformed into the temple of the Great Strength King, with minor monthly offerings and a grand annual festival. Moreover, monk soldiers could no longer expel citizens from the city under various pretexts, nor could they forcibly collect offerings for worship. From this day forth, Black Mountain City had a new guardian, the Great Strength King. The city was set ablaze with excitement, as the monk soldiers found themselves devoid of weapons. They could no longer maintain control over the populace, leading to a rising tide of chaos. On the third day, those monks who had previously been so brazen in their intent to destroy the statue of the Great Strength King now appeared with eyes that had cleared, reflecting a newfound clarity. They voluntarily shed their monk robes, taking the lead to kneel before the statue of the mighty King of Gods, beseeching his divine protection. To Tang Sen's astonishment, he truly received the incense offerings generated by the monks' worship. This confirmed their genuine intent to pay homage to him. These individuals indeed possess a flexible threshold for divine reverence. I had anticipated they would resist to the bitter end, Tang's son remarked with a smirk. Hee. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong broke into a wide grin. Monk, you have yet to grasp the essence of faith in this realm. It is merely a transaction. For ordinary mortals, worshipping deities and offering incense is a means to gain divine favor and thereby avoid being devoured by demons. The identity of the deity holds little significance for them. Well, this is good news for us. At least we shall not encounter fanatical zealots willing to fight to the death, Tang Xin said, a hint of a smile gracing his face. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Tang Xin meticulously organized every matter within Black Mountain City. Throughout this period, he did not once physically appear in Black Mountain City, yet through divine signs and prophetic dreams, he effortlessly transformed not only Black Mountain City, but also all the villages and towns within 100 miles into his followers within a mere fortnight. The entire vicinity of Black Mountain City began to operate under Tang Xin's will. During this time, a vague epiphany began to dawn upon Tang Sr. He sensed that the deities' concern over the extent of their domains likely transcended mere incense offerings. The ability to influence, and even alter, the rules of a region through one's own will was equally significant. He subtly realized that if his dominion were sufficiently vast and the number of his worshippers ample, his path of cultivation would become increasingly smooth. Bodhisattva, this encapsulates the entirety of the events. My incompetence has led to the loss of Black Mountain City. Back at Puto Mountain, the disheveled Black Bear spirit recounted everything that transpired in Black Wind Mountain. At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva, clad in casual attire, was feeding fish by the lotus pond. Upon hearing that Tang Sun had broken through at a critical juncture, manifesting the law of heaven and earth, even invoking the will of Pangu, her movements faltered momentarily, and a flicker of inexplicable gravity crossed her eyes. However, she swiftly suppressed this feeling and, with an air of indifference, laughed. It matters not. Since that monk is unafraid of the karmic ties with me and insists on claiming the place of worship, I shall grant it to him. You have fortuitously awakened further in your bloodline. Return and cultivate diligently. The subsequent matters require not your involvement. Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke without turning, her tone flat. Understood. The Black Bear spirit responded respectfully before departing. Bodhisattva, allow me to descend once more. 500 years ago, I merely played around with that monkey on the Tongtian River without using my true abilities. This time, I shall wait on the Tongtian River, should he dare to cross. I will ensure his demise. In the lotus pond, on one side, a carp spirit, indulging in the lotus seeds offered by Avalokiteshvara, suddenly interjected, eavesdropping on the conversation above. The Bodhisattva has commanded me. The cave of my origin, located 5 centuries ago in the desolate song stream of Mount Hao, lies near the southern region of the southern Jambudvipa. If he truly intends to journey westward, he must traverse Mount Hao. At that time, I shall set up a fiery dragon chariot formation, and with the chariot's assistance, I will certainly reduce him to ashes. The red boy also leaped forth, menacingly declaring, no need for haste. However, Avalokiteshvara maintained a gentle smile, saying, the reason I allowed them to pass through Black Wind Mountain is that I have yet to grasp his true nature. However, as he continues westward, he will soon encounter someone who will reveal his true identity. At that point, we shall observe before making any decisions. Chapter 55. Monkey Brother, have you awakened my innate divine power? Monkey, do you see how much I have transformed? On a small hill en route to Gao Lao Zhuang. As dusk approached, Tang Xin and Sun Wukong halted their journey for a much-needed respite. Tang Xin requested a drop of Sun Wukong's blood, which, upon refinement, allowed him to manifest the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, demonstrating his metamorphosis to the monkey. Ah, your transformation technique has indeed advanced considerably, exclaimed Sun Wukong, momentarily unable to detect any flaws. Yet, does this differ from the 72 transformations I taught you? To me, they appear identical. What purpose does that drop of blood serve? Patience, there is more to unveil. Tang's son chuckled, plucking a strand of hair, and, with a gentle breath, conjured a multitude of Sun Wukongs encircling the monkey. Now, take another look. How does my divine power manifest? This time, Sun Wukong was genuinely taken aback. His eyes gleamed with golden light as he regarded the myriad reflections of himself. He sensed no trace of spiritual essence emanating from these duplicates, confirming that this was not merely an illusion conjured by Tang's Sun's transformation technique, but but rather a true external manifestation of self. Impressive. How did you achieve this? Sun Wukong inquired, his face a canvas of astonishment. Though he could transform into myriad forms, even dragons and phoenixes, he could never replicate another's divine power, merely summoning minor marvels. For instance, if he transformed into a fish, he would swim faster beneath the surface, and if he became an eagle, he could soar on the winds, independent of magical prowess. However, what Tang Sun accomplished with his hair was an entirely different realm of mastery. This was the essence of his own innate divine power. Hold on, there is even more. Tang Sun grinned, golden light beginning to flicker in his eyes, mirrored by all the Sun Wukongs surrounding him. Sensing a hint of danger, Sun Wukong's instincts heightened. Behold my annihilation golden eye, Tang Sun bellowed, unleashing a golden malevolent light from his own eyes and those of all the Sun Wukongs surrounding him. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt every hair on his body stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his staff in a frenzied dance. Though the onslaught of malevolent light was repelled, some of it, insidious and unyielding, seeped into his being. In that moment, Sun Wukong felt his vital energy boil within him, as a familiar malevolent aura began to erode his body, causing him to grimace in pain. This is my innate golden malevolence. The very power I possessed when I sprang forth from the rock. How could you wield it? And what is that golden light in your eyes? I have never possessed such a thing, Sun Wukong exclaimed, writhing in discomfort, finally grasping the sensation of being struck by his own staff. This is your most formidable innate divine power, the Annihilation Golden Eye. Utilizing a drop of your essence, I have mastered the art of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. To be frank, I initially believed that your most formidable innate magical power was the external manifestation through your monkey hair. However, I have come to realize that, dear Monkey King, your most potent ability lies in the destruction golden eyes. Tang Sun remarked with a look of deep reflection. Innate magical power? Monk, are you jesting? Why am I unaware of my own innate magical power? Sun Wukong responded with a puzzled expression. How would I know? Tang Sun shrugged, his face still filled with contemplation. Monkey King, this is something you must inquire of yourself. You possess a treasure mountain, yet fail to excavate its riches. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong fell silent, suddenly reminded of the moment he first emerged from the rock crevice. He recalled that his eyes had shone with a golden light akin to the destruction golden eyes currently displayed by Tang Senator at that time. In his naivety, he had utilized this golden glow to observe the celestial realm above, where he detected the 1,000-mile eye and the listening wind ear, as well as countless malevolent spirits lurking in the depths of the underworld. Yet, these visions vanished in an instant. Having just been born, he paid little heed to what he had witnessed, and was soon captivated by a flamboyantly adorned female monkey, swiftly discarding these thoughts. However, it now seemed that perhaps this was an omen of his impending awakening of that innate magical power. There was also another incident. During his time in the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old Lord, his eyes had been so overwhelmed that he could barely open them, feeling an intense heat as if they might ignite. Just when he could no longer endure it, he sensed his innate golden essence converging above his eyes, breaking free from the furnace. In the process, he inadvertently forged the ability to perceive the true forms of demons, the fiery golden eyes. In retrospect, this too was a sign of his innate magical power being awakened. The capability of the fiery golden eyes was merely a fraction of the potential of that innate magical power. However, after a fierce battle in the heavenly palace, he was ultimately subdued beneath the 5 elements mountain by the Buddha, subsequently adorned with the golden headband. He was continuously suppressed by the Buddha's teachings and never had the opportunity to delve deeply into the mysteries of his vision. Perhaps, as Tang Sun stated, he had not yet awakened even his most formidable innate magical power. With this realization, Sun Wukong grew anxious, oblivious to the pain coursing through his body, and leaped directly before Tang Sun, grasping him tightly. Monk, you must teach me the destruction golden eyes. This is my innate magical power. And now you have mastered it while I have not. This is utterly humiliating. Tang Sun responded. This power is awakened through bloodline and cannot be taught. However, I can attempt to impart my understanding of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations to you. But whether you can learn it truly depends on your own efforts. Tang Sun spoke with a sense of resignation, as the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, like the previous 9 turns mysterious skill, was a technique directly implanted within him by the system, which he had then effortlessly acquired. Based on his prior experience in teaching Sun Wukong the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts, it seems highly probable that this monkey would struggle to master it fully. Moreover, the earthly fiend's 72 transformations cannot awaken one's innate divine powers. Rather, it is a means of acquiring the innate abilities of others through their essence. Tang Sun elucidated this logic to Sun Wukong, who was immediately engulfed in a sense of melancholy. Indeed, this implies that, in the future, your transformation into Sun Wukong would be more authentic than my original self as Sun Wukong. This revelation left him momentarily speechless. However, he soon recalled that his true form and even his spirit were still restrained by the golden circlet of the Buddhist realm. Instantly, a sense of acceptance washed over him. It seems there is nothing truly unacceptable about this situation. Chapter 56. One of the 3 sovereigns of the ancient human race, Fushi high above in the heavens. The inebriated elder, who had been surreptitiously observing the conversation between the two, was utterly captivated. His astonishment had transformed into sheer awe. Who is this monk? And what extraordinary capabilities does he possess? Although the earthly fiend's 72 transformations were derived from the primordial innate divine powers, they merely represent a simplified version. Yet, this monk has managed to master a divine ability, utilizing just a drop of his essence, a feat even this monkey has yet to awaken. This is utterly outrageous. Even if chaos itself were to descend, it would surely exclaim in disbelief. The elder murmured to himself, having adopted the colloquial exclamation he had overheard from Tang Sun in his recent observations. It perfectly encapsulated his sentiments in this context. With that thought, he glanced again at the young lad seated cross-legged on the cloud, diligently attuning himself to the spiritual energies for cultivation, feeling an inexplicable disdain. In comparison, this exceptionally rare innate Tao body seemed like a mere shadow when juxtaposed with the monk's prodigious talent. His decision to accept a disciple had indeed been rather hasty. Cough, cough. Ah, Lin Jian, it suddenly occurs to me that I have some pressing matters to attend to. How about I escort you back to Black Mountain City? The elder suggested, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his tone. Now that Black Mountain City has been reclaimed from the hands of Avalokiteshvara by that young lad below, you need not worry about being expelled due to incense offerings. You have also learned the art of consuming qi. For the time being, focus on your cultivation there. Once I conclude my affairs, I shall return to fetch you. What do you say? The elder observed the bewildered expression on the boy's face and felt a pang of guilt for his deceptive tactics. First, he had lured him out of the city under the pretense of teaching him celestial arts, only to now abandon him. Such actions seemed rather unscrupulous. However, he needed to approach Tang Sun. Engaging in such behavior might attract the attention of certain deities, leading to unnecessary consequences and complications. Thus, he felt compelled to proceed as he had. With a swift flick of his sleeve, before the youth could respond, the elder vanished him without a trace. When the boy regained his senses, he found himself standing on the streets of Black Mountain City. Focus on your cultivation. If all goes well, I shall return for you in 10 years. The elder's voice echoed in his ears, leaving the boy momentarily stunned. After addressing Lin Jian's situation, the elder adjusted his attire, hesitating briefly before transforming his appearance to don a Taoist robe, conjuring a whisk into his hand with a flourish. The image before him was now a stark contrast to the disheveled figure he had previously encountered. He lowered his gaze and noticed that Tang Sun and Sun Wukong had finished their rest and were ready to continue their journey. He hastily stepped forward, descending gracefully. Fellow cultivators, please hold on. The Infinite Lord, the little monk and the monkey, to my astonishment, we meet again by fate. He approached with a broad smile, eagerly regarding Tang Sun and Sun Wukong. Who are you? Tang Sun queried, turning to see a Taoist priest, his face instantly etched with suspicion. Both he and Sun Wukong possessed keen senses. They could detect any movement within 100 miles, let alone the presence of a skilled Taoist. Yet, despite their conversation moments ago, they had failed to notice this priest, indicating his formidable prowess. Furthermore, Tang Sun recalled that in the investiture of the gods, Shen Gongbao was similarly garbed, greeting others with, fellow cultivators, please hold on. That certainly wasn't a benign phrase. The old man was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared a multitude of words, but Tang Sun's abrupt inquiry left him speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong chuckled, glancing at the old man. Monk, don't you recognize him? This is the drunken elder you greeted earlier. He merely changed his attire. How could you not recognize him? Tang Sun scrutinized the old man closely and realized it was indeed the same elder. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had sensed there was more to this elder than met the eye and had wished to get to know him better. Yet the elder had dismissed him without a word and departed. Now, after several days, he had suddenly returned to initiate a conversation. Noticing the confusion and wariness in Tang Sen's expression, the elder felt a twinge of awkwardness, fearing he would be mistaken for an adversary. With a sigh inwardly, he decided to reveal his identity. You must have discerned by now that I am no ordinary person. I shall not conceal it any longer. I am one of the three sovereigns of the ancient human race, Fuxi. You two young friends. One is transformed from the leftover stones used by the goddess In Hua to mend the heavens, and the other is a human. Am I wrong to say we are fated to meet? Fuxi? Tang Sun exclaimed, struck with surprise. He had never anticipated that the unremarkable, disheveled individual was, in fact, the Emperor of Humanity. What of it? Just state your intentions. Sun Wukong replied, remaining entirely unperturbed. He was acutely aware that the older a being was, the more formidable they could be, and thus, he regarded this self-proclaimed Fuxi with unwavering vigilance. I overheard your conversation in the heavens regarding this monkey's innate talents and abilities. In truth, I can offer my assistance. Fuxi's smile diminished slightly, and his expression grew serious as he spoke. Tang Sun was indeed an anomaly. Gifted with extraordinary talents and formidable powers, the most crucial aspect is his ability to awaken the will of Pangu. Moreover, he has surprisingly allied himself with Sun Wukong, the spiritual monkey intricately linked to the goddess Nuwa. In his eyes, such a person represents the most significant variable for humanity since the alignment of Nuwa. From the moment of his birth, Sun Wukong found himself under the gaze of deities and Buddhas, his life seemingly orchestrated by divine forces. Despite possessing the great fortune and merits of humankind, yet they could only observe from afar, unable to approach him. Now, however, Tang Sun has fortuitously encountered him, which he perceives as the hidden protection of Nuwa. He cannot merely stand by. He intends to ignite a spark within this young monk and the monkey, eager to witness if they can indeed turn the tide of fate. Chapter 57. The cultivation method of fortune and virtue. Can you assist me in awakening the destruction golden eye? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Nevertheless, doubt still lingered in his eyes. His experiences over the past millennium had taught him that when someone suddenly treated him well without reason, there was invariably an ulterior motive. Specifically, it could aid in untangling the immense human fortune and celestial virtue residing within him, born of calamity and nurtured by the heavenly Tao. If he could master the virtue and fortune within him, the innate divine powers, previously concealed deep within his bloodline, would naturally become accessible. Old man, do you truly possess such capability? Sun Wukong's expression turned skeptical upon hearing this. Fuxi stroked his beard and replied with confidence. When it comes to the application of celestial virtue and human fortune, our human race speaks with the utmost authority. After all, it was through the alliance with Lady Nuwa that I received a great influx of fortune and virtue, which led to my ascension as the Emperor of Humanity. I cannot claim to know everything, but in the entirety of the three realms, I, along with Swerin and Shenong, possess the deepest understanding of celestial virtue and human fortune. As Fuxi spoke, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Had he been able to predict the birth of this monkey at Flower Fruit Mountain before the Supreme Lord Laozi, he could have laid the groundwork to guide Sun Wukong onto the path of fortune. With their understanding of virtue and fortune, combined with the immense fortune inherent in Sun Wukong, it was conceivable that this monkey might have had a chance to attain sanctity through human fortune. Had that been the case, the great calamity that befell the southern Jianbu state 500 years ago might never have transpired, and humanity could have flourished as a result. They might even have had the opportunity to rescue Lady Nuwa from the encroachment of the heavenly Tao. Alas, all of this remained mere conjecture. The Supreme Lord Laozi was ultimately a celestial sage, mastering a complete set of heavenly laws, while Fuxi was merely the Emperor of Humanity, their paths diverging greatly. By the time he realized that Sun Wukong, the spirited monkey endowed with human fortune and virtue, had come into existence, it was already too late. At that point, Sun Wukong had begun to rebel against heaven, his fortune and virtue entangled in chaos, ultimately sealed within him by the Supreme Lord Laozi using the Bagua furnace. Furthermore, he had been suppressed beneath the 5 elements mountain by the Buddha, remaining trapped for 500 years. At this juncture, even if Fuxi wished to save Sun Wukong, it would be beyond his reach. Sun Wukong's defiance against heaven, his tumult in the underworld, the alteration of the book of life and death, and his rampant slaughter in the heavens all constituted a challenge to the celestial order. Despite his immense fortune, he too would face retribution from the heavenly Tao. The Buddha's act of imprisoning him beneath the five elements mountain for 500 years was in accordance with the will of the heavenly Tao. To intervene would be to act against the heavens. After all, under the heavenly Tao, all beings must adhere to its principles, especially the human race. For Lady Nuwa's alliance had forcibly altered the laws of the heavenly Tao to protect humanity, ensuring that fortune and virtue remained loyal to them. Consequently, they gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao, and any being that recklessly harmed humanity would incur the wrath of heavenly retribution. Yet, this protection also served as a constraint, especially for those sovereigns of the human race who are favored by the grand fortune of the heavens. It is impossible for them to defy the will of the celestial order. This is the fundamental reason why, 5 centuries ago during the great calamity of the journey to the west, these sovereigns rarely revealed themselves. It was not due to a lack of desire to assist Sun Wukong in breaking free from the control of the Buddhist realm, but rather because they were unable to do so. Monkey, there's no harm in learning a thing or two. I shall protect you. Suddenly interjecting into the conversation, Tang Sun, who had been attentively listening, declared, if this old Taoist truly were Fushi, then it was indeed possible he had come to aid them. If not, Tang Sun was confident in his ability to keep the monkeys safe. Hee, young friend Tang can learn too. Upon hearing Tang Sun's words, Fushi turned his head, a warm smile gracing his face. I observe that the fortune and merit upon you is not insignificant. Once you master my teachings, you will be able to forge a golden body from your merit and fortune. Once this golden body is formed, it shall be protected by the celestial order, and even a sage would not dare to strike you lightly. I have indeed heard of this. Those celestial beings seek the merit of the heavenly order precisely for this reason. Sun Wukong licked his lips and chuckled. This is merely one of its many benefits. Those blessed with fortune and merit are naturally favored by the celestial order, and sometimes certain innate treasures of the world will seek you out, acknowledging you as their master and serving your will. Furthermore, should you encounter calamity in the future, your fortune and merit will provide warnings, aiding you in transforming misfortune into fortune and in evading disaster. Additionally, it will facilitate your cultivation, leading to frequent moments of enlightenment and swift progress in your abilities. At this point, the old Taoist turned to Sun Wukong with a smile. Regarding this, Wukong should have the most profound understanding. Am I correct? Sun Wukong grinned sheepishly, scratching his head and glancing at Tang Senator after hearing the old Taoist's words. He finally comprehended why Tang Sun was so extraordinary. It was likely that his fortune and merit surpassed even his own. Otherwise, how could he return from an outing with a weapon comparable to the golden cudgel, as well as acquire innate spiritual fire? Moreover, the speed at which this fellow comprehended was astonishingly remarkable. Could it be that he was truly favored by the celestial order? Initially, Sun Wukong had merely been internally lamenting Tang Sun's prowess, but now he genuinely began to question the matter. The old Taoist taught the two the method of refining fortune and merit, known as the Nourishing Fortune and Merit Sutra. This technique was not merely profound. Even for Sun Wukong, and even for Tang Sun, who had a knack for sudden insights, it proved to be quite a challenge. Consequently, the old Taoist naturally integrated himself into their journey for scriptures. 3 individuals and a horse continued their westward expedition. Half a month later, Tang Sun was the first to successfully practice this technique. He sensed his own fortune and merit for the first time and controlled these energies to settle upon his primordial spirit, forming a thin golden rope. In that instant, he felt as though his spiritual platform had become remarkably clear, establishing a mysterious connection with the celestial order. It seems he can perceive the will of the heavenly Tao through his own fortune and merit. How enlightening! It appears that I have connected to the mainframe of the heavenly Tao, gaining insight into its preferences and aversions. As long as I continue to engage in actions favored by the heavenly Tao, I shall consistently acquire fortune and merit, basking in its favor. Conversely, should I stray into disfavor, I may find myself scorned by the Tao, beset by misfortune. I, the great sage, have made progress. Monks and Taoist priests, do wait for me a few days. I must enter seclusion for a while. I sense that I am on the verge of mastering my innate divine ability, the golden eye of annihilation. With a face full of excitement, Sun Wukong rose to his feet and, having spoken, transformed into a beam of golden light, darting into a nearby cave. Chapter 58. The origin of humanity. While the monkey was engrossed in contemplating the destruction golden eye, Tang Sun found himself at a loose end and sought out the old Taoist. Elder, since you claim to be Fushi, may I inquire about a few matters? Tang Sun asked earnestly. Ahem, please proceed, Fushi replied, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. Truth be told, he had approached Tang Sun with the hope that he would ask questions. If he didn't, there were certain matters Fushi would have to broach himself. It pertains to the issue of humanity in this world. My journey from Chang'an has revealed that humans are either enslaved by demons as livestock for blood or confined by gods and Buddhas, reduced to mere vessels for incense offerings. Why is this so? Seeing Tang Sun's serious demeanor, Fushi fell into a moment of silence. After a considerable pause, he sighed and said, because humanity lost the great Tao War of Yore, known as the Battle of the Gods. Though I, along with Swearin and Shinnong, are referred to as saints, we are merely saints of merit, lacking true comprehension of the Tao and the corresponding powers of true saints. We are but gifts bestowed upon humanity by Nuwa after her union with the Tao. After Nuwa's union with the Tao, the only true saints manifested in this realm were the three Taoist ancestors. At that time, the Jie sect and the Chan sect ignited the Great Tao War, debating whether this world should be one of inclusivity or one that respects the heavenly mandate and prioritizes hierarchy. Humanity chose the Jie sect, and the outcome was, as one might expect. At this juncture, Fushi paused, refraining from delving deeper into such a sensitive topic involving saints. He shifted his tone to one of mirth and said, Now, let me tell you about the origin of humanity. Very well, Tang Sun nodded, intrigued by the subject. Long ago, in a time when this world was still referred to as the primordial chaos, the four continents had not yet been shattered by the cataclysmic battles between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. It was a singular vast expanse of land. Following the initial emergence of our world, the heavenly Tao came into being, giving rise to 3,000 primordial deities and demons, who embodied all the laws and forces of the heavenly Tao. As these 3,000 beings continued to cultivate and merge with the heavenly Tao, its principles gradually became more refined, resulting in the manifestation of celestial bodies like the sun and moon, as well as mountains, rivers, lakes, and all that we observe today. Eventually, the last of the primordial deities and demons, the great Pangu, reached the pinnacle of cultivation, merging with the cosmos. At this moment, the laws of the heavenly Tao in our realm attained perfection, an era known as the genesis of heaven and earth, during which myriad beings were first conceived. Hence, Pangu is revered in our realm as the god of creation or the father god. In the primordial dawn of the universe, a minor yet significant anomaly occurred. The deity Pangu, a divine entity embodying the principle of strength, though harmonizing with the celestial order, found his corporeal form ensnared upon the earth, thus giving rise to a unique race, the Wu clan. Initially birthed was the Wu ancestor, the one possessing the most potent Pangu bloodline, followed by the great witches, and then the witches themselves. Ultimately, as the essence of Pangu's bloodline began to wane, the last generation of witches emerged, characterized by their frailness. They bore no inheritance of Pangu's might, rendered weak and diminutive. Consequently, after convening, the Wu ancestors decreed the expulsion of these unawakened beings from their ranks, casting them into the wilderness to fend for themselves. At this juncture, Fushi could not suppress a bitter smile, confessing, I am one among those expelled from the Wu lineage, a member of the primordial human race. Thus, it appears that humanity is, in fact, a branch of the Wu clan, albeit one that has not awakened the Pangu bloodline. Tang Sun, astonished, realized that he had long believed the people of this realm were merely molded from clay by the goddess Nuwa. Indeed, this also explains why you were able to invoke Pangu's will on Hafeng Mountain. Young friend, it seems you have manifested a degree of ancestral bloodline return, acquiring the bloodline principles of Pangu. Fushi cast a profound glance at Tang Sun, a flicker of reminiscence in his eyes, and continued, regrettably. We were not as fortunate as you in our time. No one awakened the bloodline powers of Pangu. During that era, the great wilderness was rife with formidable primordial beings, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Many of our companions perished during our migration. Just as our survival seemed bleak, we encountered the goddess Nuwa. It was she who sheltered us, offering us a sanctuary, allowing us to serve as her attendants. However, when the war of the witches and demons erupted, the Wu clan faced annihilation at the hands of the demon race. Fearing that we too would be targeted for our Wu lineage and wishing to spare Nuwa from any repercussions, we proclaimed ourselves as the human race, servants molded from clay by the goddess Nuwa. In truth, no sentient being was merely molded. We were merely evading the wrath of the demon court, which had descended into bloodshed. It was from that moment onward that we revered Nuwa as our maternal deity. Thus, our lives were destined to unfold in quietude, until one fateful day, Nuwa's cultivation could no longer be contained, forcing her to transcend and become a sage. At that time, all were aware that upon achieving sagehood, the immediate consequence would be assimilation into the heavenly Tao, leading to the loss of individual consciousness and becoming a part of the celestial order, what was referred to as the harmony with the Tao. The means to delay this assimilation were twofold. One could continually comprehend one's own path to resist the heavenly Tao, or one could incessantly gather merits from the heavenly Tao to postpone the process of assimilation. The conflict among the three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, which ultimately led to the great catastrophe of the dragon and phoenix, stemmed from their ancestors' desire for their respective clans to dominate the primordial realm. This dominance would enable them to steer the operation of the three realms, acquire immense merits from the heavenly Tao, and mitigate its encroachment upon their existence. This fundamental motive ignited the fierce war among the three clans in our human race. In order to ensure that the goddess Nuwa would not be assimilated by the heavenly Tao and could retain her self-awareness, we too were compelled to rise and contend for supremacy alongside numerous formidable races during the twilight of the Yao Court era. Our aim was to provide the goddess Nuwa with a stable anchor, allowing her to amass vast merits from the heavenly Tao and secure her status as a sage. Wait. Tangsun interjected, raising his hand to interrupt Fushi's explanation. He posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. Isn't the first being to achieve sagehood in this world ancestor Hongjun? Hongjun? Fushi shook his head in confusion. No. Aside from the 3,000 demonic gods, the first to attain the sage realm was the primordial dragon. I have never heard of the name ancestor Hongjun, Fushi replied. This world truly differs from the Fengshen realm. Tangsun thought to himself, continuing to inquire, one more thing, you mentioned being forced into sagehood. What does that mean? Hee. My young friend Tang, when do you think the immortals in this world are at their most reckless? Fushi asked with a smile. Certainly, when they attain sagehood. Tangsun replied with certainty. Chapter 59, The Messenger of Nuwa in the Mortal Realm. Upon hearing this, Fushi shook his head and remarked, while it is indeed formidable for a sage to master a singular principle of the Tao, they must incessantly guard against the heavenly Tao's integration. They cannot act freely, for their essence is perpetually engaged in a struggle against the heavenly Tao. Should their accumulated merit and fortune fall short, and they find themselves suppressed in this conflict, they risk being assimilated by the heavenly Tao, becoming part of it entirely. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial era, there have been countless such instances. Yet now, these entities have vanished from the consciousness of all living beings. Once the heavenly Tao fully assimilates their path, it may gradually erase all traces of their former existence. How terrifying! Is it possible that the heavenly Tao yet lives? Tangsun, with a slight grin, expressed his disbelief. The heavenly Tao indeed possesses its own will. The principles of the heavenly Tao are the concrete manifestations of this will, yet it cannot be defined in the form of living beings. After a moment of contemplation, Fushi continued, as for the true nature of the heavenly Tao, I cannot say. Perhaps only those who have genuinely attained the sage realm and begun to confront the heavenly Tao directly can elucidate it. That cannot be right. Did not Lady Nuwa already merge with the Tao? Yet why is she still remembered? Tangsun quickly identified a flaw in Fushi's reasoning. Indeed, Lady Nuwa has merged with the Tao, but due to our human lineage, she has not been completely assimilated by the heavenly Tao. Her true spirit now rests in the Huahuang Palace beyond the heavens, allowing us to retain our memory of her. There are many such sages, including the ancestor dragon, the beginning phoenix, and the ancestor Qilin. One can even gauge their degree of assimilation by observing the activity of their respective clans across the three realms. Tangsun was momentarily taken aback. Among the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, it is the Qilin that presently holds the least prominence in the three realms. Could it be that the ancestor Qilin? He looked towards Fushi. Indeed, the ancestor Qilin is perilously close to complete assimilation by the heavenly Tao, Fushi confirmed. My goodness, Tangsun exclaimed, and could not help but inquire, what are the golden immortals? Surely they can be more carefree? With a smile, Fushi elaborated. Golden immortals and those in the great Luo realm must comprehend the power of the principles and cultivate their own path. Once they enter this realm, they too will be marked by the heavenly Tao. After a golden immortal transcends the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 qi returning to origin, they will condense a seed of the Tao. The heavenly Tao constantly seeks to nourish this seed and harvest its fruit to fulfill itself. To this end, the heavenly Tao may even actively bestow the power of principles to assist in perfecting the Tao seed. However, this perfection is not derived from their own enlightenment. Rather, it is catalyzed by the heavenly Tao. For those powerful beings above the golden immortal realm, accepting the heavenly Tao's enlightenment is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. What they must do is continuously seek the blessings of fortune and virtue to delay their assimilation into the heavenly path, while simultaneously comprehending their own Tao to enhance their strength and resist the heavenly path. This preparation serves as a vital support for the inevitable moment when they must transcend and attain sanctification. However, should they excessively engage their own laws during this period, they would lose control over their understanding of the heavenly path, leading to rapid assimilation and the loss of their will. Tang Sun was left utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the heavenly path of this world would exert such a harsh suppression on high-level immortals and Buddhas. Observing Tang Sun's bewildered expression, Fushi could not help but chuckle. It is said that in this world, once an immortal or Buddha enters the golden immortal realm, they can almost instantaneously connect with the heavenly path to manifest it within themselves. Yet, the price is the sacrifice of everything they possess. To the extent that their existence may be entirely erased by the heavenly path, a fate no one wishes to embrace. In truth, within this realm, the most comfortable beings are those who have severed their 3 corpses, alleviating the tribulations of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, yet have not coalesced into the 3 flowers and 5 qi to step into the realm of true immortality. Most of the immortals and Buddhas traversing the world today are merely embodiments of those at the pinnacle of true immortality. This explains why Guanyin Bodhisattva observed as you took control of Black Mountain City, given your current abilities and means. It would not be a simple matter for her to eliminate you. She too would have to pay a price, and moreover, she has yet to fully comprehend your origins and background. Ah, I see. Tang Sun's face revealed a look of sudden understanding. What was the situation with Lady Nuwa back in the day? He inquired. Lady Nuwa, at that time a great Luo golden immortal, could no longer suppress her own laws in the resonance with the heavenly path, and was thus compelled to attain sanctification. In such ordinary circumstances, one would naturally be consumed by the heavenly path, merging with it, and might even have their existence erased from this realm. But Lady Nuwa had us. The human race aided her in stabilizing her status, providing her with an endless supply of immense fortune and virtue. This enabled her to become the 4th being after the dragon ancestor, phoenix ancestor, and Shailan ancestor to manifest her holiness and consistently resist the assimilation of the heavenly path. Fushi remarked with a hint of pride. So, does this mean that the human race was indeed powerful in ancient times? Tang Sun asked again. Currently, 3 of the 4 great continents are filled with traces of our human race. From this, you can imagine just how formidable the human race was during its most glorious era. Fushi replied with a smile, lifting his gaze to the heavens as he whispered, indeed. Even the 3 honored ones capable of manifesting their holiness today also relied on the vast fortune and virtue of the human race to withstand the encroachment of the heavenly path, ultimately becoming holy beings of the heavenly path, particularly that venerable Taiching Dao. It is a pity, however, that they are ultimately not Lady Nuwa. Upon reaching this point, Fushi could not help but let out a sigh of resignation. Tang Sun, upon hearing this, felt a stirring within his heart. He discerned that there were likely some discordances between the Taoist sect and the human race. The Emperor of Humanity has shared so much with me, surely. It is not merely to recount the origins of our kind. Is there perhaps a way in which I might be of assistance? Tang Sun inquired. Fushi, upon hearing this, could not suppress a smile. Indeed, there exists a need for your aid, young friend. We require a formidable being who, in the future, could attain the status of a sage, or at the very least, a great Luo golden immortal, to assist the slumbering goddess Enhua within the palace of Enhua. I believe you are an exceptionally fitting candidate for this role. Young friend, would you be willing to accept my humble offering and become the earthly representative of the palace of Enhua? Fushi asked with a solemn expression. Chapter 60, The Loquacious Goddess Nuwa. I, the old son, have finally succeeded. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While Tang Sun was meditating with his eyes closed, he suddenly heard a thunderous explosion emanating from a nearby cave. In the next moment, Sun Wukong leaped out like a beam of golden light. His eyes shone like two miniature suns, exuding an air of formidable power. Monk, come. Let us showcase our 72 transformations and see whose destruction golden eyes are more formidable. Sun Wukong's face was alight with eagerness, his gaze fixed on Tang Sun, brimming with a fervent fighting spirit. However, upon truly focusing on Tang Sun, he was momentarily taken aback. In just 3 short days, he perceived an aura emanating from Tang Sun that was both strikingly familiar and deeply endearing. You. Sun Wukong flashed beside Tang Sun, scrutinizing him with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Ah, little stone, it is you, he exclaimed. Indeed. I never expected that the small stone I left behind when mending the heavens would actually give rise to an innate being, and a charming little monkey at that. Suddenly, a voice resonated within Sun Wukong's consciousness. The moment he heard it, his fur stood on end, and goosebumps enveloped his body. Gripping his iron staff, he anxiously scanned his surroundings, seeking the source of the voice. Stop searching. You won't find me. I am up in the heavens. The voice, filled with delight, seemed to tease him, yet it inspired no sense of hostility. Monk, what on earth is happening? Where is that old Taoist? Sun Wukong turned to Tang Sun and inquired. Tang Sun bore a look of resignation. Fushi has naturally departed. However, before his departure, he left me 3 items, a Nuwa stone, a merit coin, and a fire cloud order. According to Fushi, once the Nuwa stone is refined, it will connect me to the palace of Nuwa in the heavens, allowing me to gain her attention. As long as I am under the gaze of the goddess Nuwa, none within the 3 realms, including the 3 heavenly lords of the Tao, will dare to act against me lightly. For in this realm, including the 3 celestial lords of Taoism, they are all descendants of the goddess Nuwa and have benefited from her grace. Even if their hearts are dark and their faces brazen, they would not dare to harm one under her watchful eye. This means that from now on, I need not worry about being oppressed or killed by those powerful beings. Previously, Guanyin Bodhisattva had been calculating my background, but at that time, I truly had none, so no one could foresee me. However, now I possess a protector, and one of considerable strength. With the goddess Nuwa's protection, it is almost certain that I shall not meet my demise. Yet, Fushi indicated that even this is still insufficient. The 2 items that remain are indeed crucial for survival. The merit treasure coin is a talisman of acquired virtue. When worn, it automatically activates in the face of insurmountable peril, shielding its bearer from fatal calamities. According to Fushi, even a strike from a sage would be rendered harmless by this coin. The final item, the fire cloud token, serves as a one-time spatial teleportation treasure. Upon shattering it, one can be instantly transported to the Fire Cloud Cave. This cave is not the lair of the Red Child, but rather a celestial sanctuary inhabited by the emperors of the human race, deeply blessed by the fortunes and virtues of humanity. Once there, no one would dare to lay a finger upon him. This item is intended for use in dire circumstances when the merit treasure coin fails him. Fushi humorously referred to these 3 items as a trio of life preservers, gifts bestowed upon him in gratitude for accepting the role of a terrestrial envoy for the Nuwa Palace. However, Fushi neglected to mention that upon refining the Nuwa stone, he would be able to converse directly with the goddess Nuwa, who seems to be quite chatty. Since yesterday, when he refined the Nuwa stone, she has scarcely paused, incessantly inquiring about various matters. Now, with Sun Wukong emerging from his confinement, it is evident that Nuwa's interest has shifted to this monkey. Monkey, this story is rather lengthy. The voice conversing with you is that of the goddess Nuwa. You must acclimate to her occasional interjections. After all, having spent so much time in the heavens, her feelings of emptiness and solitude are understandable. Tang Sun explained to Sun Wukong earnestly. After 2 days of interaction with the goddess Nuwa, Tang Sun found that she was far from inscrutable. Instead, she possessed an endearing quality reminiscent of a neighborly young lady. This realization gradually diminished his awe towards her, allowing him to speak more freely. Sun Wukong, astonished, exclaimed, Nuwa? Is she truly the divine being I believe her to be, the one who has unified with the heavens? His mouth agape, disbelief etched across his face. What do you mean by feelings of emptiness and solitude? I am far from cold, though I must admit, it is indeed lonely up here. There is nothing to do. Not even a soul to converse with. The human realm is so much livelier, with countless companions to play with. It's all the fault of the heavenly order. Nuwa began her musings once more. Tang Sun, well-versed in her tendencies, immediately tuned out her voice. After quite some time, her chatter finally subsided. Oh, how delightful it is to have someone to converse with. Fushi has finally done something commendable. The previous envoys he found for me were utterly unresponsive. They were either engrossed in their cultivation or lost in their own worlds, leaving me bored to tears. But you, dear Tang Sun, are quite different. Didn't you mention you plan to continue your journey to the west to confront that Buddha, Tathagata? Hurry, hurry. I adore watching a good fight, said Tang Senator Monkey. We've been delayed for several days. Let us set off. He mounted his horse, urging the still-dazed son Wukong to follow. To be honest, Tang Sun had initially envisioned the revered and enigmatic goddess Enhua as a figure of grandeur, and he found it difficult to reconcile that image with her current demeanor. Yet, what could he do? After all, she was Enhua, the divine mother hailed by the Emperor Fushi for her role in rescuing humanity from peril. Regardless of her temperament, he could only endure in silence. Chapter 61. Where is Gao Laozhuang? 2 days later, Tang Sun and Sun Wukong finally arrived at the site of Gao Laozhuang from 500 years ago. However, the passage of time had transformed the once thriving village into a desolate wilderness, devoid of any human presence. This left Tang Sun momentarily dumbfounded. Monkey King, are you certain that Zhu Beiji will return here after his pilgrimage? Tang Sun turned to Sun Wukong and inquired. Haha, I know that fool's thoughts very well. He will undoubtedly come back. Besides, the Buddha's realm does not favor him. If he doesn't return, what will he do in the Spirit Mountain? Does he really intend to become a pure altar messenger, subsisting on the leftovers of the Buddhas? Sun Wukong scoffed. In their group of 4 who journeyed to acquire scriptures, along with a white dragon steed, Sun Wukong had clashed with the Tathagata and was subdued, while the true spirit managed to escape. Jin Chanzi was sealed as the Zhan Tan Gongda Buddha. Sha Sung became a golden body Arhat. And even the little white dragon was granted the title of the 8-part heavenly dragon Bodhisattva. Yet, Zhu Beiji was relegated to the position of a pure altar messenger. This title was a euphemism. The 4 great continents attracted numerous followers of Buddhism, and after the Buddhas enjoyed their offerings, they instructed Zhu Beiji to tend to the leftovers. However grand the Spirit Mountain may be, with its multitude of believers, they still divided their domains and altars. When it came to offerings, they would share the bounty. Yet each Buddha, Bodhisattva, and even Arhat had their own altar to enjoy the tributes from their devotees. What could Zhu Beiji expect from his pure altar duties, other than the refuse that others discarded? In fact, his role as pure altar messenger was far inferior to that of the golden-winged Great Peng on their journey to the west. The latter was personally promised by the Buddha, receiving first offerings from all who worshipped him across the 4 great continents. The disparity was stark. One received first fruits while the other merely consumed scraps. The treatment of the golden-winged Great Peng was genuine and bountiful, while Zhu Beiji's position was woefully meager. Just then, a yawn echoed in Tang Sen's mind. Oh, I had a splendid nap. What is the situation now? Have you located the Tathagata? The voice of Nuwa resonated with anticipation in Tang Sen's thoughts. Tang Sen replied, Not yet. I'm currently searching for my fated second disciple, Zhu Beiji, but I haven't found him. I can assist you in your search. Nuwa paused momentarily, seemingly employing some method, before continuing. To the southeast, there is a bustling area. There must be a human tribe there. You should go and take a look. Tang Sun was taken aback. Goddess, can you act freely? Aren't you concerned about being discovered by the heavenly Tao? Haha, thank you for your concern, little Tang Tang. However, I reside outside the realm of heaven. The heavenly Tao governs heaven and earth, but can it control my bodily functions? Tang Sun responded, So, goddess, you mean that beyond heaven, you are not bound by the heavenly Tao's laws? Heh, the constraints are quite feeble. Moreover, the heavenly way is rather foolish, adhering strictly to its own principles. I merely employed some subtle tactics that went unnoticed by it. Furthermore, I am not the only one engaging in such behavior. Countless powerful beings beyond the heavens, along with those saints compelled to unite with the Tao, are similarly scheming to influence the mortal realm. Just a few days ago, the ancient dragon, Zhu Long, suddenly caused his dragon tomb to radiate light. It goes without saying that he is undoubtedly using some special methods to affect the dragon clan below. Humph, that old dragon is the most treacherous of them all, harboring a wealth of malice, surely plotting something sinister. Tang Sun pondered. He speculated that the glowing of the dragon tomb might be related to his consumption of a drop of Zhu Long's blood, which could have birthed the Dragon Gate and the accompanying dragon. However, he had not anticipated that the dragon tomb he had activated due to the birth of the accompanying dragon was, in fact, located beyond the heavens, serving as the resting place of Zhu Long monk. Has that lady been conversing with you again? Sun Wukong quietly inquired upon seeing Tang Sun lost in thought. Yes. Kang. What of it? Do you wish to join me in conversation? The teasing voice of Niwa suddenly echoed in Sun Wukong's mind, startling him profoundly. The moniker Kang caused his hair to stand on end. Monk, we must focus on the matter at hand. Now that Gao Laozhuang is no more, let us hasten to the Yuzhong cave on Fuling Mountain. He may have returned to his mischievous ways. Sun Wukong, feeling a prickly sensation all over, spoke with urgency after being addressed by Niwa. Tang Sun contemplated for a moment but ultimately decided against following Sun Wukong's suggestion. He resolved to seek out the nearest gathering of humans first to inquire about the local situation. Lady, since you can sense the presence of humanity, please guide us, he implored inwardly. Soon, under Niwa's guidance, they discovered a secluded homestead nestled in a valley on the back mountain of Fuling, located over 100 miles away. Before the house lay an expansive watermelon patch, where an elderly farmer tended to his crops. Tang Sun instructed Sun Wukong to hold the horse while he approached the old farmer, bowing respectfully. Good sir, we are travelers from the distant Tang of the East, and would like to inquire if there are any temples or lodgings nearby where we might spend the night. The old farmer was taken aback, glancing up to see a fair-skinned monk, his expression instantly shifting to one of wariness. In this realm, the wilderness teemed with various demons and monsters. Ordinary folk lacked the means for long journeys, and how could celestial beings, who soared above, suddenly have travelers appear? Moreover, Tang Sun was a monk, which to these mountain-dwelling commoners was akin to a natural adversary. Most monks sought to convert the mountain folk and draw them into their cities. And having escaped from such a fate, how could he wish to return? Thus, upon encountering Tang Sun, the old man instinctively began to resist. Aged and somewhat deaf and blind, he struggled to comprehend the master's inquiry, and with a semblance of respect, suggested that the master seek answers elsewhere. Though he appeared courteous, there was an unmistakable air of dismissal. With that, he expressed his apologies for the disturbance. Tang Sun, perceptive to the old man's sentiments, chose not to press further and was about to move on. As he lifted his gaze, it inadvertently fell upon a peach tree in the old man's courtyard. Ah! He uttered a soft exclamation, his eyes narrowing slightly in curiosity. At that very moment, the peach tree quivered, and a child of about 5 or 6 years, with rosy lips and white teeth, emerged from beneath it. The child displayed a hint of fear, holding a plate of peaches, and hurriedly approached the old man, shielding him from view, before kneeling respectfully before Tang's senator esteemed immortal. Please pardon us. My grandfather's failing sight does not allow him to behold your divine presence. This little spirit offers these sacred fruits, hoping to quench your thirst. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. I shall answer with utmost sincerity. Chapter 62. Lady Niwa. Is the human race really so weak? Thud. The elderly man, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of his grandson, immediately recognized that he was in the presence of a true celestial being. His face turned pale with fear, and he hastily knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head. Old sir, and you, little peach spirit, please rise. I truly harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek directions, Tang Sun said, helplessly rubbing his bald head. He wondered to himself why he had not displayed any imposing demeanor, yet this little peach tree spirit appeared so terrified. Once the two finally stood, Tang Sun turned to the little peach tree spirit and inquired, do you happen to know if there is a temple of the purifying altar envoy nearby? Or a place called Gao Lao Village? Yes, just 20 miles to the east lies Gao Lao Village, and within the village stands the temple of the purifying altar envoy, where an elderly celestial dwells, fond of spirit peaches. Every year, we little spirits deliver peaches to that esteemed immortal, the little spirit replied eagerly. Oh. So Gao Lao Village still exists, along with the temple of the purifying altar envoy. This is undoubtedly that fool. He seems to be living quite freely now. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his figure flickering before the young boy, as he seized a peach and took a hearty bite, his eyes lighting up instantly. This peach is delicious. He marveled. The little spirit has been enlightened by that esteemed immortal, which is why it bears such exquisite peaches, the little peach tree spirit cleverly noted. Sensing that Tang Sun and his companion appeared to have a connection with the elderly celestial, it eagerly endeavored to align itself with them. All right, thank you very much. Tang's son said, as he waved his hand and produced 10 gleaming coins, offering them to the young boy. Since the peaches are so delightful, do procure some more for us, and those watermelons look splendid as well. Please select 2 good ones. Are these offerings sufficient? Tangson inquired. These coins were part of the vast wealth bestowed upon him by the Dragon King, amounting to a staggering 100 million, equating to 100 million offerings. Upon seeing the coins in Tang's son's hand, the boy's eyes widened with delight. Offering money was the common currency among their kind and was exceedingly precious. A single offering coin could be exchanged for at least 10 spirit peaches. Thus, he hurriedly nodded with a beaming face, saying, "Sufficient indeed. Thank you, esteemed immortal." A peach tree spirit with less than 3 centuries of cultivation. An aged human elder. What a peculiar combination. Having ascertained the route, Tang's son, along with Sun Wukong, departed, unable to suppress his reflections. Indeed, such combinations are quite common. I, Sun Wukong, have long since become accustomed to it. Any mortal brave enough to dwell alone in the wild, without the protection of these spirits and monsters, is essentially the finest prey in the eyes of those beasts. Yet among the spirits, there are both good and evil. This peach tree spirit, for instance, is a pure and benevolent being, Sun Wukong remarked. Indeed, the human race is still too weak. Tang's son lamented with deep resonance. Weak? Little Tang, what are you saying? How could the human race possibly be weak? They are, after all, the most formidable race in the vast wilderness. Just then, the voice of the goddess Enwa echoed once more. She had been perplexed upon seeing the frail old man. Initially, she thought all humans resembled the robust Tang senator to her astonishment. It seemed that the humans of the current era had transformed into something altogether different. Was this still the human race she once knew? What did the goddess mean by that? Tang's son, bewildered, inquired. If the human race is unable to cultivate, how can they grow stronger? By hunting ferocious beasts, consuming their flesh, and anointing themselves with the blood of great demons to awaken the latent potential of their bloodlines, replied Enwa. Little Tang, the human race descends from the Panga deity, a branch of the witch clan. They should cultivate just as the witch clan does. Why is it said that they cannot cultivate? Your Highness, when did you last awaken? Tang's son responded with a question of his own, unsure how to answer her. Fuxi had already recounted the ancient history of the human race to him, and upon hearing the goddess's puzzled inquiry, he speculated that she must have been in slumber for at least 30,000 years. Ahem, perhaps several tens of thousands of years. I cannot recall precisely. At one point, for reasons unknown, the heavenly Tao suppression of the Enwa palace intensified significantly, forcing me into a deep slumber. I have only recently awakened. Enwa's tone grew uncertain as she spoke. Is the current plight of humanity rather dire? She queried. Indeed, it is somewhat precarious, Tangson nodded. From the goddess's tone, he inferred that when she last awakened, the battle of the gods had likely not yet commenced. What of the 3 pure ones? Did they not promise to protect the human race? Enwa's voice erupted with fury. Where have those 3 wretches disappeared to? Tangson scratched his head, feeling quite helpless. He glanced up at the heavens, uncertain if the 3 pure ones would take offense at his words and send down a bolt of divine retribution. Meanwhile, while the goddess Enwa simmered in indignation, in another part of Gao Lao village, within a lavish courtyard, Zhu Beiji stared in disbelief at the woman before him, clad in a vibrant red bridal gown, and at the scholar beside her, soundly asleep with his head resting on the table. Yang Chan, what madness has possessed you now? You, a mortal, marrying him. What do you hope to gain? He exclaimed. And does your brother know? If he finds out, especially that I officiated your marriage, he will surely come at me with his trident. Though he had once been cast down to the mortal realm and reborn as a pig, it was she who had secretly brought the Lotus Lantern to aid him in regaining some of his powers. Yet, this matter was far too grave. She was not only endangering him but herself as well. Zhu Beiji fidgeted restlessly, clearly unwilling. He is now a celestial judge. He hardly has time to concern himself with my sister. Yang Chan's expression was somewhat austere as she continued. Moreover, I shall not disclose this matter to him. At present, I have severed my 3 corpses and am persistently endeavoring to consolidate the 3 flowers and 5 qi. Yet I have met with naught but failure and remain utterly at a loss. Recently, I have faintly discerned that this predicament stems from my incomplete severance of the corpses, leaving me imperfectly liberated. My mother, in her youth, what a mere mortal, my father, and bore 3 siblings, only to ultimately meet her demise at the hands of the heavenly court. This has remained an unwavering obsession in my heart. Now, as I aspire to condense the 3 flowers and 5 chi to ascend to the golden immortal realm, I must relinquish this fixation. I once believed I had succeeded, but it appears my efforts still fall short of perfection. To truly let go, I must personally experience the emotions my mother endured in her time. Rest assured, Marshall, my intent is solely to share this life with him. To understand the essence of the life my mother chose to embrace, even at the cost of her own existence. Once this life concludes in several decades, I shall return to Huashan for seclusion and strive to attain the golden immortal state. Thus, in these passing decades, while the world remains unaware, I assure you that no disturbances will arise. Chapter 63. Yangchan and Lu Yinchang. Oh, my dear aunt, you are not so young anymore. Having cultivated for thousands of years, yet how can you still be so naive? Many matters do not unfold simply because you wish them to. As the saying goes, the ways of heaven are unpredictable, and above the 30 heavens of the celestial court, there are saints who preside. You are well aware of your own identity. Given its sensitivity, how can you dare to engage in such perilous ventures? Moreover, is there truly such urgency to attain the golden immortal realm? Do you comprehend what the golden immortal state signifies? Even your brother remains at the pinnacle of the true immortal stage, never contemplating a breakthrough. Yet here you are, so young, with the calamities of the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations still far from you, and instead of continuing to accumulate Taoist principles and insights, you rush to attain the golden immortal status? Do you aspire to achieve sainthood in an instant? Zhu Beiji spoke with earnest concern, his face reflecting the weight of his words. Yet, upon hearing this, Yangchan merely pressed her lips together. Marshall, I have yet to avenge my parents. My brother may let go, but I cannot. I intend to pursue the path of vengeance, to seek out and eliminate one by one those responsible for my parents' demise. If I can accomplish this, I would willingly return to the heavens thereafter, without hesitation. As she spoke these words, her expression grew increasingly resolute. You. Zhu Beiji shivered at her declaration, hastily lighting 3 incense sticks and bowing reverently to a statue above. Fortuitously, when Yangchan arrived, he had the foresight to draw her into his small temple, for otherwise, this statement might have been overheard by wandering deities on duty. Do not take offense. Children often speak without filters. To all the great deities and revered beings above and below, should they truly hear this, I beg your forgiveness. He mumbled for a while before turning back to Yangchan, his expression now grave. Yangchan, allow me to offer you one final piece of advice. Let the past remain in the past. Do not dwell upon it. Look at me, old Zhu, who was once falsely accused of courting Chang'e, cast down to the form of a pig, and then ventured to the West for scriptures, only to end up with the humble position of a temple keeper. I find this quite satisfactory. I have a divine position within the heavenly hierarchy, and I need not compete with the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas for a place of worship. Here I am, tending to this farmstead, enjoying good food and drink, with a lovely companion by my side. My days are nothing short of blissful, akin to that of a celestial being. Zhu Beiji shook his head, looking earnestly at Yangchan. Yangchan, since you still address me as Marshall, and wish for me to preside over your marriage, it indicates that you regard me as an elder. Heed my counsel. Some matters should not be pursued with hatred. Marshall. Yangchan pressed her lips together, yet her expression remained steadfast. Her mind was resolute. If the marshal was unwilling to act as the one to oversee her marriage, she would return to Mount Hua with Lu Yinchang and establish their bond in private. The marshal surely understood Yangchan's character. Once she had made up her mind, she would see it through to the end. Alas, Zhu Beiji, witnessing the futility of his earnest entreaties, felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Yangchan bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, Yao Ji. In the days when he was still the marshal of the heavenly canopy and Yao Ji was the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens, her mother had exhibited similar traits. Once, she was a valiant warrior dedicated to restoring the glory of humankind. Yet, after retreating to Peach Mountain for seclusion, she inexplicably abandoned her previous convictions and aspirations. Instead of pursuing the path of true immortality by conquering her desires, she found herself entangled in a passionate romance with a mortal, consumed by love to the point of madness. To be candid, during his time as a dashing celestial being, surrounded by several enchanting fairies, he fancied himself quite the connoisseur of such matters, yet he remained utterly perplexed by the drastic transformation Yao Ji underwent. Wait, Xiao Tang Tang, Kong Kong. There's an issue. Do not rush in just yet. At that moment, Tang's son and Sun Wukong, who had located Gao Laozhuang and were preparing to enter, were halted by the intervention of the goddess Nuwa. "Is something amiss, my lady?" Tang Xin inquired, a note of confusion in his voice. "I sense the presence of Tai Ching's principle of non-action. There are individuals here influenced by his laws," Nuwa replied. Tang Sun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be Zhu Beiji? Uffed. Sun Wukong, overhearing, could not suppress his laughter. Impossible. That fool is exceedingly timid and evasive. He would shrink away from any trouble. How could the old lord possibly apply his laws to him? To be affected by a sage, one must at least possess attributes akin to someone like me, who has a certain destiny. After speaking, Sun Wukong exchanged glances with Tang Senator in unison. They transformed into two small insects and swiftly flew into Gao Laozhuang. Before long, they found Zhu Beiji in the residence, engaged in conversation with Yang Chan. "Since you are so determined, I, old pig, shall acquiesce to your wishes. Moreover, with your parents gone and your reluctance to inform your elder brother, such a significant event as marriage ought to be overseen by me. You need not worry about the wedding arrangements. I am quite experienced in these matters. Afterward, you may reside in Gao Laozhuang for a few decades. It is well within my capabilities to manage this. However, remember to proceed with utmost caution. We must not attract any attention." At that moment, in the courtyard, Zhu Beiji, dressed in the attire of a gentleman, was earnestly advising Yang Chan. "I understand, Marshal. In fact, I initially came here with that very intention. Your abode resembles a paradise, undoubtedly a comfortable dwelling." Upon hearing Zhu Beiji's agreement, Yang Chan finally smiled for the first time. With a slight grunt, Zhu Beiji turned to call out, "Bring forth my attendants." Soon, two stunning maids entered respectfully. "Announced that in 3 days, my residence will host a grand wedding, inviting all the young and old of the village to partake in the festivities." "Yes." The maids promptly bowed in response. This fool is truly living a life to be envied. In this grand mansion, attended by maidservants. The prospect of marrying such a beautiful celestial maiden is indeed enviable to me, Sun Wukong. Observing his fellow disciples thriving on the journey to the west for scriptures, I find myself pacing in agitation, yearning to reveal my true form and confront this simpleton, inquiring how he leads such a leisurely life. Unlike myself, who has been chased like a stray dog for centuries. "My lady, do you see? The individual you mentioned who is influenced by the laws of the Ta Ching sage. Could it be this celestial maiden?" Tang Sun inquired, gazing at the scene below. "It is not her. It is the mortal lying on the table beside her." The voice of the goddess Nuwa resonated within Tang Sen's heart. At that moment, a question from Zhu Beiji echoed almost simultaneously from below. "Right. What was the name of that scholar you just mentioned?" Chapter 64. Tang's son, Monkey King, summon her brother. His name is Lu Yanchang. A faint smile graced Yang Chan's face as she continued. By chance, he is traveling to the imperial capital for the examination, and on his way, he decided to climb Mount Hua with a few friends. I, however, have been wandering aimlessly on the mountain, troubled and perplexed due to my inability to consolidate the 3 flowers and 5 qi. It was during this aimless stroll that we encountered one another. Subsequently, through a series of fortunate events, I experienced an epiphany, realizing that my attachment to the corpse had not been severed cleanly. Since he was nearby, I understood that this must be the fated connection between us. Thus, I abducted him. So, you two have yet to establish a relationship, and he is unaware that he is destined to be with you for life? Zhu Beiji asked, his lips twitching slightly. I do know. I sent him a dream in which I inquired, and he agreed. Yang Chan replied with a calm demeanor. Zhu Beiji thought to himself, indeed, this is something only the divine Yang Chan could accomplish. He then cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Yanchang, silently expressing his inability to assist this scholar who remained oblivious to his fate. Lu Yanchang, is this not the father of Chen Xiang? In other words, this celestial maiden is the 3 Holy Mother, Yang Chan. Goodness, am I witnessing her impending marriage to Lu Yanchang? Tang Sun remarked, unable to suppress a grin at the unfolding scene. Little Tang Tang, this celestial maiden is influenced by the principles of Tai Ching Wu Wei, which has led her to such thoughts. Tai Ching must be obstructing her path to becoming a golden immortal. Currently, the impact on her is not significant. If you can take that mortal away from here and allow them to spend a few days apart, she will naturally sense something amiss. The voice of Nuwa echoed at that moment. Does the goddess wish for me to do this? Tang Sun pondered, intrigued. I sense that there is some karmic connection between this woman and me. Moreover, The Balian lantern she possesses is a primordial spiritual treasure that evolved from the great principles I cultivate. Her growth will indeed benefit my resistance against the assimilation of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa stated. To be honest, she still struggled to comprehend why Taiching would attempt to sever her path to gold despite knowing the karmic ties between them. This was clearly aiding the heavenly Tao and hastening the assimilation of her Nuwa palace. Since she began to understand the current state of the three realms through Tang's son, she had also realized that it had undergone tremendous changes since her slumber. The world felt increasingly unfamiliar, and even those from her past had become strangers. This realization filled Nuwa with an inexplicable sense of unease. However, she chose to keep these thoughts to herself for the time being, as it benefits the goddess. We shall proceed, for I am currently the goddess's earthly representative. Tang's son flashed a grin, devoid of any hesitation, and readily agreed. He cast a deep glance at Yang Chan and Lu Yinchang in the courtyard, yet refrained from immediate action. Instead, he exchanged a brief greeting with the Monkey King, and the two stealthily retreated from Gao Laozhuang. How shall we proceed? On a hill more than 20 miles away from Gao Laozhuang, Tangsen and Sun Wukong sat face to face, deliberating their forthcoming course of action. Brother Monkey, we must temporarily set aside the matter of Zhu Beiji. Let us first resolve the situation concerning Yang Chan, Tangsen stated. Master, though I have yet to meet Yang Chan, the intricacies surrounding her family run deep, and they have now entangled themselves with the laws of the celestial path. This is no trivial affair, Sun Wukong cautioned. On the journey westward, which demon does not have deep entanglements? Let us not concern ourselves with who our adversary may be. We must tend to our own business, even if they are saints. What of it? We will only know if we can prevail by engaging them first. A gleam of fervent combat spirit illuminated Tang Sen's face. Through his recent discussions with Fushi and Enhua, he had come to understand that in this realm, golden immortals, primordial great Luo, and even saints all possess their own limitations. It is not the case that simply provoking them would result in being crushed by a mere finger from the heavens. Indeed, Tang's son felt an inkling that these exalted deities, accustomed to their lofty positions, often resorted to cunning schemes and, to be more candid, deceitful tactics to achieve their ends, rarely taking direct action themselves. For Tangsen, he now held a plethora of hidden cards, bolstered by the formidable foundation of the Enhua Palace, rendering him unafraid of these so-called plots. Well said, young Tang. You exhibit the spirit reminiscent of the ancient shaman ancestor. Enhua's voice resonated with reassurance. Fear not, for if any entity beneath the saints dares to act against you, I shall not intervene excessively. However, should a saint dare to shamelessly impose their will upon you, rest assured, I am not to be trifled with. If necessary, I would willingly slumber for thousands of years to ensure that those who dare to strike at you will face consequences. Hiki. Excellent. Master, speak your mind. How shall we proceed? Sun Wukong's excitement was palpable as he gazed eagerly at Tang's senator. After a moment of contemplation, Tangsen finally said, ultimately, this matter pertains to the Yang family and must be addressed by Yang Jin himself. Brother Monkey, please make a trip to the Erling Temple at Guanjinku. Find a way to inform Yang Jin of these developments. I will remain here to delay Yang Chan, preventing her from hastily marrying Lu Yinchang. Once Yang Jin arrives, the remaining matters will require no further intervention on our part. Tang's son smiled as he concluded. That is a splendid idea. Enhua interjected, her tone tinged with playful mischief. I suggest that when the time comes, young Tang, you should simply rush in to claim her for yourself. That celestial maiden is truly a beauty. I believe you would make a splendid match. At that moment, when your regal aura manifests, perhaps that celestial maiden might truly develop an affection for you. What do you think? Tang's son. He found it rather unremarkable. The illustrious Lady Yang Chan, the third Holy Mother, was evidently a career-oriented woman, consumed by thoughts of vengeance and cultivation. He simply could not hope to sway her. Moreover, she had a brother of even greater renown. The second king, Yang Jian, was a formidable figure who could contend with the legendary Monkey King during his peak, creating chaos in the heavens. Tang Sen believed that if he were to truly entertain any designs on Yang Chan, Yang Jian would undoubtedly wield his trident against him. Amitabha. Such words from the lady are rather heavy. I am but a monk, destined to become a Buddha. How could I possibly indulge in carnal desires? My future lies within the sacred mountain. Tang's son spoke with righteous conviction, effectively dispelling the Lady Nuwa's intentions of deriving amusement from him.